The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Step up, step up! Yeah! We clash! We clash! We clash! We clash! Yeah! Step in the arena, mind locked and loaded. Truth on my blade, every line's exploded. You swing your words, I counter with precision. Battle of reason, this is my mission. Raise your fist, let them know. No. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo! We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Woo. Step back, I'm a scholar and a fighter. Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power, I never fold. In the war of words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Whoa. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Every thought a fortress, every claim a storm. We forge a truth where chaos takes form. Ideas ignite like lightning through the night. In the war of minds, we bring the light. Step in, feel the heat. Truth is my weapon, never beat. Raise them high, break the ceiling. With a fire, with a feeling. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason.
All righty. Everybody, welcome to Swords of Reason, right here on the Speakeasy Show. This is where logic meets passion. All right, if you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for opening statements, followed by a 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. Excuse me, sorry. Then we open the floor for a full hour of raw, unfiltered debate before wrapping it up with 5-minute closing statements from each side. After that, we'll spend 30 minutes answering your questions from the chat. I'll have a live Q&A in the chat for you guys to put questions for the debaters. If you guys want to make sure your questions get answered, because there's only a 30-minute window, super chats will get priority during the Q&A. And once the formal debate is done and the Q&A is done, we open the doors to the community. This is optional for the debaters to stay for this part. We open the doors for the community to join a chaos and chill panel where anyone can hop in, challenge what they've heard, question debaters, if they're still here, all of that. Today's debate prompt is, should we allow medically assisted death? All right, and now let's meet today's debaters. For the affirmative, we have the Vigilante TV, who streams mostly on Twitch, but also has a channel right here on YouTube where he focuses on politics and gaming. And for the negative, we have Steelborn, who also has a channel right here on YouTube. Where he focuses on politics, Orthodox Christianity, and building a channel for those who'd rather die with convictions than live with compromise. Debaters, you know the rules. We're going to keep it sharp, smart, entertaining. All right. Vigilante, whenever you're ready for your opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice. And thank you both for being here tonight.
Yeah, so I fully expect my opponent to frame this as just a moral debate. I want to make that clear from the start. It's not just a moral debate, moral issue. It's also a empathy versus lack of empathy. We shouldn't have to hop grandma up on opioids in order for them to be able to make it so she can go out in peace. We shouldn't be forcing late-stage cancer patients who have been through the testing and treatments, and it's been determined that they can't be cured and will spend their last few weeks to last month or so in the hospital, bed in pain. We shouldn't be forcing these things upon people just because we want them to go out naturally. If somebody's going to suffer for the rest of their life with disorders like dementia, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, ALS, epilepsy, osteoporosis, COPD, HIV, obviously cancer, etc., and no longer want to continue because of the pain and the issues that come with it, why should we require them to suffer the remainder of their life? Sure, most, if not all of those diseases are manageable, but none of them are curable. If somebody is suffering from an uncurable chronic illness and no longer wants to live because of it, yes, their family members will miss them. Death always sucks. But wanting them to fight through a life of suffering does not come from a place of love. It comes from a place of selfishness. 1 in 9 people over the age of 65 are affected by Alzheimer's. 1 in 3 people over the age of 85 are affected by Alzheimer's. Obviously, we know Alzheimer's. Most of us have probably had a family member with Alzheimer's. It both causes suffering on the part of the person with Alzheimer's because they can't remember things. It also causes suffering on the side of the family because of said family member not being able to remember things, not being able to remember their loved ones, not being able to remember the memories around their loved ones. Why should we make people live with things like this? Why should we be forcing people to live with debilitating illnesses? Why should we be forcing people to live when they can't take care of themselves? Why not allow them to opt out and end their own suffering? What moral justification actually displays that it is more moral to force people to suffer than to let them choose to end their suffering? Now I'll cede my time there.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement, Vigilante. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Steelborn. Steelborn, whenever you're ready, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah, go ahead whenever you want. So, start out. I didn't actually really hear an argument there. All I heard was an emotional appeal to, well, people are suffering, so therefore we should help them off themselves. I'm really not sure what the argument was. Nothing really was, a coherent argument. But I actually have 6 arguments, and they're not moral arguments necessarily. They're actually logical and philosophical arguments against MAiD. There are contradictions within the position. So to start with, in both law and medical ethics, no one can give valid consent under duress. Duress being defined as your free will is overridden by fear, pressure, or despair. That's why any contract signed under duress is void. And in medicine, informed consent requires 4 things. You have to be mentally competent. free from coercion, fully informed, and capable of rational decision making. If any of those conditions fail, the consent doesn't count. So here's the question. When someone's in unbearable pain or deep psychological despair, can they use their mental faculties? Or are they acting under the most powerful duress imaginable, the desperation to escape suffering? If despair invalidates consent in every other context, why does it suddenly validate consent when the outcome is death? So he's going to have to reconcile at least, hopefully all of them, but at the very least, maybe he can reconcile one of the 6 arguments. My first argument is an argument is a consequence argument. When death becomes cheaper than care, the poor will die first. Not because they truly wanted to, but because society quietly told them that they were too expensive to keep alive. In Canada, MAiD, medical assistance in dying, is now one of the top 5 causes of death, and not everyone asking for it is terminally ill. Some are applying because they can't afford housing or medical treatment. That's not compassion. That's systemic abandonment. Once MAiD becomes normalized, healthcare economics change. Treating a chronic illness can cost hundreds or thousands of dollars. MAiD costs a few $100. That's a dangerous incentive and a financial bias towards death. And who's most likely to choose that? Not the privileged, but the vulnerable, the disabled, the poor, the lonely, people who don't want to really die. They just can't afford to live. What looks like a choice becomes coercion by circumstance. My second argument is called the arbitrarity argument. When MAiD was first introduced, we were told that it would be rare, a mercy for those at the very end. But once you accept that killing can be an act of compassion, the definition of compassion starts expanding. In Canada and elsewhere, MAiD has already grown from terminal illness to include mental illness, disability, and even poverty-related suffering. Where do we draw the line here? There's a moral slope. It's a moral slope with no bottom. It all stems from one fatal flaw in the world, or in the idea at the very least, that life only has value when it's comfortable. If quality of life becomes the measure of human worth, then anyone deemed low quality becomes disposable. The moment we justify killing for mercy, we're given up to the belief that every life is sacred. We start deciding who deserves to live. My third argument is that this is the corruption of medicine. Medicine exists to heal, not to harm. The Hippocratic Oath explicitly forbids giving a lethal drug, even if asked. When a doctor becomes both healers and executioners, medicine loses its moral compass. How can patients trust a system where the doctor who offers care can also offer death? When the healer can also be the killer, trust collapses, and so does the soul of medicine. The problem with consent. MAiD advocates say it's moral because there is informed consent and intolerable suffering. But those two conditions describe nearly every human crisis: chronic depression, PTSD, trauma, gender dysphoria. If we take MAiD to its logical extensions, shouldn't we offer death to anyone in severe psychological pain? But we don't. And most offenders instinctively recoil at the idea. It means the principle is actually inconsistent. If consent and suffering are enough, then there are no boundaries. And if we add boundaries, then we've admitted something deeper than consent has to guide us. That some choices are wrong, even if they're freely made. The problem of pain is my fifth argument. Pain is subjective. There is no medical instrument that measures despair, no scan that quantifies hopelessness. That means the whole MAiD system depends on self-reported suffering, something completely unfalsifiable. If someone says, I'm in intolerable pain, the doctor can't objectively falsify that. And by law, they're required to treat them. So what's to stop anyone from qualifying? Where do we draw the line between I have a bad splinter and a terminal illness? Between emotional pain and physical agony? There isn't one. Once intolerable suffering, which will be entirely subjective, becomes the threshold, the door is wide open. Either we accept all claims that I'm in intolerable pain, or we let the state decide whose pain is real enough. Both options are just going to be inconsistent and not going to work. The autonomy paradox. MAiD is sold as autonomy. The patient decides. But because suffering can't be measured, the decision always ends up in the hands of a doctor or the bureaucracy. They decide which lives have value and which don't. That's not compassion. That's control disguised as mercy. In summary, if suffering invalidates consent in law, if economic conditionals coerce people, if mercy killing has no boundary, if medicine loses its soul and its suffering is too subjective to define, then the entire foundation of MAiD collapses. A compassionate society does not eliminate the sufferer. It relieves the suffering. It doesn't help people die. It helps them live, even when life is hard. Once we start calling killing compassion, we'll soon forget what compassion really means. And with that, I'll see the rest of my time.
Alrighty, thank you for that opening statement, Steelborn. And with that, we're gonna get into the 5 minute uninterrupted rebuttals. So we're gonna hand the mic back over to Vigilante. I just want to remind the chat you can find both the debaters' YouTube channels in the description, and then I know Vigilante streams more on Twitch, so you'll be able to find his Twitch from there. So help him get his YouTube channel up, and also go see him on Twitch, and also go over to Steelborn. I'm pretty sure they're both streaming right now too. So go over to them, show them some love. All right, help them, give them some support for coming and giving you guys a show tonight. All right. And thank you guys both for being here. So with that, Vigilante, whenever you're ready for your uninterrupted rebuttal, we'll start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah, so to the first point, duress. I can see an argument for that, for the most part, specifically with mental illnesses. I could agree that a lot of people who are mentally ill cannot consent to medically assisted end of life. It's not something that they're really capable of comprehending. I would disagree on the pain and medical aspect of the duress part, because just because you are in pain doesn't mean your decision making skills are impaired. There are plenty of ways for us to manage this pain. That's why we have an opioid crisis here in America. It just gives us another option, or gives people another option, instead of suffering through opioid addiction and shit like that. They can, for the rest of their life, they can opt out and choose to end their life. The second point, yeah, for the most part, I do kind of agree with you on that. A lot of people the poor people are going to fall through the cracks because they can't afford medical care, especially like here in America. That is a problem. That is a systematic problem that needs to be solved in a lot of parts of the world where people cannot afford housing, people cannot afford medical expenses, things like that. That kind of goes into how do we solve that argument, which I would say universal health care. You'd probably disagree with me. Your third point is kind of the same as the second one, so I didn't really write down a rebuttal to that one. How can we trust doctors if they also bring death? I mean, when it comes down to it, if they're also allowed to bring death, it really shouldn't break down that trust, because the death should require consent. Is that how it works with the MAiD program up in Canada? There are probably some issues like you brought up, specifically with the poor people. Like I said, I agree with you on that part. And yes, pain for the most part is arbitrary, which is why we need to qualify what pain actually qualifies you for medically assisted death. When I am defining the type of pain that should qualify you for this, I am talking about chronic medical illnesses that cannot be cured. Things like what I have, which is called spina bifida. Things like ALS, things like cancer, after treatment is exhausted. Things like dementia, specifically because we did mention the duress thing. People with dementia and Alzheimer's obviously can't consent. I would say they would have to sign something ahead of time, while they are still sound of mind, opting into medically assisted end of life at the time that they're no longer cognitively functioning. While there might not be a line in the MAiD program I would agree that we need to draw an actual line somewhere. And time.
That's all you wanted to say for your rebuttal?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that rebuttal, Vigilante. And with that, we're going to hand the mic back over to Steelborn for a 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. And Steelborn, whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Okay, so the problem with Vigilante's argument here is that he says duress doesn't include being in physical pain. Physical pain can most definitely cause people to be in duress. People make stupid decisions because they're in pain all the time. They do things that make no sense because they're in pain. That makes absolutely, you'd literally have to reject all of medical science at that point to say people don't make dumb decisions because they're in pain, or don't do things that are stupid because they're in pain. I would have to ask him a few questions. Well, I'll have to wait for the opening, or for the open dialogue for that. But I basically would have to ask: is suffering intrinsically bad? Like, I don't like you seem to have this like, we need to reduce the harm of these. We need to reduce harm. We need to end suffering. Suffering is bad. Well, if we need to reduce suffering, we should ban donuts because donuts cause harm because they make people overweight. Same with cigarettes, alcohol. Any of these things that cause at that, actually, with that logic, we should also ban cars because we lose 55,000 people a year to car accidents. He does agree with me on the economic problems that this could most definitely cause, and most definitely will cause, because it's really cheap to execute people. It can be way cheaper than treating them for cancers and stuff like that. No, universal health care is not going to work, because when you universalize it, it's just going to lower the quality of it. You can't force people to give, to basically give you their labor. You say that doctors being executioners that's not going to cause any kind of an issue there. It's like, well, aren't you going to have to deal with the problem of conflict of interest? What if the doctor thinks that MAiD is the best option for you and you don't want it? Now the doctor has compromised his position and his role based on the Hippocratic Oath of not being allowed to give out lethal drugs. And now you're saying that the pain problem, we are going to have to draw a threshold there. Whatever threshold we draw is either going to be post hoc, so it's going to be no justification, or it's going to be arbitrary, so it's going to be without system. It's basically be, well, I feel like at this threshold of pain, then you can off yourself and we'll help you with that. But at this threshold, no, that's not going to happen. Well, pain is subjective. Like, you can't tell somebody they're not in the pain that they're in. There's no way to actually falsify that claim. I do agree with you that dementia patients wouldn't be able to consent to that, but they can't consent to anything legally. They have to have a They have to have a legal guardian of some kind. And I guess I'm gonna have to press the consent problem there, which is like, if somebody gives you consent to do thing X, that doesn't actually justify you doing thing X. So I guess I would have to ask you, let's say grandma puts it in her will that after she dies, she wants for people to rent out her cadaver to do the dirty things that they want to do with it. She consented. Can you actually demonstrate what the problem with that would be? And with that, I'll yield the rest of my 5 minutes.
Okay, that's if you wanted for your 5 minute.
Yeah.
All right. Awesome. Thank you for that. And with that, we are going to kick it over to the open hour. So this will be a open floor for the debaters to, cross-examine each other. Chatters, I just want to remind you, if you want to get a question in for the debaters, we have the live Q&A up. We're going to be doing a 30-minute Q&A after closings. If you want to get priority, though, Super Chats will get priority during the Q&A. So if you want to make sure your question gets read, send it in a Super Chat. And it helps us keep bringing you these awesome debates, okay? And another reminder, you can find both debaters in the description of this live. So make sure you go give them both a sub and show them support for coming out and showing their ideas in front of you all tonight, okay? And with that, and also hit the like on the stream too. Don't forget to hit the like, okay? With that, whoever wants to open up the open floor, I'll start the timer with your voice. And thank you both for being here tonight.
Yeah, let's start with the consent issue. Can you actually tell me what would be wrong if grandma puts it in her will that she wants people to use her cadaver and have sex with it?
I would say that there's moral issues when it comes to that. I mean, we all generally can find necrophilia morally wrong.
So therefore,
I
it
mean,
is
there
wrong,
are,
or just because we say so. I don't. That doesn't follow.
I mean, more morality is subjective. So, I mean, I don't want to get into that argument necessarily because it's off topic. But
Oh no, I
I
think
mean,
that's definitely going to be on topic here about how you derive your morality. If it's the case that you think something's moral and I don't think it's moral, well, we have a conundrum there. How do we decide which one of us is right? You just say, well, everybody gets to make up their own morality and decide what your morality is, because we all get it from our common feelings, man. Morality, it kind of just we all agree on what's bad and what's not, but we don't do that. As a matter of fact, the Taliban exists for a reason. They don't think that the things that we think are immoral, so that doesn't make any
yeah,
sense.
morality is it's defined by like when we talk about collective morality, which is where we talk about things like what we're talking about now, I guess, and then also things like necrophilia, bestiality, blah blah blah. Or yeah, there's a bunch of different things that are defined under collective morality. I mean, it's we don't really have a solid place where we pull it from. So there are some people, like as you mentioned, Islam or yourself and Christians, um, where we pull it from religion and books. But there are plenty of reasons why the subjective morality in, say, Islam or Christianity is flawed. Just like there are plenty of reasons why us making up our own morality and examples like with people like me where I'm a pagan and I basically make up my own morality as I go. Uh, it's entirely subjective. Then the reason for that is as to why it becomes a problem is because we're humans, we're flawed, we're
Why is
always going to
necrophilia a
be
problem?
flawed.
Why is that immoral?
I mean, like I said, I go off of collective morality. It's something that we've
So it's
collectively
bad
decided that
because
it's
so it's bad
bad.
because people say it's bad.
It's something that we've collectively decided is bad.
Okay, so therefore it is bad, right?
Correct. For the most part, yes, correct.
Okay, well you realize that that's just a fallacious argument from the argument ad populum, right? It doesn't actually follow that because society says it's bad, therefore it's inherently immoral. Speeding's not immoral even though society says it's bad to do.
I mean, for the most part, I would agree with you on that.
Okay, so why is having sex with grandma's cadaver, she consented to it, why is that bad?
I would say the moral reason behind it is likely because it disrespects the life that was there.
That's not a person anymore, dude. That's literally just flesh at that point. So I don't see how the person doesn't exist anymore. That person's gone. I don't see how that's still a problem though. That doesn't even demonstrate like I'm trying to figure out what principle are you working off here? Harm principle? I'm really trying to figure it out here.
I mean, generally speaking, like with like I said, this line of questioning is off topic. Like, there's not really a principle that I can think of that would really define why necrophilia in particular is bad. But like when
So
we
is
talk
there anything
about,
wrong with people using grandma's cadaver?
I mean, morally, like I said,
Other than it just goes against your preference. Like, can you actually give me a reason, or is you just don't prefer that they do that?
uh, I mean, I don't have a specific reason as to why I think necrophilia is wrong, other than collective morality.
That tells me nothing. You think it's bad because everybody else thinks it's bad? What does that have to do with anything?
Like I said, society find like there's no like even if we like reference religion, there is no reason in religion why necrophilia is wrong.
Yeah, there is, because God says don't fucking do that.
Where in the fucking Bible does he say don't fuck a corpse?
I'm sorry. Who are you allowed to have sex with according to Christians?
According to Christians or according to the Bible? Because the
according to Christianity.
Bible,
Let's go with Christianity.
okay, according to the Bible, the only thing it says specifically not to have sex with is children.
No,
The
it actually
Leviticus-
doesn't.
Hold
Paul
on.
tells us.
Paul
I'm not going to
is,
Levitical law. I'm going to the New Testament.
and I this is going to get onto my personal opinion. I don't think we should follow fucking anything that Paul says. He
Oh,
didn't
okay,
know
that's
Jesus.
great.
He's
Well, you
fucking
asked.
irrelevant. Hold on. He's fucking irrelevant. He was a Pharisee who took
Paul,
the
one of the saints of
early
both the
church.
Orthodox and the Catholic Church, is irrelevant to what Christians decided or what Christians think is moral. Great argument.
Yeah, the
And
dude.
Karl Marx has nothing to do with Marxism, right? He's irrelevant.
So Paul's word is better than Jesus's then?
Paul is giving us the words of Jesus. He tells us the commandments
No,
of
he is
Christ. Yes, he
not.
does. He was
No,
one of the apostles.
He didn't
of
even
Christ.
know Christ. He didn't even know Christ. The
Saint
apostle
Paul
Paul
did know Christ.
the apostle Paul, the one who wrote the majority of the New Testament, did not know Christ. He didn't become a Christian until after Christ's death. He was an apostle who killed Christians, who saw an opportunity to rise to power.
I'm sorry, real quick. Do Christians hold Saint Paul in high regard? Do they listen to what he says? Do we follow his teachings in the book of Corinthians?
Yes, the Christians do. It's actually one of the
Okay,
reasons.
great. So who do Christians say that you can have sex with according to Paul?
Fucking a man and a woman, even though.
Yes, your husband or wife, depending on what your sex is. So if that's the case, does that include dead people? Because from our position, that's not a person anymore. Are we allowed to fuck objects?
If you want to go off that morality, yes, if it's your wife.
No, that's not a person anymore. Her soul has left her body. That's not a person anymore. But not only that, even if it was, that doesn't mean that actually doesn't refute that Christians saying other people can't have sex with your dead wife that doesn't actually follow that, that the Christians are inconsistent on that position. Now, you asked, what does Christianity say about who you can have sex with? Your wife or husband. After they die, their souls left their body. They're not a person anymore, right? So no, you can't have sex with the corpse because God says, "Thou shalt not bangeth the deadeth." So, can you actually tell me?
Does the Bible define personhood?
Yeah, they do.
Where in the Bible does it define personhood?
In the book of Genesis.
In the book of
Man
Genesis.
being made in the imago Dei, the image of God. We believe we have a soul. That's like really important to Christianity.
Yes, but God also made animals. Do animals have a soul? Are animals people?
They're not people. And no, they're not persons. They're not like we're called to be kind of animals, but that doesn't mean we don't treat them in the same regard. Like if you just walk over and like shoot your dog, I'm not gonna freak out on you as much as I would if you walked over and stabbed a person. So
yeah, but that's your own subjective morality. They're also God's creations, right?
They are God's creations, but they are not of the same. They're not of the same value as a person.
See, this is why I wanted to avoid this moral dick measuring contest because the
not
whole
a moral dick
argument
measuring contest.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to see if
so,
your position is consistent.
No, so just to kind of bring us back on track a little bit here, because now we're kind of just getting into the personal religious beliefs, and
I wasn't even trying. I was just trying.
Rather than yeah. So I understand bringing up what you brought up because if Vigilante is saying it's morally wrong, right? Asking where your morals come from is a legitimate challenge, obviously. But when we start going into the personal religious beliefs and debating that part, we're diverting from the actual topic. So if you guys want to just kind of maybe rein it back in, so Vigilante, you were saying it's morally right or wrong, and he's just basically asking what's the framework you're using to come to that conclusion, and then maybe we could get into the next part.
What is your ethical framework here? Because I'm trying to determine if you're even consistent within your own ethical framework. Utilitarianism, consequentialism, harm reduction.
Whenever it comes to actually talking about medically assisted death,
this would be an ethical question, wouldn't it?
I would use harm reduction.
Okay, harm reduction. Got it. So if you want to reduce harm, then why don't you advocate for banning donuts or McDonald's?
Because I also believe in a bodily autonomy.
Okay, great. Then why can't I have sex with grandma's corpse? Demonstrate the harm.
I mean, technically speaking, there is no harm whenever it comes down to that, but we still collectively, morally define that as wrong.
Great. So there's nothing wrong with me having sex with grandma's corpse other than it's against your preferences?
Other than it being illegal, technically speaking, no.
Okay, got it. So it's okay to have sex with grandma's corpse. Well, I mean, I guess if you can justify that, you can justify killing somebody because they said their toe hurts.
No, because we're okay. Again, I've defined a pain threshold. Whenever I'm talking about the pain threshold for ending life, I'm talking about a physical pain that is debilitating that will require you to be in something like hospice or being taken care of by another person for the rest of your life. Things like, fuck, what was the list I even had up? 'Cause it got
Dementia,
so goddamn
ALS,
off the-
Alzheimer's.
Yeah, ALS, Alzheimer's, osteoporosis, COPD, things like that, where you can't take care of yourself and it's debilitating and you cannot live a normal life.
Okay, got it. So people with Down syndrome.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
So we should just off them?
I support positive eugenics, so
Okay,
uh,
so we should
when
kill people with Down syndrome because they're dependent on people. Okay. So how can you even claim that you place value on human life at all and you're doing this to reduce the harm and suffering of other people when you just said it's totally okay to kill Down syndrome people because they have Down syndrome? That makes no fucking sense.
because okay,
What about people in wheelchairs?
I
Can
would
we kill them?
No, because
What if
like
they just have
a,
what if they just have
for
like a limp?
okay, that so with wheelchairs it's like kind of dependent because technically people like Stephen Hawking have to fucking, who obviously is no longer alive, technically like have to be reliant on other people, so that one's like iffy middle ground. If you just have a limp, no, like
Well, I don't get
like
it. Why is it that we can kill people with Down syndrome but not people in wheelchairs? Aren't they also defective and
it's not
dependent
about
upon a lot
people.
of people?
It's not about being defective. It's about being dependent on somebody else for you to be able to live your life.
What if you're in a car crash and you lose every limb and you're just like a torso and a head? Like, can we kill those people?
If you're effectively a vegetable, you should be able to opt
When I
out.
say you're a
Yes.
vegetable, as in like you still have all your mental faculties, you just don't have any limbs.
So here, I will open this up to the more personal argument because I have one of these debilitating issues. I have spina bifida. Do you know what that is?
Couldn't tell you.
Okay, spina bifida is a birth defect where the majority of people who have spina bifida either have to be walk with assistance or in a wheelchair. I'm in the fucking 1% of people who can walk and live a normal life. Spina bifida is a birth defect specifically that your spinal cord and your spinal column are tethered together. Due to said fact, I am in constant pain. Most people who are not paralyzed that have spina bifida are in constant pain because of it.
I'm in constant pain too from a spinal issue. But I don't advocate that we should be able to kill people with the issue that I have.
The reason, so the reason I bring up spina bifida is because when you talk about like car crashes and stuff, if I were to get into a really bad car accident, I am statistically more likely to be paralyzed than the normal person because of my issue that I have. That being said, if I was paralyzed from like the neck down or whatever, if medically assisted end of life wasn't an option, I'm going to be blunt, I would make it as traumatic as possible by like rolling myself off a bridge.
Okay, so why does
onto a freeway.
let me make sure I get this right. So because there's a chance that you might end up in a wheelchair, doctors should be allowed to kill people if they ask for it.
When I look at this topic in particular, I look at how I would respond. And this is how I look at a lot of issues like this. If I was in that situation, would I want to be able to opt out? And yes, I would. I would think that it's.
Wait, I gotta ask real quick.
I
Do you
generally
believe in
thinking
any kind of
think
an afterlife? Just curious.
yes, I do.
Okay.
Not
I'm not gonna push it any further. I was just gonna ask. If you said no, I was just say, so wait. So you're only given this one chance at life, and because you're in a wheelchair, you're gonna off yourself that and just go right to the dirt nap? That makes no sense. But okay.
yes, I do believe in an afterlife. Um, I could see where the difference would be like if I was an atheist, where that would make no sense.
Yeah, that would make no sense. But okay, so the problem with this concept of the threshold of pain isn't going to be entirely subjective, dude. We actually can't measure pain. You know what the best we can do? Point to which face you feel like making because of the pain. We can't measure pain for fucking shit. We're horrible at it. It's always a problem. Anytime we try to objectively measure pain, it's never accurate. You can't scan somebody's pain level. So like,
Yes,
what's
that's
intolerable pain is going to be entirely subjective as well. What if I stub my toe really badly and therefore I'm in intolerable pain? Should I be able to go to the doctor and say, "Hey, will you kill me for that?"
no, that there's a reason I am defining it as pain that is debilitating enough to where you cannot live without the assistance of another person. That is why I am specifically defining it like that. Yes, my definition is a lot stricter than what MAiD's is.
Okay. So, do you think people have no obligations at all?
Generally speaking, I wouldn't say that we really have any moral obligations now.
We have no duties. Okay. So you don't think that like if they can, parents actually have an obligation to take care of their children or feed them?
I don't think there is a obligation there. I think we do it because it's the right thing to do.
Then it would be should you do the right thing?
You should do the right thing, but doing the right
Therefore we
thing
have
is
an obligation to do the right
hold
thing.
no, because doing the right thing is optional.
Yeah, but I said, should we do the right
This
thing? You said, yes, we should do the right thing. Like, you're literally just, that's a contradiction. We should do the right thing, but we have no obligation to do the right thing. Should being an ought claim.
Just because we should do something doesn't mean we have to do it.
Should you do things that are the right thing to do? Should you do that?
I mean, obviously.
Okay, that's
But
an
that
ought
doesn't mean
claim.
you
That's an
have to.
obligation now. You should do the right thing.
Okay, let me so because this is a viral topic right now. Let me ask you this: do churches have an obligation to help people who are in need?
Yeah, I would say they would have an obligation to do so.
So, what about the one chick who's going around calling churches, pretending to have a baby, needing formula, and the churches are not helping them? Are they failing that obligation?
It doesn't say how you have to help people. They just have an obligation to help people. That's going to be up to the church's discretion as to how they help people. Like, who else gets to decide that but the church? Like, I don't actually see how that would work. Do you, the atheist, you're not you, the atheist. I'm saying, like, does the atheist get to decide how the church should help people, or should the church be the one to decide how they help people? I'm familiar with the case you're talking about with the chick asking for formula. Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's why I specifically use this, is because I figured you would know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Whenever we're talking about like a moral obligation, I would think that is defined by your morality, and like when we're talking about the church's morality, or what the church's morality should be based on the Bible, they're failing at that obligation.
No, that's not how that works, especially not with Catholicism or Orthodoxy. We don't believe in sola scriptura. The Bible is not the authority on what Christianity is.
Oh, Okay, I might not know too much of. I'm thinking from the Protestant's perspective because I grew up Protestant.
That's fair enough that you think that, but that's that. So yeah, we reject sola scriptura. It's heretical. Because the problem is when you have sola scriptura, there's no way to actually determine who's right. You and I both exegete a passage from the Bible, and we disagree about what it means. How do we determine which one of us is right?
I would say by looking at what the actual words meant at the time.
Okay, we do that, and we still disagree about what it means in today. We still disagree about how that should be applied. How do we determine which one of us is right?
At that point, it's subjective, which is why I've
Right. It would be
said
sola
that-
scriptura. I agree with you. Is going to be entirely subjective.
Yeah, I mean that's why I've been referring to like religious morality as also subjective this entire
Well,
time.
I don't think it's entirely subjective. You know, you have to. Well, do you believe that truth is objective?
Facts are something that is used to create an opinion on truth, but truth is generally subjective.
Okay, hold on. Do you know what the difference between objective and subjective is?
Yes, subjective is something that everybody decides for themselves. Objective is something that is just generally true.
No. So
I-
objective is not dependent upon a mind. Subjective is mind dependent. So, like, does a tree
That's a
exist?
more technical way to it.
Well, yeah, but does the
That's a
tree exist
more
if there's
technical way
no
to find
if there's no minds there to look at it? Does the tree still exist?
Yes.
Okay, so the tree exists in objective morality or exists in objective reality.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to a degree there are some things that are objective when we talk about like
Like, what about the laws of logic? Are
law-
those objective?
I was going to say the laws of physics are objective.
That's true.
I-
Those are objective.
Laws of logic. I've never heard the term laws of logic before.
There's three laws of logic: the law of identity, non-contradiction, and excluded middle. The tree being the tree, even if there's no minds there, that's a demonstration of the law of identity. The tree is only ever what it is.
I would say certain things of this are objective, and then certain ones are subjective. I would say
Which one of the three laws of logic is subjective?
Non-contradiction.
A proposition or its negation is true. Or
So
no, my mistake. Either a proposition is true or it's false. My mistake. I'm actually working that wrong. No, two contradicting statements can't be true at the same time. That's the law of non-contradiction.
Yes, but that's when we get into the argument of like, so there's certain topics that we talk about in like there's a reason why I said that one is subjective.
At
There's
sea
certain things
level, water boils at 212 degrees. Is that true?
Hold on, but okay. Yes.
Okay, and you say it's
From
false,
what
and
I
I say it's true.
understand.
Either one of us is right, or we're both wrong, but we can't both be right. We're making contradicting claims. That's the law of non-contradiction demonstrated.
Okay. I was also going to bring up so like when we talk about crime statistics are something that they objectively point to something, obviously, but everybody disagrees on like so like the one thing that's usually argued between the left and the right whenever it comes to crime statistics is the 30-50 argument.
The
The
30-50
whole
argument?
the 30% of the population create.
You mean the 1350 argument?
Or yeah, 1350. Yeah. That argument is
Okay, so hold on. The right claims that
example
hold on.
of-
I'll just agree with you. The right says that it's true. The left says that it's not true. Right?
yes.
Okay, so
The-
either one of them is right or they're both wrong, but they can't both be right because they're making contradicting claims.
The reason that argument is the reason I'm stating that is subjective is because that is only based off of one, people who are caught, two, people who are actually prosecuted.
I'll just grant all of
and-
this, but either it's true or it's not. It can't be somewhere in the it either is true or it's not true. Okay, so if I say it is true and you say it's not true, now we're contradicting each other. Either one of us is right or we're both wrong, but we can't both be right making contradicting claims.
Yeah, I
What's
mean
this bottle made of?
to plastic.
No, it's not. It's made of aluminum. Either one of us is right or we're both wrong.
I mean, I guess I get your
Uh,
point with this one.
Yeah, so the laws of logic are objective, okay? And in fact, in order to actually argue against the laws of logic, you have to appeal the laws of logic. But let's get back to the actual prompt of this debate. So when you're saying that, so consent is what matters here, right?
Consent is what matters, yes.
Okay. So can you actually, so if somebody just gives you consent to do something, are you justified in doing it?
I would say as long as it affects your body generally, your own living body, generally speaking, yes.
Okay. So if somebody walks up to you and says, I want you to stab me in the eyeballs, is that okay for you to do just because they said it's okay?
I mean, yeah, I mean, for the most part, you're not gonna even get charges pressed. You might want to get that in writing.
Oh, well,
There's no
depend, but-
punishment there.
And what if they're schizophrenic?
Uh, then under the whole under duress thing would apply because
What if they just have depression?
can't consent.
Can people with depression consent?
Yes, people with depression can consent.
So if somebody with depression walks up to you and goes, "Hey, I just want you to cut my right arm off because it makes me really sad when I look at it." Should you do that?
I would say generally speaking, we shouldn't, but you could.
Yeah, I know that you could do it. I'm saying, should you do it?
Should you? No.
Why shouldn't you do it? They gave their consent. I don't see what the problem is there.
Because there's no actual reason to cut their fucking arm off.
But they said you could do it.
I mean, if they want to cut their own arm off, they can fucking.
No. They want you to do it.
I mean, like I said, there's no reason to do it other than them wanting you to do it. Generally,
Great. Okay, great. So if that's the standard, okay. So if I walk up to a doctor and say, "Doctor, I have intolerable pain. I have pancreatic cancer and I want you to kill me." Is the doctor now justified doing that just because I said he should? Just because I asked him to. And I said it was okay for him to do.
as long as it is verifiable that you have and you've gone through the tests and stuff, yes, they should be able to opt you out of life.
I didn't say should they be able to. I said should they do it.
That would be up to the doctor's morality, but yes.
Okay. So doctors should just do whatever I ask them to do.
No,
No, actually, I got a better question for you, right? So like, how about severe psychological pain? Should people be allowed to get MAiD for that?
no.
No.
Generally speaking.
How about if
no.
somebody has suicidal ideation? Should they be able to get MAiD?
No.
Okay.
I would say anything that is, whenever it comes to psychological issues, I would say anything that is manageable to where you can live a life unassisted, you should not be able to get MAiD for that.
And if they can't live a life unassisted, like what if they just need like, I don't know, let's say they need like somebody to make food for them. Like they just need that, but they can do everything else on their own.
I mean, if still no.
Like what if I had no what if I had no hands? Like I just had no hands. All right, I can't feed myself. Like I actually can't. So if I have no hands, can I come to the doctor and say, "I'm not having a good enough quality of life. Will you kill me, doc?"
No, because we have technology now that where you can get robotic arms and stuff.
And if I can't do that because I can't afford it,
That's why I support universal healthcare.
yeah, that's not.
And
That's,
we can
that,
we
that's not going to fix
we
that problem. But okay.
no, yeah, no, it does. Oh, okay. When we go to your second point,
Why
that
do
you
most
fucking talked
Canadians go to
about,
the United States for healthcare?
most Canadians don't.
Yeah, they do. If it's something they need done like now, like I don't know, heart surgery, cancer operations, they're going to the U.S. You know why?
Because the way that Canada's system is set up is flawed, severely flawed.
So who
I can
should pay for
ignore
the healthcare?
the rich, and just generally speaking, taxpayers.
Okay, so I should pay for your healthcare.
And I should, anybody who fucking pays taxes, yes.
Okay, is gender affirming care healthcare?
I personally would consider like therapy and other different types of mental health
I mean the surgical side
care,
of it.
healthcare. Well, that's still technically part of.
Okay, should I pay for things that contradict my worldview or that go against my ethical framework?
Whenever it comes to the stuff that the government is doing, I don't think you should have a choice.
Should I
I'm
pay
not.
for abortions?
I don't. That is actually one thing I don't think should be taxpayer funded whenever it comes to universal health care.
Isn't it healthcare? From your view?
Not necessarily because it's optional.
Yeah, lots
Optional.
of healthcare is optional.
Okay, so I would put a qualifier in there for ones that would be covered, and that's ones that would affect or like the life of the mother. Like if the mother's life is in danger, then taxpayer dollars should be able to be used for the abortion. Otherwise,
Should I pay for
no.
people's arthritis surgery?
To cure their pain. I mean, that's a medical
Well, it's not
procedure.
it doesn't
Yes.
cure it. Most of the time, it just makes it less. It makes it more manageable. But how about if somebody has severe
yeah.
arthritis? Can they go get MAiD for that?
No. I mean, unless they're at the point of arthritis where they cannot do anything unassisted, then no.
See, I think I'm the one here who actually values human life and thinks that we ought to actually just assist the people who need assistance, not fucking kill them for it. Like, how about somebody with ankylosing spondylitis? Should we off them or should we help them?
Let's go to the second point you brought up, the economic argument, because that affects both sides of our argument. When you say you want to be able to help people, if you don't support universal healthcare, that help comes with a price. How should we help people if they have to pay
even
for
with
it and they can't
universal
afford
healthcare,
it?
it's going to come with a price. It's just going to come out of my pocket.
Opposed to coming out of the pocket
Their
of
pocket. Yeah, it should come out of. I think
No,
if somebody
no,
wants healthcare,
it doesn't come out of their pocket because if you think it comes out of when you go for healthcare, when you have private health insurance, if you think it comes out of your own pocket, you don't understand how private healthcare works because
And
it
if you
goes
don't?
into a fucking.
if you don't have
It goes
insurance,
into a fucking. If you don't have insurance, then that gets covered by taxpayer dollars, already, for the most part.
yeah. And since we implemented that program, what's happened to the prices of medical care?
Generally speaking, it's actually gone down.
No, it's fucking skyrocketed. Everything is skyrocketed in medical care. That's why everybody's going, we need universal health care. And at any point, anybody in this country can go and see a doctor. They can't refuse them service. They actually can't refuse to treat people. Why do you want to universalize that? Can you actually tell me any system where the government steps in and takes over the program and it gets better? It gets more efficient?
Here in the United States, no. Other places,
Right, and you want the fucking government to
yes.
be taking care of medical care. That makes no fucking sense.
The whole reason why a lot of the stuff doesn't work in the United States is because of the same reason why the fucking Great Britain universal healthcare system has failed, and it's because the Republican Party here in the United States comes in afterward and then fucking defunds it and then expects it to work the same way that it normally would. Just like the fucking Conservative Party in Great Britain defunded the NHS and then they expected to continue to work the same as it did.
I still don't see where how you okay. Even if that's the case, you still haven't explained how. Whatever you agree with me that every time the government takes over anything, it gets less efficient and costs more. And you want the government to be regulating or be taking care of healthcare. Do they spend our taxes wisely now?
No, because
Then why do you want them to take over healthcare? That makes no fucking sense.
the reason
Like,
they don't
this is
spend
serious- This is like,
the reason
he abused me every other time, but not this time. It's gonna be different because I just really fucking hope so. Like,
Are there
what the
going
fuck are you talking about, dude?
if we implement universal healthcare, would there be problems in the system? Yes, but it would still be better than what we have now.
How? How would it be better than what we have now? I don't get it.
Because-
Literally every time the government gets involved in any fucking system, it gets worse.
No, have you? Let me ask you this question: have you ever been on Medicaid?
Yes.
Medicaid is literally the best insurance you can have in America. I
I
have had
agree with
both. I have had both
the
private
problem with
insurance
Medicaid
and
is, dude,
Medicaid.
hold on. The problem with Medicaid is the same problem that we have with the government funding college tuitions. When the people know they're going to get their money, guess what they do with the prices of things? They fucking raise them, which is why college tuition costs like fucking 4 times what it did 20 years ago. Because they know
Yeah.
the government's going to give them that sweet government tax money.
That's
Right?
because
So if we're paying for everybody's healthcare, they're going to fucking raise prices. And
it's because
innovation's going to go down.
when
There's no
you
money
do
to
a
be
lot
made
of
there, so why the fuck would people be innovative in medicine?
when you do a lot of the things like this, like Medicaid or the government grants, I would apply this to the military too, because we overpaid a military budget because of this as well. What the government doesn't do what the government does is they just hand out the money. Yes, which is what the problem that you're pointing out. What the government doesn't do is they don't cap what they're willing to pay. You have to cap what you are willing to pay if you're going to apply these certain programs. We need to start doing it.
So how
with
much money should the
military.
government pay for my healthcare? What's the threshold?
When I would say what it actually costs to provide it. So specifically, like I'll give something that's not arbitrary, because whenever it comes to like surgery and stuff, yes, that cost is kind of arbitrary. But whenever it comes to medicine, it should be, I would say, 10% above what the cost to make it, just for overhead reasons.
So you think companies are going to continue to invest in medical research and stuff like that when there's way less money to be made there than in other sectors?
That's why we also need to fund government-funded medical research, which all scientific research, in my opinion, should be government-funded for the most part, anyways.
Oh, so now the government gets to determine what the science is. We haven't seen that one before.
The reason I think that the government should fund scientific advancement is because otherwise you end up with things like how the medical system is now, where you have just
Because the government's never
a
lied to us.
fuckload of people fucking price gouging the shit out of medicine.
No, that's not what's going. That's not even most of the time what's going on with medicine. What's going on is, in order to compete, right, for like private healthcare companies and stuff like that, in order for them to compete with the fact that government is going to be paying the bills of people, they have to raise their prices, because the other companies that get all their money from the government, they can raise their prices because they know the government's just going to fucking pay them, which is the same thing colleges are doing right now. Why do you think college tuition goes up every year? Because they know they're going to get paid by the government, so they might as well just keep increasing that fucking number. That makes it even harder for people to pay in private. What you should do is get fucking all government funding out of it. Make it go back into private. You know what happens? You know, supply and demand theory, right? When there's more supply and there's more people to innovate, and demand's going to go down because there's going to be more people going into it for the money. Prices are going to necessarily go down.
when we talk about healthcare in particular, if we take the government out of it, sure, everything's going to go back down, but then we're also going to deal with people fucking just dying because they can't afford health insurance, or because they
And
already have
that's where things
pre-existing,
like the church comes in and
because they
charity
already
organizations
have
come in.
because they already have pre-existing conditions. Because that's one of the big things that government getting involved in medicine fixed, was the fact that before the government got involved in medicine, that health insurance companies were allowed to deny people because they already have pre-existing conditions, which you might be able-bodied and fine, but a lot of people are not.
We spend more than any other nation on chronic disease treatment, right? And that's all being funded by the government through Medicaid, through these chronic diseases, which are most of the time easily reversible if people just have a lifestyle change.
Chronic diseases are not easily reversible.
Depending on the chronic disease, they absolutely are.
Certain ones, like diabetes is
Right.
the only one that I can think of that is reversible at all, and that's only if you have type 2 diabetes.
Right. And would you consider obesity to be a chronic disease that people have to deal with for a long, long
No,
time?
I would not consider obesity a chronic disease. Obesity is a life choice, not a fucking chronic disease.
Okay, I'll just grant that. But we still need to get back to this whole why is it okay for the doctor to kill you because you say it's okay? That actually doesn't follow. And so
It's
whatever
the
threshold that you set for pain, by the way, is going to be totally arbitrary or post hoc.
It's the reduction of harm. It's less harmful to force people to it's less harmful to allow people to choose to end their life than to force them to live in chronic pain.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that that's true for one, but two. So if your harm reduction is your whole thing, would you ban cigarettes?
No, because that's a choice.
Okay. I don't get it though. They cause harm. Cigarettes are actually the number one cause of, or the leading cause. Or what is it? They're the number one, like cause of unnecessary health complications or health issues. I think in the United States.
If you're referring to lung, are they the number one? I've
Yeah,
never
they're
heard
the
that
number one.
statistic before. I'll just grant you that. I mean, like,
I believe that
I
they're number one.
yeah,
I know they're in the top 5 easily.
I could definitely believe they're in the top 5. I don't get me wrong. While I do believe in reduction of harm, I also believe heavily in bodily autonomy. I think people should be able to do pretty much whatever they want with their body.
Okay, if that's the case, you believe in bodily autonomy. Should two homosexual brothers be able to engage in an incestuous homosexual relationship?
Uh, Technically, there's nothing wrong with that outside of morality.
Would you want the state to come in and stop them?
I mean, incest is generally illegal, but the reason why incest is generally illegal is because of the health complications that can come from birth. So
Well,
technically,
great. They're
there's nothing
homosexuals. They're
morally
twin
wrong
brothers.
with
They can't
that.
reproduce. What's the harm?
There's technically no harm there.
So should the government come in and stop them?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. So far we've gotten this to it's okay for doctors to kill their patients if they ask them, and it's okay for people to have sex with cadavers because there's no harm there, and the cadaver consented before death. And there's nothing wrong with homosexuals, twin brothers engaging in incest. Let me ask you something. This is one of my favorite arguments, right? Are you familiar with an island called Papua New Guinea?
Yes.
Are you aware of the cum warriors of Papua New Guinea?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're familiar with them, should we stop them?
Yes, because the children cannot consent.
Well, actually, when psychologists went and actually looked at this, they actually couldn't demonstrate the harm. In fact, the children wanted to go back. There was no psychological damage that they could find associated with them. They wanted to be part of their tribe. It was part of the tribe's culture.
Again, children cannot consent. Children do not have the mental capacity to consent.
You still haven't demonstrated the harm.
The harm is the violation of consent because
Well, you
children
okay?
do
Well,
not have
okay,
the mental
okay. So
capacity to consent.
when can people consent?
So you have to have the mental capacity to consent. So like, it's easier to demonstrate the times that we can't. So when you're impaired, like alcohol, I would say that people who are like mentally ill, things like the Down syndrome,
How about people that have suicidal
cannot
ideations
consent.
because they're in pain? Can they consent?
Uh, I would say they could consent to being medically unalived. Yes.
What can they consent? What can't they consent to?
I mean, suicidal ideations doesn't mean you cannot consent.
I'm sorry. If somebody is suffering from suicidal ideations, are they allowed to make decisions for themselves anymore? Or do we put them in a fucking mental hospital?
We don't put them in a mental hospital. No.
We don't.
Mm,
I'm sorry. Can you explain what a 72-hour psychiatric hold is?
it's a okay. We put them in a fucking mental hospital for 72 hours, but then they're fucking allowed to leave. That's not actually putting them in a mental hospital.
Okay. Why do we put them in a psychiatric hold?
To attempt to prevent them from killing themselves, which is not as effective as it would seem, because suicidal ideations last for
Let me ask
longer
something.
than 72 hours.
If you let's say you had like your 18-year-old son comes to you, right? And he puts a pew pew right to his head, and he's like, I'm gonna fucking do it because I'm in pain. Are you gonna try and stop him?
Uh, I would try to talk him down, depending on the situation.
Would you forcibly take the pew pew out of his hand?
No,
No.
I would not forcibly remove the gun from his hand. I would talk him down, but I would not force him.
You're just gonna let your son kill himself?
When people are in that situation, like,
Why do you
so
think
if we're talking,
why do you think people stop people from doing stuff like that?
depends on the situation.
Most of the time they think because they're being totally irrational and they're not making coherent decisions.
Sometimes, I would agree with
I would
that.
say that's the
Sometimes,
majority of the time. So if it's the case that people stop other people from, offing themselves because they're making incoherent decisions because they're clearly mentally disturbed of some kind, what makes it okay if a doctor does it versus you letting him do it? I actually don't see the threshold. What's the distinction there?
when we're talking about somebody, and so when we're talking about the distinction between the doctor doing it versus somebody else doing it, um, whenever it comes to like these situations, it's
What
usually
about somebody
just
who's an alcoholic?
making it cleaner.
Because
Uh,
it's cleaner?
I'm going to be blunt there. It's just it is the whole
Okay, and
reason for medically assisted suicide is just
son's
it's
standing there,
cleaner.
right? And he's standing there, and he's got like a needle just like full of fentanyl right there, and he's just getting ready to put the plunger in. You gonna stop him? It's gonna be real clean.
I Whenever it comes to drug use, I think people should be able to do whatever the fuck they want.
No.
It's
They're
their own
not a
body.
drug user. They're just about to inject themselves with an intentionally lethal dose of fentanyl. Are you going to stop them?
It's no.
And how about your best friend? You gonna stop them?
Uh, if I would try to talk them out of it, I wouldn't physically stop them though.
Okay, so some friend you are, you should let your fucking best friend kill himself. I don't understand. This position is totally inconsistent and incoherent. You're just like, well, I think doctors should be able to kill patients who are in pain because they asked them to, and it's like, well, that doesn't tell us anything. Like, so what should doctors? This is literally just totally incoherent. You haven't actually made any kind of a justification for it. Just, I think people suffering bad, therefore they should be able to kill themselves.
Like I said, I think it's worse to force people who are reliant on other people to have to live and suffer than to let them choose to end their own suffering.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's really what it is though, because people in okay, what if they weren't in like pain that was going to be lifelong, but to them it was just so unbearable they just didn't want to go through it at all.
No, that would not be a justifiable
Well,
reason.
it's going to last like 10 years. The pain's going to last 10 years where they're going to be just like bedridden, not going to be able to move. But in about 10 years, there's a chance that they'll recover. Sorry.
If there is just a chance that they could recover and it's not guaranteed, then yes.
You wouldn't at the very least err on the side of caution and say wait to 10 years?
No, because then that'd be forcing suffering for an arbitrary reason because of an outcome that is not guaranteed.
Well, right, but offing them because they want to, because they're in pain, is arbitrary.
Yeah, I mean,
how do we determine what a threshold of pain is? How much pain does somebody have to be in?
I've already defined my threshold of pain in this conversation multiple times. Whenever I am defining the threshold of pain for this conversation, it is pain in specifically that is debilitating enough that you are reliant on another person for pretty much your entire life.
Should we force people to do it?
No.
No.
Because if they want to live with that pain, that is their choice. If they want to opt out, that is also their choice.
If somebody with Down syndrome wants to live?
When we're talking about Down syndrome in this case, are we talking about the physical Down syndrome, or are we talking about what most people think of whenever we refer to mental retardation or Down syndrome?
Yeah, when we refer to people with just people with Down syndrome.
I mean, not all forms of Down syndrome are
the general idea that people have when they think of somebody with Down syndrome. Like they can talk, but they're just kind of like mentally impaired. Like, you know, they're not going to really mature.
I would technically say that one's up to the caregiver because they can't consent.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but got it. So
generally speaking,
okay, so let me make sure I get this right.
Like generally speaking, I also support positive eugenics, so I wouldn't necessarily think that situation should even be able to progress to that point where the parent would have to make that decision.
Mom and dad are going down the road, right? They got Junior, 5-year-old Junior in the back seat, and they drive off a bridge. Mom and dad are fine. Junior's basically going to be stuck mentally 5 for the rest of his life. Should mom and dad get to decide if he's killed?
Yes.
They should be the ones to decide that.
Their consent should be factored in, but ultimately it should be a doctor's decision, obviously.
The doctor should be the one to decide who gets to be killed.
I mean, the consent technically is on both parties. It's on the doctor to fucking actually end the life, so the doctor's consent matters as well. Which is why I don't think we should force all doctors to be able to have to do this. It would only be ones that are willing to do it.
So basically your whole argument here is that people who want to do mercy killings should. Yeah, what if the doctor has a different opinion on what mercy killing is?
What do you mean by that?
Well, let's just say that the doctor has an arbitrary standard where he says that people with ADHD are going to have, debilitating conditions like that where they're not going to be like everybody else and they're really going to struggle in life. And so if somebody with ADHD just wants to off themselves, isn't that the most merciful? Or how about dyslexia? Somebody with dyslexia, that's going to really have problems, even up into your adult life, right? Like severe dyslexia, can't read at all. Isn't that gonna have some problems? Like that's gonna cause some problems there. Should people with dyslexia who have a debilitating condition like that be able to just kill themselves because should be able to go to the doctor and
No,
ask them to do it?
no, because that dyslexia is not something debilitating enough to where you'd have to rely on somebody else to do everything in your life for your entire life.
I don't know. Driving, taxes.
Yeah, those are certain aspects of life, but it's not something that will make your entire life debilitating. It's two different things. When I am referring to this, I am referring to things that would make your entire life debilitating. That is why I've conceded on
Okay,
Down
so if
syndrome.
somebody's in a
That's
wheelchair,
why
they're double amputee right below the knees, right? And they go to the doctor and just go, "I'm not in physical pain, doc, but I just can't take it anymore."
they can still, to a degree, live a decent life. So no,
Well, who's deciding what degree of quality of life should be the one to decide whether or not you should be able to kill yourself?
they're not. Again, it goes back to my original standard, which is they'd have to rely on somebody else to do every aspect of their life. Or not even every aspect, the majority aspect of their life. A double amputee would not qualify for that standard.
I'm just trying to figure out. You're basically just saying that I have this arbitrary standard of people who are people who are entirely dependent on others should be able to go to the doctor and ask them to off themselves, or people who are in chronic intolerable pain.
People who are in chronic intolerable pain to an extent where they have to rely on others, yes. The whole caveat with this is having to rely on others to have a decent quality of living or to be able to function in society or life. So like if you cannot work,
What's the age for
um,
this? What's the minimum age, or what's
I,
the maximum, or the minimum age where somebody can do this?
I would say 18.
Okay, 18.
I would say 18 because that's when we legally consider somebody an adult and allowed to make their own decisions. If we want to go off of cognitive standards, then obviously we would want to say 25 because it's when the brain's fully developed. But we've societally decided when somebody is an adult is 18. So
Okay, and how about the contradiction in the Hippocratic Oath?
I mean, like I said, it would.
Like, can
We'd
people
have-
learn to cope? Can people learn to live with their debilitating disabilities to the point where they're entirely dependent?
Certain ones, yes.
I mean, wouldn't every one of them technically it would be possible that they could?
Not really. Not everyone. Like somebody with dementia, somebody with Alzheimer's, somebody with the
Well, they
type of
can't
Down
consent
syndrome that we were
anyways.
talking. Yes, but like I said, with dementia and Alzheimer's specifically, they would
You don't see that as being a problem though, where if like somebody doesn't want to
preemptive
deal with their
consent.
Alzheimer's parent anymore, like my dad, he's
No,
fucking
because
crazy.
I already qualified this at the beginning. where it would need to be something where they consent to it ahead of time before they are cognitively impaired.
So what when they're like how long before you think that Alzheimer's symptoms start setting in for most people?
You can get screened and find out that you have the possibility of developing Alzheimer's or dementia. Literally at our age right now, it's a genetic screening test. So you could consent to where if you develop Alzheimer's or develop dementia, that you would want to be put down, and that would be fine.
And you don't think that there would be any kind of a conflict of interest there?
No.
No? Like if grandpa's a millionaire, right? And he put it in his will that he wants to be offed, if he starts showing signs of dementia. But now when he's, showing the signs of dementia and he goes, I don't want you to fucking kill me.
I'll let you answer that if you want to answer that before we
mean-
get into closings.
At that point, he would no longer because he's got dementia. He would no longer cognitively be able to fucking make that decision. So he already made.
Well,
that
you know that
decision
people with
prior.
Alzheimer's and dementia do actually have moments of rationality and clarity.
All right, we're gonna stop it there because that's the hour wrapped up for the open floor. We're gonna get into closing statements. Just a quick reminder for the chat. All right. First off, you can find both the debaters in the description of this live. Okay, so make sure you go to the description, show both the debaters some support coming out and giving you a show tonight. Okay. Also, a reminder for the chat. I only see a fourth one just came in, but I only see 4 questions in the Q&A, and we only got a couple super chats to go through. So if you want to get a question in there, do it while they're doing their closing statement so that we can have some questions, because we have the 30-minute Q&A, but if we run out of questions and they run out of answer, we're going to just move it along to the open panel portion. So get your questions in. With that being said, Vigilante, you're going to be first for the closing statements, so that will give Steelborn the last word. So whenever you're ready, Vigilante, I will start the timer up with your voice. And again, thank you both for coming out tonight and giving us the debate.
Yeah, so kind of as I said, this pretty much just ended up being a conversation about morality and trying to define whether or not this is moral. But as I said in the beginning, this is more of an empathetic issue than a moral issue. It's do you have empathy for people who are suffering to want to allow them to end their suffering? It's not a moral question of why is this morally justifiable. I mean, obviously your own morals come into this on whether or not you should do it, whether or not you should be the one injecting the person, because it's an ejection. It's unfortunately moral discussions like this, whenever it comes down to it, or empathy-based discussions when it comes down to it, are kind of arbitrary. They're hard to draw lines. You have to know each other's specific type of morality in order to actively fight the conversation. Which is why a lot of this debate was centered around Steelborn trying to figure out where I draw my morality from. I would say the biggest reason why we should allow medically assisted end of life is we shouldn't force people who are medically suffering, that are reliant on somebody else, to have to live the remainder of their life reliant on somebody else. A lot of the people who get to the point where they are reliant on somebody else end up feeling extremely guilty for having to be reliant on somebody else. This is something, if you follow the chronically ill community at all, that you'll notice as a trend is a lot of people, while they can learn how to manage their symptoms, they essentially end up feeling guilty, even more guilty for having to rely on somebody else, which is an unfortunate reality whenever it comes to chronic illnesses. Uh, and we shouldn't force people to live with both the pain and suffering that's caused by the illnesses, as well as the guilt that is also caused by the illnesses. And I'll see the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we'll hand it over back to Steelborn. And Steelborn, whenever you're ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice. And again, thank you both for being here tonight.
Yeah. So ultimately, this debate started out with him saying, let's debate this topic that's going to be centered around what your moral and ethical framework is. So then I started trying to dive into it, and he's like, I don't want to talk about morality. I don't want to talk about him. I don't want to have a moral debate. This is a moral question. This has to be centered on morals, right? For those of you that subscribe to the same worldview I do, which would be Christianity, you actually you can't consistently apply this. You can't do this and be consistent because all humans are made in the image of God. They all have dignity inherently. Therefore, and suffering is not inherently bad according to the Christian worldview, right? So you can't just kill people because they asked to. That you can't do that, right? So then I start diving into, well, let's see, where the thresholds are for this. And if it's unbearable suffering, well, you can't people can have physical pain from psychological suffering that can be debilitating, where the point where they have to be dependent on other people, right? Which one of these sounds like the more moral system? Somebody is dependent upon another person, right? To the point where they can't even really live a functional life. Therefore, they should kill themselves, and you advocate for that, or we should take care of them and help them and be charitable to people. That's a pretty easy option for me, and it's not even really a choice. So I asked him, well, what about consent? Let's push the consent issue. He never actually really gave a reason why having sex with grandma's cadaver is bad, other than it's just against his preference and, society. And it's like, well, okay. And if society says that, that's not bad, what's the problem there? If morality is determined by society and by the culture, then it's always going to be subject to change, and you can't actually make that position consistent because the culture is always subject to change. So it's ultimately going to boil down to, well, it's my preference. I would prefer you kill people that don't have normal lives or that aren't functional. And it's like, well, depending on whose worldview informs that, who's to say homosexuals don't have, irregular lives, and therefore we should just off them, right? They're not living a functional life. They're doing other stuff, right? They're not having a family or children. Who's to decide what a functional life even is? That makes no sense. And then other than that, he couldn't answer to, I gotta pull up my opening here real quick. Yeah, he couldn't answer to the contradiction of consent. He couldn't answer really to the threshold of pain. It's just going to be, well, if they have a debilitating condition, therefore, they're good. But it's like people with debilitating conditions and chronic pain make stupid decisions all the time. They actually, a lot of the times, they can't consent to things because they're what is it? The idea for them to be informed is not actually possible because they're in such debilitating conditions. They'll agree to things that they normally never would. There are plenty of people who agree to things who are in such cognitive pain, they're in such pain that they actually can't function, that they would never agree to normally. Like draining their bank accounts and stuff. Like literally, people do stupid stuff like this all the time because they're in physical pain and they can't think straight. If you ever met somebody who's in such chronic pain that they can't function, they do stupid shit, right? They can't consent to normal things, which is usually why when somebody is in such a situation of pain, they actually have to get essentially a temporary guardian And we do this for all kinds of people, right? And he says, well, before grandpa was, had dementia, he said he wanted to be off. And it's like, people with dementia, although they don't have a normal functioning brain anymore, they can still make rational decisions. They're absolutely capable of it. I've had two grandparents one with Alzheimer's and one with Lewy body dementia. Both of them constantly forgot what was going on, but there was moments of clarity a lot of the time. But during one of those moments of clarity, grandpa says, I don't want to die. I don't want you to kill me. Well, that's too bad, grandpa. You signed the paper 20 fucking years ago. It's like, because people's opinions don't change? That makes no fucking sense. Ultimately, his position is entirely incoherent. He just says, well, I would prefer that we kill people. Like, ultimately, that's what, and he already admitted to it. He's a eugenicist. We should kill people with Down syndrome. We should kill with severe Alzheimer's or autism. Right? What about narcolepsy? Should we kill people with that? Like, because, they might fall asleep? He has no standard in which he can consistently apply this position. And when you try and, have the concept of mercy killing, you never know where that's going to lead. There's no threshold to determine what mercy actually is in that scenario. What's compassion? And with that, I'll see the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we are going to roll over to the 30-minute Q&A. But before we start the 30-minute Q&A, I like to ask a question for both sides. For both sides of the debate based off of some of the things I heard. So for the first question, I'm gonna ask it for the for vigilante side, for the pro side. If so, like I noticed that some of the things were about like it's a lot to do with like autonomy as well, like because like if they're deciding that they want to go, they should be able to decide this. So like how do we like address or mitigate the, like if this was allowed, the risk that some people may choose the assisted death due to some like external pressure, being like they feel like they're a burden to their family, or maybe they have a gambling debt, so that's what's making them feel like they'd rather just be off. So or debt in general. So like how would we address that risk? What would be like the mechanism for addressing that?
Yeah, so I would think that whenever it comes to people who um, they just have the debilitating illness and it's not like a mental illness situation, um, I would say that those people would need to go through psychological evaluations um, to determine if they're like rationally thinking about why they want to commit uh, medically assisted death.
Okay. Did you want to say anything to that, Steelborn?
Could you repeat it? I'm sorry. I was looking at something on my end.
Like the question?
Yeah, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, it was just I was just asking the mechanisms that we would do to address or mitigate the risk that some people may choose the assisted death due to some external pressure, like feeling like they're a burden to their family or they're in massive debt, so they look at this as a way out of it, things like that. So I asked, what would be, how would we mitigate that or address it?
Yeah, you really couldn't. If your threshold for if your threshold is just they're dependent on other people, well, that's also going to be subjective to people thinking that they're dependent upon other people, right? So you actually wouldn't be able to tell somebody that they're not dependent on another person. Just they feel that they are.
All right. Next question I have, also for the pro side, is um, how would we ensure that this the expanding, because it seems like it's about expanding compassion, like because like you feel these people are suffering, so we want to like expand our compassion by allowing the assisted death. But how do we ensure that it doesn't slowly turn into like people just not wanting to care for the vulnerable and like terminally ill people? Like how do we like make sure it doesn't just turn into everybody that's vulnerable or terminally ill just gets assisted death?
Um, well, the main way that I would want to see that happen is um, taking, for at least lower class individuals who can't afford like in-house care, making hospice more available for terminally ill people, so that way they're not reliant on their loved ones and they don't feel as bad um, forcing their loved ones to take care of them, and they can go into hospice instead. That way, that emotional pressure is lessened because the person taking care of you is somebody whose job it is to take care of you.
All right. Did you have anything for that, Steelborn?
I don't think so, at least.
Okay. All right. Um. uh. So for the Steelborn side, then, for the con side, if ending suffering is a moral good in many cases, right? Um, why isn't or sorry would prolonging the pain, like an example of like somebody's like stage 4, the doctors are saying they got a week or two at max to live, they're in extreme pain, would prolonging that pain truly be a more ethical act than ending it for them?
Well, from my worldview, I would argue no, it wouldn't be a more ethical act because all humans are made in the image of God, and you can't defile an image bearer.
Sorry. Yeah, you're saying the ending of them wouldn't be, right?
The intentional ending of them for an unjust reason.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because what I said was like, would prolonging their pain in that situation, because like they only have, say, the doctors say they have 2 weeks to live, would prolonging that 2 weeks be the more ethical act than the assisted death?
No, I don't think that it would be the more moral option to. You're basically what this boils down to is the doctor is killing somebody, right?
So you would be saying yes, it is the more moral option. I think
to not kill them, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. To prolong it the 2 weeks.
Yeah, because ultimately it's just going to boil down to the doctor is killing somebody.
Okay. And Vigilante, did you have something for that?
No.
Okay. And then so this will be because you brought up morals, right? And like your stance is rooted in your Christian worldview. So like, what gives? I think this is something, it's I'm sure the other side would ask, what gives those morals authority in shaping the public law for people who don't share them?
Well, ultimately, I don't. For my worldview, any morality that's not divine from or not derived from Christian ethics is ultimately going to be immoral. But they have no way to justify their position. They just say, "Well, I think we should do this because I prefer it." And if it's the case that, well, you think that morality is all just preferences, and I prefer that we don't do that, and there's more of me, and I can monopolize the force, well, then you don't get to fucking do that anymore. And I want the force to be informed by my worldview, not his.
All right, and Vigilante, do you have anything for that?
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the problem with the fact that all morality is subjective. I mean, you choose
keep making that claim.
to...
Can you demonstrate that?
Yeah, it's the fact of I choose my morality myself versus you choose to base your morality off of a religion, or
Yeah, just because I
Muslims choose.
no, well, because I just because I choose what ethical framework it is that I follow, doesn't logically follow that morality is subjective. Just so you know.
How do you define morality?
Morality would be just an ethical framework to follow.
You choose your ethical framework to
Or
follow.
morality would be. I'm trying to remember what the actual definition of morality is. It's like the standard of acceptable and unacceptable behaviors in society or something like that. I actually can't remember.
Principles concerning the distinction between right and wrong, or
Yes,
good and
thank you.
bad.
Yeah.
How we choose how we see right and wrong. It's
okay. Morality is subjective. Is that always true?
yes, morality is always
morality
subjective.
subjective. Then you can't say that my morality is any less valid than yours.
I'm not saying that it is. That's
great. Well, I'm saying that yours is less good than mine. And there's a lot more people who think like me and think like you.
That's part of morality being subjective. You can think my morality is immoral. I can think your morality is misguided.
No, you think that my morality is just as valid as yours, and I don't hold to that position.
I think that it's just as valid as mine, yes, but I also
yeah,
think
and I don't hold to that position.
Yeah,
you don't have a problem with people fucking cadavers, dude. It's totally fine. Have sex with grandma's corpse. I mean, that's what she wanted.
You're the one that fucking brought up fucking corpses, dude.
Yeah, I know. And you said, it's fine.
I don't know. I feel like if the moral framework we have in society wasn't forced upon everybody, and you weren't a Christian, you need to follow that fucking moral framework in order to be a good person. That's one of the problems that a lot of people like myself have with religion is the need.
Yeah, I was actually
that people have.
You're an omnist, is that correct?
I am an omnist, yes.
Okay, yeah, you know that omnism is totally logically incoherent, right? So I'll define it at least the best I understand it. Omnism is the belief that all religions either they're all trying to point to the same creator, or they all have some truth to them.
It's generally that they all have some truth to them, yes.
Okay, and when all of the different religions make contradicting claims, they can't all be true. We walk through the laws of logic.
They don't. Okay, so as somebody who has studied a lot of different religions, they don't, in certain ways, they do, to an extent, contradict each other. You're not wrong about that. But they don't necessarily make contradicting claims whenever it comes to morality. There are a lot of
Sure, they do.
There are a lot of similarities in stories. There are a lot of similarities in like the creation stories, in a lot of cases are extremely similar. Yeah, and they don't entirely contradict each other.
If you say that all of them have some truth to them, or all of them have like they have a part of the truth, therefore all of them are somewhat true. That's just a quantifier shift fallacy, right? And I'll explain. We all have, everybody in this debate right now, including the mod, we all have moms, right?
Yeah.
Does it follow that we all have the same mom?
No.
Right, that's the quantifier shift fallacy. So, if you were to say that we all had the same mom because we all have moms, therefore we all have the same mom, right? So, like, I'll give you an example. Roman Catholics claim that Muslims, Christians, and Jews all worship the same God because we all believe in one God, and it all kind of comes from a similar, it all comes from a similar time frame. Therefore, they worship the same God. That doesn't follow because we all have one God. Therefore, we all worship the same God. And actually, I would argue that none of us worship the same God.
I see where you're coming from, but I disagree for the reason of specifically whenever it comes to those religions you're talking about, they all derive their belief system from Judaism. Like the
Okay, hold
Judaism
on.
is
I'll
basically the
explain why.
parent religion of all of those religions.
I'll just grant it, right? But here's the problem. Here's why we can't all be worshiping the same God. If I tell you that I love ice cream, you picture, the vanilla ice cream with the waffle cone, right? And then if I start describing to you fucking barbecue ribs, and that's what I mean by ice cream, we're not talking about the same thing. At that point, we're equivocating. The ontology of the God of both Islam and Judaism, and in all actuality, Roman Catholics versus Orthodox or Protestants versus Orthodox, the ontology of the God they're describing is very different. The nature of God they're describing. So they're not talking about the same thing anymore. So and when they try and say, well, we both believe in God, it's like, well, when a Muslim says that to a Christian, no, we actually don't believe in the same thing. The ontology of the God that we believe in is entirely different from yours. We're not talking about the same concept anymore.
Okay. So I see where you're coming from, but like I think you're kind of misinterpreting what is meant when that is said.
That comes
It's
from the
less
Vatican
of
II. The Catholics claim that.
I realize that, but it's not that you have the same idea of God of what God is.
No, they say they were worshiping the same God.
All
We have
yeah,
each of us have a particular
by
view of what God is. And if
by
the
God,
ontologies don't match,
yes,
they're not the same thing.
it's entity versus concept.
No, I don't think it's
So
a concept. I think
so no, okay, no. Here,
from the Christian worldview, you
we'll
can't actually make a
bring
knowledge
this into
claim on
something.
God.
We'll bring this into something a little bit more grounded in reality. We both know Trump is a person, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm very sure that we both have very different views on who Trump is as a person. Correct?
I think he's the president.
I mean, he's a
Are you talking about like his character?
his character, yes.
Right. Okay. So here's why I don't think this is analogous. Because we are even though we have different ideas of what Trump's character is, he is still one person, right? Whereas the Muslim God
Yes.
entirely contradicts what what Christians say God is. So
Well,
their concept of God is totally different from ours.
The left's view of the character of Trump versus the right's view of the character of Trump is completely different, and they both contradict each other. So that's why I brought up that as a point.
I would agree with they're making contradicting claims, but ultimately one of them is right, or they're both wrong. But they can't both be right if they're making contradicting claims. So like I'll give you an example. Orthodox and Catholics claim that God is a triune nature. Muslims don't. So we're talking about something totally fucking different at this point. And there's a bunch of logical entailments within the difference between the Trinity versus the way Allah is described by Muslims. It's a totally different person at that point that they're talking about. So like if I say I'm talking about President Trump, and when I say President Trump, you're thinking Will Smith. That's actually more analogous to what I'm saying than what you're trying to do.
No. So it'd be the concept of like when referring to President Trump, you're talking about the Trump administration versus talking about the person of Donald Trump is basically what you're talking about.
The Muslims are they're claiming that they know the nature of God. If God's nature is different than what we say the nature of God is, that actually fundamentally changes what God is. Because God having an entirely different ontology means it's a different thing.
I feel like a little off topic, but I decided to let it go for a minute because it's still a good topic. And Vigilante has a debate about omniism coming up soon.
Well, I'll hop in the panel for that. But also, just so you know, none of this is personal. I have no hard feelings towards Vigilante. I think his worldview is wrong, but I don't hate the guy. This is just
Nice.
this is all in good fun, man.
For sure. But now we're gonna get into the 30-minute Q&A. First off, we only got a couple super chats here, so we'll just put
Guys,
these
send
up quick.
Speakeasy your fucking money. He went through all the work to put this together. Send him your fucking money.
True. You should. You really should. Kokomo sends in 20 Australian just to show some support. Says nothing. Thank you very much, Kokomo. At Wrath of Reason comes in for $5. Says, let's get this started, chat. Easy's going to need cash to clean all the blood up after this one. Get in those donos. I agree. Get in those donos. Okay. But that's it for the donos at the moment. If you wanna bump yourself up ahead of these Q&A questions, you can with a super chat still. But we'll get over here to the Q&A. First one comes in from Trashbag. Says, why treat a disease at all if death is a cure?
Because we should. Okay, so the focus should be to attempt to cure something first. So, like with the reason why, whenever I was talking about cancer in particular earlier, I used the qualifier of after all options are exhausted. So like going through chemo, going through like bone marrow transplants with like leukemia and stuff. There's a bunch of different options. There is the option to be able to possibly end the suffering, whereas if those options don't work, they're just going to suffer and die. And that's when they should be able to opt into ending their life early, versus with things like ALS, things like dementia, they're just going to suffer and die. There's no way to cure it. The difference being there is a possible cure versus there is no cure. You can treat things to help make them more manageable. You could treat certain things to make them more manageable, but we don't currently have any cures for those diseases, which brings the problem of suffering.
So what about in cases where you have a very low likelihood of treating the disease? I'll give you an example. There are types of hepatitis A that do not respond to treatment.
Mhm.
Right? Hepatitis A being an acute disease. However, there were tests that were done and have confirmed it's a very low success rate. Right? It's like I think like 8 or 10%. But giving them hepatitis C can actually cure the Hep A. But if it doesn't, that for sure will kill him. Having both of them at the same time. So, should we just kill him instead?
No, we should exhaust all treatment options to go for the cure, for curing them, so they can have a standard of quality of a decent quality of life where they are not dependent on somebody else before we allow the option of opting out.
See, I don't get this whole thing of like they have to be dependent. If they're dependent on someone else, therefore it's okay to kill them. That doesn't actually follow, and you haven't really made the argument for why it follows. It's just if this is the conditional that I set up, this is the criteria, the arbitrary threshold that I set. That if somebody is dependent upon another person, therefore they can go and get MAiD. But like, wouldn't the better option just to tell them like, no, man, don't fucking kill yourself over that. This just because you're dependent upon another person doesn't mean that you can't be helpful to other people. Doesn't mean that you have no value in the world. Like, you could still be a massive influence on, let's say it's a guy who has no kids, right? And he's like a quadruple amputee and he's living back with mom and dad. That doesn't mean that you can't be a massive influence on your nieces and nephews or your cousins, right? And be massively important to them.
Okay. So, I mean, I get what you're saying, but like when we talk about the general part of this topic, where people just off themselves. Do you know what the number one cause specifically for men for offing themselves is?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
Do you
My earbuds.
whenever it comes to men in particular, when we're just talking about people generally offing themselves, do you know what the number one cause of men offing themselves is?
I actually used to know that. I know the number one correlate is, but you tell me.
The number one cause of why men off themselves is because they no longer feel like they are living up to societal standards. They feel like they are failing their families.
I feel like they're not living up to
They
societal
think-
standards, or they feel like they don't have purpose.
It's both. So specifically, like usually it happens like after they like lose a job or like they are in a fuckload of debt, where they're like not living up to male standards for societal's male standards, like the traditional male standards. That's usually when men off themselves. Like they can't provide for their loved ones, things like that.
The number one reason men report for contemplating or committing suicide is usually related to a sense of loss of purpose.
All right. So this next question comes in from Kyle Rollheiser. Says, how do you decide who qualifies for MAiD? If it just comes down to consent, wouldn't everybody would be able to qualify?
So
No, because they're not dependent on another person for some arbitrary reason.
as I've qualified is it would be dependent, like he just said, it would be dependence on another person, where they cannot live
That's
their
totally
life.
arbitrary. That's not a justification. That's totally arbitrary as a justification. There's no fucking system behind that. It's just because you prefer that's the criteria that they have to meet.
The reason I've stated this multiple times now. The reason I selected that as the criteria is because they are not able to function as the normal way that we would in society without the help of another person.
Yeah, yes, but just because you can't function in society doesn't mean that you're useless. It doesn't mean that you don't have purpose. It doesn't mean that you don't have duties to society still or obligations. Like that doesn't follow. You're just saying, well, because they're dependent on somebody, they can't live a functional life. And it's like, that doesn't mean that you're fucking Stephen Hawking couldn't fucking live a functional life. He was in a wheelchair his whole life. He had massive fucking breakdowns had massive innovations for science. Right? Should we have mated him?
He should have had the option to opt out if he wanted to. Yes, you can still, like, if you are physically disabled like that, it is still possible for you to find a purpose.
What if you're
That
blind
is
and
why
deaf?
it is
What if
a
you're blind and deaf?
optional thing. What?
What if you're blind and deaf? Not in pain, but you're just blind and deaf.
You only you don't rely on somebody as much as you would in the case of like pain and things like, and like being physically disabled. So
That is a physical
not
disability.
necessarily. No,
I'm
not
just-
what I meant.
Well, I mean, like you are going to be entirely dependent on people. If you're blind and deaf, yes, yeah, you just are.
All right.
From my understanding, you can still work when you're blind and deaf.
Doing what? What the fuck can you do when you're blind and deaf? Like seriously, what can you do?
I mean, fucking Helen Keller was a writer.
She had to have had a fucking ghostwriter. Come on. You don't fucking believe she wrote the shit she couldn't fucking see and didn't know how to read. Come on. Don't bullshit me.
Conspiracy
Where was the
time.
thing?
She could actually see and hear. No.
There's a bit from Family Guy about that.
Yeah, the cutaway from Family Guy. She's
Yeah, when she
doing
just,
the
like,
thing,
goes
and then
over
when the lady leaves, she's like, "That's a good one." Oh, Cleaner over here, Cleaner 409, bumping himself up with a super chat. Thank you very much, Cleaner. I appreciate it greatly. if your position is people who are dependents should be allowed to self delete, then by your logic, every child should be allowed to self delete on a bad, depressing day. They cannot function solo in society yet.
Well, they can't consent.
The difference is the fact that they will eventually be able to function by themselves. The fact that
Well, what is
people
this whole
with
fucking by themselves part? Like, you gotta understand, dude. Like, this is totally arbitrary. That just because somebody can't function by themselves doesn't mean that they're not still going to be incredibly important to society. I mean, FDR was in a fucking wheelchair, for God's sakes. He was the fucking president of the United States.
yes, that's why I've said for the most part people in wheelchairs would not qualify is because people in wheelchairs can still fucking work and live a normal life.
What about people, somebody with like severe Parkinson's? Like so severe that they can't do literally anything, or they'll just like fucking drop it and throw it everywhere.
Parkinson's is, yeah, if they want, because they cannot operate, that would be something that I would say that they should be allowed to opt out. Yes.
And if they have children,
People get over loss
do they have
eventually.
no obligation to take care of their children?
It's not like they could.
Why can't they?
Because they have to fucking have somebody else hold shit and all that for them. Like they can barely fucking walk and all that.
Right, but they still can't be of great moral guidance and, you know, bringing people and like, you know, like teaching people how to operate in the world. They can't do any of that because they got fucking shaky hands. Like
Sure, like I said, you can you can still fucking find a purpose. If
right,
you're
anybody can
physically
still
disabled.
find a purpose, so they shouldn't be allowed to fucking kill themselves.
It's the whole difference is like not wanting to make people have to fucking find a whole new purpose in life.
Yeah, that's nice, but tough shit, I guess. What's better? Killing yourself or finding purpose? Like actually. Because if you find purpose, you're now useful.
Sure, we can just magically make sure everybody fucking finds purpose.
No,
Such
I'm not saying that
a
we can make sure
fucking
we can help people. I mean, that's what the church is great for this, for helping people find purpose again. Like men who are divorced and they feel useless and they feel lost, right? They can find purpose again. Like, hey, man, you know, like this is the difference. Like, in all actuality, and there's really nothing against you, but the whole position of MAiD, just to me, is it seriously feels so fucking like it had to have come out of a woman's brain, because like when one of your fucking buddies, you know, is fucking falling apart and he's being a total retard and he's being useless, you don't look at him and go, yeah, you should probably kill yourself. You know, get your fucking shit together, dude. Find something. I mean, what about, don't you remember like Jordan Peterson? We all have to find purpose. It's like you gotta do something good. Why do you think people were so people gravitated to him so much? It's because he had a point. That it's far better to try and find purpose within your life doing something, right? Whether that's, you know, fucking reading to children, or, you know, being a fucking tutor, or you know, just contributing in some way to society is far better than just might as well just fucking kill yourself. I guess you're right. Your life's worthless.
The Jordan Peterson voice was pretty good. I can't lie.
Like, what do you mean by good?
It was a pretty good impression. I can't lie. Our next question here comes in again from the chat, and oops, let me see here. Why is that in my way? Oh, there we go. Belinda Gulix. I hope I said that right. Is any of Steele's inquires from experience? Has he lost someone to any of these to be so bold and rash? This much screen time is just as addicting, but he's on here. like the rest of us.
Is the question asking have I lost anybody to these conditions?
Yeah, I'm a little bit. Yeah, I'm kind of confused on
Like
the
is
question.
I just want to that is the question more so, right? Like at least that was the question that was in
Yeah,
there.
is any of Steele's inquiries from experience? Has he lost someone to any of these to be so bold and rash? I think basically like people who have went through these like
Yeah,
debilitating
I've gone through
things. I
these.
think that's what they're
Yeah,
getting at.
I've both my grandfathers I lost to dementia.
And I think that's what they're asking. Like, do you think in those
Yeah,
situations,
I lost both my grandfathers to dementia, and if it was the case that like my old man was like he couldn't fucking walk or do anything for himself, I wouldn't tell him to kill himself. I'm sorry, I just wouldn't.
fair enough. Vigilante, you have anything for that?
Yeah, I mean, like the whole thing is not about like telling somebody to kill themselves. Like you should
I would
never
actively
tell
tell him
somebody.
it's not okay to do that.
Yeah, I mean that's fine, and then, like that's always the good thing to do is try to talk somebody down. But like
No, I would
in
force
the
him.
end,
I would just
in
force
the
him
end of the
to not do
day,
that. The difference between you and me,
that's your prerogative, man.
the difference between you and me is that if my best friend pulled up and he had, that pew pew to his head and said, "I'm gonna fucking do it," I'm tackling his ass to the ground, tackling his ass to the ground, and fucking ripping that thing right out of his hand and chucking it, and telling him, "You ever do anything that fucking stupid again? I'll break his legs."
Fair enough. Next question is from Double B. Should a Down's syndrome person without the ability to self-determine be offed by the doctor uh, in contation with the career?
I'm
Uh,
not sure what the
I feel like
qualifier
this
there
is
is. Does that qualifier make sense to you?
no, but I feel
Okay.
like the question. I feel like the question is like talking positive eugenics because I did mention I support positive eugenics. Um, so whenever it comes down to it, like I certain birth this defects, I guess is the best word. Uh, where like Down syndrome, or like yeah, I would say the best thing to do is to just euthanize them. Unfortunately, it's not like they can really contribute in any way, shape, or form to society.
So if somebody can't contribute to society, the best option is to off them.
Uh, yeah, pretty much that's
Is that
what I'm
better to the
going.
parents and siblings who don't want you to do that?
Sorry, repeat.
Is that better to the parents and siblings who don't want you to do that?
I mean,
Because
loss
ultimately,
is
what you're
loss,
saying is that people with
unfortunately.
Down syndrome aren't they don't their life means nothing and it's actually invaluable. And there's nothing wrong with just offing them because you don't see them as having utility.
I mean, you can. That's one way to put it, but yeah, I effectively am saying that they can't contribute to society. That so like, I mean, okay, we had this whole conversation earlier about how we shouldn't have to pay for like you believe we shouldn't have to pay for somebody else's medical expenses and shit. Do you think the family should have to pay for some Down syndrome person's whole entire life just because they were born?
I do, yes. But I believe
So
in Christian ethics, and I think parents are obligated to take care of their children.
so say the parents die, do you think their uncle should be forced to fucking take care of them just because?
I think somebody would most likely be willing to take on that role, but I do think somebody should be obligated to take care of them instead of fucking killing them.
So somebody else has to pay for their well-being. So you're fine with
There's a
somebody else
difference.
having
Well,
to
there's
pay
a
for their
difference between
well-being.
voluntarism and forcing, right? And coercion. If you want universal health care, that's coercion. I don't get a choice in that matter, right? Whereas in the case of, like somebody with Down syndrome's parents die, there's gonna be somebody who fucking steps up to take care of them, dude. And whether that's putting them in a group home, right, which is paid for mostly through charity, because people want to take care of those people who don't have a home in that scenario, that's far fucking better than just saying they should be offed, right? Because it's at the very least it's respecting the dignity of that person. So whose dignity is more important to you?
All right.
I
Do you want to answer
I
that?
would say I would generally say I'm a utilitarian. I think that people should be able to contribute to society in order to their worth is based on what they can contribute to society.
Okay, got it. So we should force all prisoners into slave labor because therefore they'd be more useful to society, right?
Generally speaking, I don't even think a lot of the people in prison should be there, and then the ones that should be there, like pedophiles, rapists, sex traffickers, and stuff, we should be putting down anyways, and they shouldn't. We shouldn't be
Wait. So
wasting our
if
money.
somebody steals like thousands of dollars, right? They shouldn't be punished. They shouldn't go to prison for that.
No, they should go to prison for that, and then we should. I also generally think that prisoners should be able to still work while they are in prison. I
No.
don't think
Should
it
they be able to keep the
slave
money?
labor.
Well, why not? If you want to talk about utilitarian, right? It's really fucking, like utilitarian. Slavery is really fucking good for utility. Forcing people to work against their will to get shit done, it's a lot cheaper.
All right.
I mean,
All
that's
right.
your, that's your point of view, bro.
Auntie is the next question that comes in. It says, "What if God sees it as murder?"
Yeah, I think he does. That's why I'm against it.
I mean, I would generally agree that based on biblical principles, that God probably would see it as murder.
You said you're not an atheist, so you have to believe in God, right? Or some kind of a God.
So I'm an omniist. The way that I justify omniism or Christianity with omniism is I specifically believe in deistic Gnosticism. Essentially meaning that I believe that Jesus came to save us from God, but not for God. I believe that as what Gnostics tend to call him, I believe that Yahweh, the demiurge, is a evil entity.
So, do you not believe the words that Jesus Christ said?
Which words are you specifically referring to?
The fact that he claimed to be God. That one?
No, I literally I agree that he is God.
Wait. He is God.
I believe that Jesus is God, that the demiurge is not. Or as you would call him, Yahweh.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, so I think what Vigilante's saying here is that he believes Jesus is God and he's saving us from the evil entity that is Yahweh. He believes
that
it's
the Old
separate.
Testament. Okay, hold on. Jesus claimed that I am the I am. I am the God of Abraham, the God of Moses. The evil Old Testament God, the one who nuked Sodom and Gomorrah, did all that bad stuff. He claimed to be that God, like that specific one. He claimed to be him. So if that's
which specific gospel is that in?
I don't remember which gospel it is off the top of my head.
I think this could definitely get into a long debate just on that topic alone, and I don't want Vigilante to give away all his arguments right away. He's got the debate coming up soon, so I don't want him to give it all away. Oh, Cleaner bumping himself up with another $10 super chat. Thank you very much, Cleaner, helping keep the lights on over here up in my spaceship. You do understand. You are basically saying everyone on welfare should be offed, right? You are adding a bunch of extra qualifiers that will be removed easily later by someone like you, but worse.
Not everybody on welfare, but a decent number of the people on welfare. Yes, a lot of people a majority of the people on welfare are working people who just don't make enough to get by. So you're partially right.
By the way, just so maybe this will just help you for your debate, so you can, are you debating a Christian on this?
I have no idea who the person is.
Yes, it's Farney. Farney's very good.
So John 5:858, John 8:58. Truly, I say to you, before Abraham was, I am. He claimed to be the I am. John 6:35, I am the bread of life. 8:12, I am the light of the world. I am the door. I am the good shepherd. I am the resurrection of life. I am the way, the truth, and the life. And I am the true vine. So multiple times, Jesus claimed to be God himself. But specifically, he said, before Abraham was, I am. Before Abraham would be Old Testament God. So the idea that Christ came to save us from the Old Testament God is actually incoherent because he was the Old Testament God.
I'll have to do some research onto that one because there is a lot of stuff that was added into the Bible by the Catholic Church.
No, there was. Okay.
Like I said,
Really
this could
study
go
up on
on.
church
I mean, if
history.
you want to talk about it a little bit in the after panel, I don't mind.
Yeah.
But just so that we, for the question Q&A, we stay on topic. Beast Mode comes in with $5, and thank you very much. Beast Mode says, "Vigilantes makes no sense or sense. Oh, sense. Yeah. Half the greatest minds of our working hard art are." It's hard to read this because I think I know where we're going here. I think Beast Mode is trying to say is some of our greatest minds have had autism and Down syndrome, like Sebastian Bach, Beethoven, Albert Einstein.
I don't know any of them having Down syndrome, but
yeah, no. There's a difference between having autism and Down syndrome. There are functional versions of autism and Down syndrome, but there are also low functioning versions of both autism and Down syndrome. I don't just necessarily think we should eugenics out all people with autism and Down syndrome. I have autism myself. I'm high functioning autistic myself. But when we're talking about like the low functioning autistic people, or what's that other? Mosaic Downs, where they're low functioning and can't function without other people. Those are specifically the versions of autism and Down syndrome that I am talking about.
Alrighty. And we got a Cash App, $10 Cash App from Lauren. Thank you very much. Lauren says, W. Steelborn. And thank you very much for that support.
appreciate it.
Okay, that's it for
Send
Cash Apps
Speakeasy
and
more of
Super
your
Chats.
fucking money, guys. Come on.
Yeah, send some more money. That's true.
He's got to hold hostage, bro. Just grift a little bit. Just hold.
We got one more question, or actually, we have two more in the questionnaire. Maybe we'll get to both of them. James D says, "How do you know someone is truly in their right mind when they ask for the end of life, for the end of life decisions to be made? So, how do you know someone is truly in their right mind to make that decision?"
I mean, we can do our due diligence and have them go through a psychological evaluation, but I mean, right mind is still subjective, so there's not any way of truly knowing whether or not they are rationally making the decision.
Well, with that reasoning there, then you actually couldn't determine that anybody who had any kind of a psychological disorder was not in their right mind, because the only way that we actually determine somebody has a psychological disorder is because their behavior is out of the norm. Right? They're doing something out of the norm. And asking to kill yourself is pretty fucking out of the norm. Most people don't do that. So that'd be a pretty good argument as to they're not in the right state of mind if they're trying to kill themselves.
Fair enough. That's next question in from Cleaner. I guess we could do this one 10 seconds left here, but do you eat really hot sauce on anything periodically? A little off topic.
No, I hate hot sauce. Look at me, I'm white.
I don't typically do like hot sauce, but I love eating like ghost pepper burgers and shit like that.
Yeah,
I
the
do.
spicy salgo
I
is like
really like
jalapenos,
hot.
like bacon wrapped jalapenos with cream cheese. That shit's fucking delicious.
I love super spicy food. I just don't like the taste of hot sauce itself. I think the hot sauce itself tastes kind of weird. But like when you do like ghost pepper, like on a burger, things like that, or like ghost pepper cheese, things like that, fucking delicious.
I love the taste of chemical burns.
I love me some hot sauce. I can't lie. I do love me some hot sauce. Okay.
I knew you were black speaking.
I can't lie. But chat. What we're gonna do now? First off, are you both staying for the after panel?
Yeah, I'll stay for the panel.
I could stay for a little bit.
Okay, perfect. So, what we're going to do here now, chat, is first off, I want to say a huge thank you to everybody who sent in questions and the super chats, cash apps, all of this. Every bit of that support helps keep the show running, okay? Helps make these debates possible. And a big respect to both the debaters for stepping up into the arena tonight. Again, like I always say, whether you agreed or disagreed, it takes real courage to come up here, hold your ground, test your ideas, and do this all in front of a live audience, okay? So make sure you find both the debaters in the description so you can go and show them support for coming and giving you a show. What we're going to do right now, we're going to roll the debate outro. It runs for about a little over 3 minutes. That'll give the debaters, chat, myself, all a quick breather to go use the washroom, fill up our drinks, anything like that. And we're going to open up the Chaos and Chill panel. So during the outro, I'll be dropping the link to join the panel in the chat. So anyone's welcome to come up, share your take, ask questions, challenge what you've heard. But heads up, okay? If you're trying to join the panel for some drama, trolling, just spurging over everyone, if you come up doing this shit, you're just going to get booted real quick, all right? So just skip that idea in your head from the start, all right? And if you've enjoyed what you've seen tonight, make sure you subscribe to the Speakeasy channel so you don't miss more debates just like this one every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, okay? Stick around. Once the outro goes down, that's when the real chaos begins, okay? You've watched the Swords of Reason on the Speakeasy show where logic meets passion, all right? And the conversations never end. All right, thank you again to both debaters, and I'll roll the outro, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Step into the circle where the echoes collide. Truth through the static, no place to hide. Iron tongue, sharpen fire in our breath. We dance with conviction on the edge of death. Your words are bullets, mine are storms. Ideas forged where lightning forms. No retreat, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through lies with steel precision. No faith, no We clash our swords of reason in the storm of thought collision. Forged in fire, pure precision. We clash our swords of reason. Reason bleeds but never dies. No surrender, no retreat. In the war of words, we find a beat. Swords of reason.
And we're back. Welcome,
going on, guys?
everybody.
What's up, y'all?
Hello.
Welcome. Jeremy, I seen you were the first one in the back. I seen you were excited for this one.
Oh, I've been dying to run a little bit of a line down with Vigilante here on this.
All right,
So-
let's hear it.
Hi, Jeremy.
Hey, what's going on? So if I can have a couple minutes here, guys, it's gonna take me a couple minutes to get to.
Yeah, no problem.
So in the debate, you mentioned the point where if they get to a point of being debilitated to the point where they can't make the decision, whatnot, they would go to the power of attorney. Correct?
No.
That was the
I
fucking word I was looking for
specifically-
that whole time was power of attorney. Holy fuck, I feel stupid.
I specifically said that.
So
I
power of
specifically
attorney.
said that they would have to make that decision beforehand. So like in the case of like dementia and Alzheimer's, they would have to medically request that ahead of time before they get to that point.
But then you made the statement that the person who had that authority could then declare to enact the assisted deletion. Correct?
No, that was with the different situation we were talking about, like where they weren't competent in
Right.
from the beginning, which was specifically talking about like mosaic Down syndrome and things like that, where they
Okay.
where they never had competency in the first place.
So in the case, okay, I'll still run this line down just a little bit. So I'm going to go down the line of say Bruce Willis, who's got was it frontotemporal dementia?
He's got Lewy body, I think.
What's that?
I think he's got Lewy body.
Well, I looking online, it said frontal temporal dementia. Basically, it's, what they say he's got is a degenerative brain disease. Over time, he's going to lose motor functions. He's going to lose communication skills and all that. He's going to have somebody who is going to end up having to take care of him, right?
Correct.
And whatnot. So somebody, either it be medical people that are hired or his family, they're going to have to come in and have that say. So somebody will ultimately have that decision. If you're granting this, if you grant assisted deletion, then it would come down to, regardless of whether or not they made that declaration beforehand, they could say they wanted it, they could say they didn't want it. Whoever has that power of attorney gets to make that declaration. So what if, and you say the because you also use the point of
No, because the way that I would standardize that they have to make that statement ahead of time is either with a filing with their primary care doctor or with a lawyer.
yeah, but
I
you
would
also
say preferably making the filing with the lawyer as part of their
Yeah, but that's
will.
but that's not how power of attorney works, though.
What if they change their mind still? You
Yeah.
never answered that. What if they change their mind? They're like, Doc, I don't want to die now. I know I thought I wanted this, but you know what? I was being stupid back then. I don't want to do that.
Well, let me speak out for Vigilante here because he never got a chance to explain the system in which we would determine if someone qualifies for MAiD or medically assisted death. What in your worldview, what is the structure that determines that someone qualifies or doesn't qualify for this? Would it be a government thing? Would it be hospital to hospital?
So I would say setting up a government standard for what qualifies, but then I would put in a multiple part verification. So like I would say at least 2 doctors verifying that they can't function independent of somebody else, as well as a psychological evaluation.
So there would
Yeah.
be a board of some sort, in your estimation.
Yes.
Yeah, but
And-
at some point, that would be a qualifier that Bruce Willis would fall into, because at some point, he will, like, this disease, they will start trying to eat stuff that is not edible. Like, he'll just start eating stuff. He'll start stealing crap from people. These are things that this disease particularly does to these people. In which case, it doesn't matter what he wants. They have to actually go against what he is exhibiting as his want, because that's not right. Like, he's going to want to eat things that he can't eat. You have to
Yes,
stop doing that.
I think you're
And what if that caretaker
qualifiers
says? But what if that caretaker says, "I don't want to deal with that burden," or whoever has the power of attorneys, "I don't want this burden. I want this off of my hands." In which case, they have the authority to then go in and say to end them.
No, because again, the way that I qualified where the caretaker would be able to make that decision is only in cases like mosaic Down syndrome, where they never had the cognitive function to be able to make that decision for.
Yeah, sorry, one sec. I think it's BB. I think you have like your mic echoing. I don't know if you have us playing in the background or something.
No,
I'm
no, I
trying to
don't,
hit
mate.
these buttons on my side, see if it changes anything.
I don't know. Just mute
No,
me.
it's on his end because I can hear it too.
Mute me
Well,
and
no,
see. what
the
happens.
reason why I
One
brought up
second. Sorry, 1 second, Trash
Okay.
Man. Check. Yeah, it's definitely you, BB, for sure. I don't know if it's if you have like, are you playing the audio out of speakers?
Yeah, on my phone. I'll drop out, bro. I don't
Oh,
want
it might be
fuck
that.
this
Yeah,
shit
if you have headphones or something, it'd work easier. Yeah.
Yeah, let me come back. Gotcha.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
No, don't let him back in. He's not cool.
So
Can I-
no,
Yeah.
the reason why I brought up the structure in which people would make this decision is we all know that inherent in the government there is some level of corruption. So where are the safeguards to say, like, a daughter knows that their father is going to give them a lot of money once they die, so they grease the wheels in whatever way possible in order for this structure to say, oh, this person qualifies, when in fact it's not a mosaic Down syndrome. It's not one of these situations that you've predetermined. Like, how do we safeguard this?
Yeah, so like in the case of like dementia and stuff, where they can no longer, which because that's where Jeremy was going as well.
I was using
Where-
that as an example. There's plenty of other situations. That one was one.
Well, yeah, you're talking, but like what I'm talking about, like where it's a cognitive disorder that comes later in life, like dementia, like Alzheimer's, etc. That it would have to be something that they qualify that they want prior to them no longer being able to cognitively function, and the way that they would have to do that, I wouldn't. I previously said
Wait,
that
hold
they
on,
could qualify
hold
it
on.
with their doctor,
Oh,
but
sweet British.
I would qualify that. I would say that they need to qualify that is what they want through legal documentation.
But do you realize there's things like do not resuscitate, DNR orders? Those aren't final.
Yeah, I'm
Like-
not
like,
saying that it
so-
would need to be final. Like you could eventually change your mind and
Not if you have
Undo the-
dementia, not in the own scenario that you've put forward.
No, even
You-
that is actually
no,
still. You
you-
could still
you-
change your mind with dementia. A person with dementia could still look at you because they do have moments of clarity. That does happen.
Yeah, but not in his prescription. They couldn't, because power of attorney would then have the rule on that. It wouldn't come down to the dementia patient.
No, I know. But I agree with you. That's
No,
why I was
the
pointing
pa-
that out. If they have moments of clarity, what if there's like, I don't want to fucking die? And
Yeah,
he's like,
yeah,
well,
well,
too
there-
bad, I guess.
But there's a whole other line. There's a whole other
He's saying
line
the
too.
person
It's just
with
like,
power
I
of
was
attorney doesn't matter. He's
The
saying
power of
that
attorney
he's-
in this situation wouldn't
Yeah,
matter
he's saying
because
that in this
the caretaker only matters in making that decision when the person never had cognitive ability in the first place.
But see,
right. But they made the decision. They made the decision
Most
for
top.
that while they were cognitive.
Yes,
And they
but I'm
changed their
talking
mind when they weren't
when
cognitive.
I'm-
In which case,
Yeah,
okay,
they don't
but
get that-
is it a
they were
sliding
previously
scale?
cognitive. The difference is they were previously cognitive versus like mosaic Down syndrome, where they at no point they were cognitive.
yeah.
Can I
But
ask-
in the case of Bruce Willis, he'll have moments of clarity, in which case he could change his mind. But he's going
Yes.
to have power of attorney, and once he has power of attorney, it doesn't matter whether he changes his mind. It's going to be who has power of attorney to
No,
actually
because the
reflect that changed mind.
power of attorney wouldn't be able to make that decision.
No, it would have been his
because he-
decision. He would have made the decision beforehand, but they didn't enact it, and he changed his mind before they enacted it. But at that point, he's already assigned over power of attorney, so they're going to have to upkeep the demand that he did when he was before he was considered.
You have more
I'm not
power
sure
than your
it-
power of attorney.
it would be like revoking a DNR. You would be able to revoke it like a DNR.
Can I ask you a question? I'm not sure if you covered this earlier in the debate. I came in like halfway through. Is your stance for MAiD, being pro MAiD, is it based off of moral reasons? Because you brought up that you are more of a utilitarian. Is it for moral reasons or financial reasons? Do you think they're a drain on our economy? So they think they shouldn't be?
No, they just don't have any function in society. That's why it's okay.
Yeah,
Imagine a
that's
liberal being
kind of
worried
why.
about drain on the economy.
And that's kind of why I use Bruce Willis as the example. I mean, the guy's worth like $200 million. He's not a strain on society.
Defined function.
So with that, do you recognize that a reason Canada might have instituted this policy is because it's a financial burden to take care of these people? So they instituted the policy more for a financial reason?
No.
I do understand that there are to a degree there is a financial incentive. That's one of the points that Steelborn brought up in his opening, and I agreed with that point.
If I could kind of help you out here, Vigilante.
You know what?
To start this off, I wanted to say, Steelboard, if you actually want to debate somebody competent at this, we should do this one day.
So
Number
let me-
two, when Canada enforced this, and I believe it was 2012, it was actually the Liberals that took over MAiD. It was actually supposed to be just a dependent suicide. It was only supposed to be for people who are completely bedridden and cannot function in society, that are like completely crippled. It wasn't this, if you have bad feelings or you can go and do it to anybody.
So you're saying like
Futurama
suicide
that's
booths?
not
You're saying
supposed to be the
Futurama
purpose of
suicide
MAiD.
booths?
Yeah. Well, no,
What did I
it's
miss?
supposed to be called assisted suicide. It's not supposed to be called death.
Well, we call it. So we're saying medically assisted death, so
that's what
that
it is now.
TOS reasons.
and for TOS reasons.
Yeah.
It's mostly for that, because like
Yeah.
when you search up this debate, I literally searched up the words medically assisted, and I put sewer slide, but everything that comes up says medically
MAiD,
assisted death on it, and I think it's because of the
Yeah,
YouTube
it's because
algorithm.
of
That's
cost
because the
reasons.
Liberals got a hold of it in 2000.
Yeah, that's why I'm like my
No,
thumbnail
it's
literally
for
just says
cost
MAiD
reasons.
debate.
No,
25 years ago, we were obsessed with Dr. Kevorkian, and now people are arguing for his prescriptions.
I'm gonna actually take the devil's advocate side of this and show you what a government that would support this would sound like for just a moment, okay? So I'm the guy that runs the left hand and the right hand of the government. I'm in the shadows. You don't know who I am. You have no way of finding me, no chance of ever stopping me. Just accept that part, right? That's within this hypothetical world.
You could just say you're Israel.
No, that's not who it is. But I support what Vigilante is saying, and so I get my politicians to support this, right? And the politicians support this, and they get it enacted, and I see this as a win because what this does is it makes it so that everything else that I've already pushed people to do, as far as reframing one small term here, one little thing there, so that I can reconstruct things the way that I want them to be, it allows me to off whoever in humanity I want to off just by changing a few small terms. And so I see this as a win.
Yeah, it's and we can call it whatever name we want. It's been called a lot of things in the past, but I would say, is this any different than just euthanasia?
I would
No,
just
but
say
he's
medical
for
murder.
euthanasia. We already said it.
Yeah, he did
It's
say that.
it's
He's
almost
totally
it's
cool with
almost
that.
a kind of economic eugenics, the way he phrased it earlier with the poor. The I mean, the argument was made, the first people this will affect, the trickle down effect of this will be the poor.
Yeah,
So it's almost kind of
Well,
like
treating
economic.
cancer is real expensive, but you
But-
can step
but-
in this gas chamber for $200.
I
Well,
know
and
you're
it's-
saying,
it-
well, no. I saw a story out of Canada. I'm American, but I saw a story out of Canada where a disabled veteran was kept petitioning the government to help get a ramp for their house. And after enough years, the government said, "Hey, by the way, we also have medically assisted death."
Yeah,
You know,
and
I love
it's
the
one of those things
concept
where
because as soon as you give my politicians the right over your life and death, that's literally when you've given me ultimate control.
well, it falls into the conspiracy trap of saying that like they want to depopulate, and by they I mean like the elites in power. They want to depopulate, so that we can have this utopian like system.
Where's my
of,
tinfoil
like,
hat?
Yeah, where like
This isn't fucking demonstrable at this point.
it's and I will say that the point of the Down syndrome being like the hill you want to die on is crazy.
I have a question. Vigilante, have you ever met anybody with Down syndrome?
They're so happy. They're
Yes,
awesome.
back when I went to church, there was a kid with mosaic Down syndrome at my church.
Look, so here, let me just like, because I know most of the panel here right now is on the against side, right? So just to like ask a question for the people that are on the against side, and Vigilante can answer it too. It's just to kind of like get the conversation going a little more, right? Like, so obviously a lot of you would agree life is sacred, right? Like it's uniquely got inherent value, right? So
Yes.
would forcing someone, like, so the situation I brought up earlier, like we're at the final stage of cancer, there's just like absolute agony, and they've got maybe a week to live, maybe two. Does forcing someone to live through that agony actually honor the life, or does it kind of diminish its value?
From the Christian perspective, no, because suffering is not inherently bad.
well, I am against medically assisted death, but I also understand there are times where you can show mercy. And I'm going to give an example. I'm going to say I'm against this in the instance because I don't like the slippery slope. But in a war scenario, my friend's guts are blown open. I have an extra shot of morphine. Everyone knows that that second shot of morphine will put him down. He's not going to make it home. I'm going to give him that second shot of morphine if he asks me for it. I don't care how much pain he's in. I'm not worried about it. I just saw this man's guts get blown open. So I understand mercy. But if you're going to accept that a disease, that a prognosis, that anything that these people say is final, then we can't really argue from a Christian perspective, because then that takes Jesus and God out of the picture. There's nothing mortally that can be
Well,
told to you that is final.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can.
Majoritively, Jesus and God have already been taken out of the picture.
What I'm saying is to say that there's a time where death is the best answer, where medically assisted death is the best answer, is to say that you don't believe in miracles. You don't it's never over until it's over.
No, I mean, I could prescribe something that's easier, because I mean, my problem comes to the ending of their life by you or their hands. That's my problem, right? That's my contention. The prescription that I could offer instead is just put them under anesthesia, put them in a medically induced coma for the remainder of that time. In which case, then they pass naturally. That's the only moral way I would go, and that would be giving, providing them the sympathy they deserve.
See,
Well, you
and
know, it's like
I would change definitionally. I would change what people call quality of care under those conditions to allowing them to survive on their own under that quality of care, right? So, like, you give them anesthesia so that they can, I don't know, have a good nap for a little bit, and you pull the plug and allow them to naturally either live or die on their own.
Well, no, that's not the same thing. So
That's what
that would
MAiD
be
was originally
like
intended to
pulling life
be.
support on somebody who is deemed, going to pass. They're just on life support. They're essentially already gone.
There's two different arguments
Yeah.
going on here.
That's not the statement that I
There's
was
people
making. I
that
was making the
there's
statement
actually not two different arguments going on
yeah,
here.
there's people that have the
No.
capacity to do it, and there's people that don't. So
well, no,
people that have the
there's
free
a
will
specific
and
framework.
the physical, capability of deciding or ending their own life, and there's
Sure.
people that don't. Right, two
So
different things. Two different things.
But both arguments, I'm approaching both, showing the honest answers that you won't get from the left, right? So I'm steel manning the left's position, but I'm giving the honest answers, the honest things that I would do over time, which is not something that they'll do.
I am curious. So,
I don't know about that, Cleaner.
No, because
I'm not quite sure about that.
Your point here you were making, though, Cleaner, is you're assuming that everybody who requests this is on life support.
No,
not all these people who would
When
be
we're-
qualifying for assisted deletion are on life support.
Yeah, no, that's not necessarily the case. They don't have to be on life support necessarily, because I mean, let's be real here, okay? There's definitely a bunch of people in the world that I'd love to take out. So let's just give them a little more anesthetic. And to do that and to make that legal, I would just increase the allowable dosage using the medical conglomerate.
Well,
Are you talking about the people that have the capacity to choose, or the people that don't? Cleaner. Which one?
Anyone that I don't like, really.
Oh, so it
Anyone
comes
that
down to your
says
personal
things
choice.
that I don't like to hear.
Can I ask? So, this is slightly, it's on topic, but it's also kind of part of a bigger topic. If we're talking about eugenics and we're saying that, that MAiD, well, it was brought up during the debate that specifically with talking about the Down syndrome cases where it would be a form of positive eugenics. Is that to say that we should then just use CRISPR to eliminate Down syndrome in general, where we should just use the government's big hand of pharma to like fix ailments? Because that's but I don't want people using CRISPR. That's the point he was making, saying that like if they don't serve a utility, they shouldn't be part of society. So we already have the technology to fix that without killing anyone. We can pop in a chromosome and fix that little baby right up before it comes out. But that's also
I would support using things like that in order to fix it instead.
Should it be mandatory?
In my opinion, yes.
See, that's that. So when a child is deaf and their parents are deaf, do you think the deaf parents view that deaf child as needing to be fixed, or do you think they're proud of that deaf child because they have the same traits of what they grew up with, and they're fully functioning adults that do provide utility to society? So is being deaf part of that same category? Is it just?
Well, take it a step further. Should we get to the point where if you have those markers to where you could pass that gene on, should those people then should it be illegal for them to have children?
Yeah, That's also a great question. Like where
No.
what
Well,
where
no,
do you
because
draw
Well,
the
no,
I'll give
because
you
I
a
mean,
real
you
life
already
example.
pointed out
Right?
the fact that we're able to fix
That's a
that.
good question.
One of my
Where
best
do you draw
mates,
the line?
one of my best mates, both their parents are deaf. Right? She's not deaf, and she absolutely is a powerhouse in society, definitely contributing.
Well,
So
no, I mean,
Yeah,
my
two deaf
grandmother,
parents produce a child that's not deaf that
my grandmother's,
absolutely contributes to society.
I just
So
use the deaf
well,
example because that's something that the deaf community is very proud, and they don't like we call being deaf a disability, but if you ask a deaf person, they say they're not disabled.
I think it's a superpower, mate.
Yeah,
I think it's
they're
a
very
superpower.
proud of being
well, you
deaf.
know,
That's why
It
I
really is.
use that as a
Vigilante had mentioned earlier in the debate about needing someone else in order to live. That's one of the prerequisites for medically assisted death. And I was thinking, like, if someone's blind, even having a CNI dog, that would take government revenue to train the dog. It would take social workers to place the dog.
Yeah,
Like,
and that's kind of why I also asked if it's moral or financial, because like we're at least in like today's global economy, where it's the largest economy ever. We're at
Okay.
we have the most power to do anything. Should we use that power to assist people in like living rather than dying?
I'll
You know what I mean?
address trash bag first. Hold on.
No,
I'll
CT.
address
What do you
trash
think?
bag
Should we?
first.
I think we
Um,
should assist people in living. Yeah, I think we have the
well, no,
capabilities.
we're throwing a bunch of stuff at them.
yeah.
Different people are
I'll
throwing a bunch of.
So trash bag, you were talking about. Hold on. Which part of it were you talking about? You're talking
I
about
was talking about how earlier in the debate you had
Oh
mentioned
yeah.
you had mentioned that if anyone needs the care of another person, and you had also said that animal lives are also important. So if someone
Okay.
needs the
So
care of like a seeing eye dog in order to
you're
survive,
missing a. Yeah, I remember what I was going to say. You're missing a very important qualifier on what I said there.
okay,
I specifically said for the majority of the aspects of their life, yes, they would still need a dog to see, but that's only one aspect of their life. They can still function for the majority of the aspects of their life whethout assistance.
how are they
Whether
okay? So
they can't, yes, they can't drive, they can't necessarily cook, but they can still work, they can still walk, they can still function. They just need
so it's
Blind babies
the
can't.
so it's like a
Blind babies can't.
so
So
it's like a
should we
flow
off the
chart.
blind babies?
So it's like a flow chart. So it's like value they give versus how much they drain. And if the drain is bigger than what they can give, that's when you start checking the medically assisted death.
I guess that's one way to look at it. If that using a flow chart would make it more
I just
understandable,
want to
yeah.
say real quick, sorry to interrupt here. I just want to say real quick, Wrath of Reason is challenging Steelborn to take this same debate against him at a later date.
Woohoo! Get in there, Steelborn.
I'm okay with it. I don't
Also-
care. Wrath, I thought I said I'm fine with doing it.
All right,
On-
I
think so,
figured you
yeah.
would be. I figured you would
Oh,
be.
it's
So
official now. It's
hit me
official
up
now.
in the Discord, Wrath of Reason, and I'll get a date that's good with both of you, and we'll set it up.
Sounds
The-
good.
the
Let's
reason-
do it.
Anybody in the chat who wants to challenge me to a debate, ask Speakeasy. If it's already Speakeasy, he can send you all the propositions that he sends to all of us, and then you can find one in there that you
Absolutely.
disagree with me on, and I'm cool with doing the debate. I don't care.
It's
I
all
just find
good,
this one
brother.
an interesting one. So
I'll let you find your feet. I don't debate anymore.
I just find this one an
But-
interesting one. So I'd like to take on Steel. and
I
see
would
how it goes.
like to flip it back on Steelborn though. In the hypothetical that I gave, where you see your friend get blown up in front of you, do you give that extra shot of morphine, or do you try to keep giving life-saving aid right there?
If you're asking me personally,
Well, no, I'm just saying in the hypothetical with your world.
I'm saying like I'm saying like with
Let's say it's a soldier you didn't know. You just shown up to the battlefield. There was no personal connection.
Well,
to
what
this guy.
I'm trying to figure out is like, me personally, I probably, even though there's no possibility, I'm still going to do whatever I can to try and keep the person alive. That's going to be my ultimate goal. Even if it's fruitless, like, it's like, at least I did that rather than help him kill himself. Like,
You're the guy in the zombie movie that has his head chopped off, and you're like, we can save him. We can save him.
Well, there's a difference between fucking he's dead, okay, versus he got his legs blown off, okay.
I mean, I agree with you, Stillborn. I mean, at least I do feel like that is the moral consistent standpoint, and I'm right there with you.
I'm going to ask the panel a question, right? So imagine you're on your last legs. You're staring down the barrel of the gun of death, right? You're of right mind, sound mind. You're in a whole lot of fucking pain. What would you do?
I would ask for that morphine shot.
Are you asking if I kill myself?
In the same hypothetical, you're saying either I'm in a lot of pain and this person is willing to end it. Like
I'm saying you are in a lot of pain, and death is imminent. What would you do?
So okay, so I'll give you the honest answer is I've not been in that situation, so I can't say what I would actually do.
Yeah, I know. This is where the rubber hits the road, my friend.
No, but if
where the rubber hits the road.
I mean, the best I can think.
Tell you what he thinks he would do, but he doesn't actually know without being in the position.
I mean, if the time comes to be, you never know, right? But at least with my current mindset, and I would like to say that I could withstand all things. I want to preserve my life over ending it.
If I could find a single thing to stay alive for, I would tell him no.
I'm really going to have to work on my brainwashing propaganda. I don't think it's working on everyone.
I don't think you're going to worry about fucking brainwashing anybody at that point in time, my friend.
Like, I mean, I accept
your propaganda is not very convincing.
I accept death as an inevitability. It's going to come.
I don't know.
Right? But
it got a whole lot of people to vote for the left.
I think talk is cheap.
Just real quick to BB's point, I kind of think what BB's kind of like would also like expand on BB's point here is like, if you were like, does anyone here want to get to the point where like you're so old, like your kids gotta wipe your ass for you and you're like you can't get up anymore and shit like that? Like, does anyone up here actually want to get to that point, or do they think I'd be okay with going out before that?
I want to live until I die.
It's coming to a life near you soon.
That's not a good argument. No, I
know. I'm not saying it's a good argument, but it does speak to the point that there is times in life where everyone doesn't want to be there.
Yeah, but
that's what I think BB's trying to point out.
The difference is,
but
I think
and correct me if I'm wrong, BB. Sorry, Jeremy. Go ahead.
No, you're right, mate. You're on point. Speak. You're on point.
Okay.
I think
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Is in his 90s and still walking around. Shatner went to the moon in his 90s. Like, not everybody ages the same. Like, to say I want to make it to 80, I could be bedridden by the time I'm 55.
I get that. No, I was pointing out the stage you'll be in. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Like, a lot of people don't want to be in that stage. So like he's pointing out, like, if you're at that stage and you have the option to go, would you go, or are you staying? Right? And go ahead, Jeremy. Sorry.
I don't think that's a fair point though, Easy, because I mean, in that particular case, you're literally saying
it's absolutely a fucking fair point. Because you will be there.
Can I finish my fucking point, BB? Hold on, shit. My point on this is what you're basically saying is do we if we want life, then we want to get to that point. That's not the point we're saying. We're not saying we want to get to that, because nobody says we want to get to the point.
I'm saying you will get to that point because life doesn't.
But I accept that I can get to those things, and I would still choose life if that was the inevitability. That doesn't mean I want to. It's just like I don't want to die, but I accept that that's going to happen. Me choosing life is not me saying that.
I'm gonna live until I die.
I would say I also think that point isn't necessarily the exact same context, because things can be a lot different when you're on like a battlefield in Fallujah with your legs blown off then you might be in a different headspace versus if you're in a nice hotel or a nice hospital room.
All words aside,
Hold on. Let me
words aside,
finish
because
my
talk
point.
is cheap.
Let me finish my
Right?
point.
You're on your deathbed.
You can't
You're on your
interrupt.
deathbed. What do? You're going to choose to live in pain, or you just want to
talk over me?
write it out?
Okay. It is a different context because in one you're in a battlefield with your guts blown out fighting for your life versus in another you're in a hospital room.
No, you're entering a different argument here, bro.
No, I'm not. I'm saying it's a different headspace. How's that not a
Well,
different
no. He brought up a different question. He brought up the question of when you're on your deathbed, when you're sitting there in agonizing pain, thinking to yourself, "Oh, is this the end?"
Yeah, you're in a different headspace than the guy that was just blown up in battle.
We moved on.
What do you do? What do you do? Are your words going to save you through these debates? What are you going to choose? What do you choose?
What are you saying? Are your words going to save you through these debates? What are you saying?
In your deathbed, he's being very romantic with his language.
It's
right
basically like a really easy way to think about it. It's like if you could think of like a situation you absolutely would not want to be in, and you could choose death or to live through it, which would you choose? Like you have to think of like an absolutely horrifying situation so that you can put your mindset there, because we all understand our you know the great saying, everyone has a plan until you get punched in the face. Right? So like to even get close to that mindset, just think of like the most horrific situation you could put yourself in or see yourself in and say, would you go through it or would you want to die? That's what.
I've never seen
two different things of like in one scenario you just got hit with an IED, your legs got blown off, you're bleeding out. That's a different scenario than you're just in a hospital in Canada.
He said your worst. He said your worst idea of your worst idea.
Yeah, I mean, if your worst idea is having your legs blown off and bleeding out, then that would be your worst idea, and that would be the scenario you would have to think of.
Yeah, say you got your guts blown out, and then they've got you to the hospital, and they're working on you, trying to keep you alive, right? Like, do you say keep working on me, or do you say no, fuck this, end this shit, man? This is crazy.
Or conversely, you're 95 years old. You're 95 years old, and you have to have your ass wiped. Would you rather? You have no agency. You can't leave your bed. Like, what's the difference? Honestly, you say it's two different headspaces. What's the difference if you're 95 and dying on your last legs, or if you're
at that point?
Up?
At that point, that I don't know really what's coming. I really don't know what's coming. At that point, if I'm ever there, I really don't know what I would choose. I really fucking don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, I agree with that. It's just, I don't know what my headspace would be in that actual situation. But if I had anything with what my mindset is today, I would choose life over any trouble.
Well, that's easy to say. That's easy to say.
I agree. It is easy to say, but that's where I'm at.
Can I take?
I also think like this is the big disconnect with this conversation.
Can I go around the chat? I'm just curious where it's. I think everyone except Vigilante is against this or is against MAiD.
Myself, I'm
for it. Can I take a poll?
There's a couple people for it. Wrath of Reason. I think Cleaner might be as well. Oh, there he goes. He might have disconnected himself by accident. That's okay. He'll be back up, I'm pretty sure.
Here, I'll clarify my position on this.
I'm just curious where everyone stands.
Yeah, I am against this. I'm for life in any way you can argue it.
I am all for
I would
you
prefer
people
not to.
creating laws that I can abuse and get rid of whoever I actually want to kill with.
You're
all
so
for
full
that.
of it, dude. I can hear it in the tone of your voice. You're so.
Are you being sarcastic?
Yeah. You don't believe that. You don't believe that.
There's easy ways around it.
I'm 100%. I'm actually 100% on board with this. I want you guys to give the government the power over whether or not you die. I do. Because you know what? That means that like I'm going to be able to change the language and laws to kill whoever I want in society. Why would I not want that?
USSR.
You
Because
see what I mean?
that's
I don't know if
It's
that. I don't know.
control.
If,
It's control.
I don't know if that's the entailment of that.
Yeah,
but,
I think you're being
No,
sarcastic.
no,
twist it whatever
the whole
way you
time
want.
he's like,
I think
Well,
you're
you
being
know, you
sarcastic.
Well,
I'll just say that.
he's been talking about how like you could change language and stuff. I know what he was going for, which is kind of why I've just ignored it. It's like the whole USSR thing of
No.
how Joseph Stalin fucking made being a conservative a mental illness. Like he's talking about how you can do that and then proceed to fucking just execute all conservatives. That's
Well,
I did
I mean,
say when
to be
I take
fair-
over and become dictator of Can America, I'm definitely gonna make a Democratic label domestic terrorism. Just say it.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Like the thing is,
well,
you
Well,
guys have
taking over,
already
you gotta have-
performatively.
That's like step one.
Like no,
Take over.
like straight up, you guys have already performatively shown how you will change definitions to make things work for you the way that you want them to. We have proof of this within the murder statistics, the crime rate statistics, and things like that. We also have proof of this within psychology. You decide to say that like trans ideology isn't a bad one and it's okay, and so now the DSM-5, the new one that they're coming out with, is going to have a definitional in there that adheres to transitioning people. Even though for the longest time, throughout almost all of human history, people who did this were seen as fucking insane. So I'm taking the devil's advocate position here, yes. However, I'm taking the true devil's advocate position, which is the guy who's going to take advantage of the stupid shit you put in society.
That's
all
well,
right.
to
Hold
be
on.
fair,
Brother.
to be fair though, that's why I asked, is because I could tell you were taking devil's advocate, but I want to know your honest thoughts of like
It's in the
Before
name.
we-
You know what? Can I actually real
You're
quick? I have a
against
question
me.
for Vigilante. If anybody,
you're against it.
Well, wait. I wanted to say something real quick. This is going to be a quick one. My personal take on this whole medically assisted death is I don't understand how we believe that we have a choice in life or death. One, and two, the hardest part for me to there's such a thing as mercy. And because there's such a thing as like nobody's defined the terms on because there is such a thing as a mercy quote unquote killing.
Yeah, it's called euthanasia. We've had it for years, and in most
Yep.
states, it's illegal.
But like I don't understand the choice in life. But go ahead. I don't understand where
Well, I have
we
a question real quick for Vigilante
Yeah.
before you go in, Teriak. Vigilante, would you agree with me that if I don't affirm a trans person's identity and I don't affirm their gender, that causes them harm? Do you agree with that to them? Like they perceive it as harmful.
It is what would be referred to as a microaggression, which is a form of harm, yes.
Okay, got it. And if let's say all of society just didn't affirm them, they'd have a lot of harm, wouldn't they?
Theoretically, yes. So in like places like the Middle East where they do the
They're
things
pro-trans
that they do,
herders?
yeah.
Yeah. So if it's the case that they're experiencing all this harm and you want to reduce harm, wouldn't the logical entailment of, and if they don't if they're not affirmed, well, they want to unalive themselves. And it's like, well, if you believe in MAiD and you want to reduce harm, shouldn't we just do that from the outset? That way they definitely don't get harmed by being misgendered.
Just let them.
Yeah. That's going to make it real easy for the guys in power in the right that are radicals to make it so that we can classify them under a system that will necessarily delete them.
That's
I love
right.
it.
I'm just
That's a
asking if
love
you
it.
agree
right-wing
that would be a
thing. Wait.
logical entailment of MAiD.
There's
That's a right-wing thing. Wait.
There is a reason why when we've talked about the mental illnesses aspect of this, I have specified what I have, where they are dependent on somebody else for their own survival.
Well, I don't get this
But-
position where it's
but-
like, why do they have to
What's
be
that?
dependent on somebody?
What's that? Let me ask this real quick. Vigilante, should we allow people to sell themselves into slavery?
No,
Why?
Yes, we do.
because slavery is morally wrong.
Yeah, and
According
killing
to who?
people's morally wrong. One second. And killing people's morally wrong too, isn't it?
I would argue that in most cases it is, but in some cases it is not. Some cases it is not.
Yeah, but there's some cases where slavery can be good as well, can it?
Hang on, Teriak. They sold themselves into slavery, which implies free will. Yeah.
Sure.
So they're free willing
They
to go into
consented to
slavery.
it.
Yeah, in the same way that they're free willing themselves, like selling themselves into death, is the same thing.
Exactly. Is there
But he's
mercy
in
for
favor.
these-
He's in favor of selling themselves into death, but he's not in favor of them selling themselves into slavery. At least they're still alive. You know what I mean?
Oh, no, bro. I got you.
But
I got you.
but Teriak, but what about my bodily autonomy?
Exactly.
I like your bodily autonomy. It's creating a really good matrix in which I can control the amount of people that are breeding in society. I want less people for sure because it's easier to control smaller groups than it is this massive amount of people we've got.
Dude, who let you out of the fucking old person's home? What's going on here?
Hey,
Someone take
not-
away Grandpa's computer, okay?
Not too much
Who
on
let
cleanup.
you out of
He's
the
all
old
good.
person's home, he says.
No,
I-
his name is
if you'll pay attention to the name Steelborn, you'll understand what I'm doing right
No, I
now.
know.
Not too much on cleanup. He
You're
is
on
of
a
sound mind.
I
He's
am
of sound
being
mind.
He is being
He's
the straw man.
right now. I am
know.
being the devil's advocate.
No, I
You should,
know
change your
what
name
you're
to
I
the
know
straw
I know what
man.
you're doing. I'm just saying, who let Grandpa get on a computer? That's what I'm
All right.
worried about.
I'm 45. Fuck you. I'm not
Let-
grandpa.
Let
Could you be a
let me
grandpa?
let,
I
let me
mean-
let me give you this, right?
Yeah. All right. shut
So
up,
so I'm 85 years old. I'm of sound mind, right? And I'm in a whole lot
No,
of
you're not.
pain and imminent death, right?
No, you're definitely not of sound
And
mind.
and
Go
I, and I
ahead.
wrap myself in a fucking garbage bag so I don't shit myself,
Hey,
and I take a whole lot of fucking pills. Is that okay?
Sure. I like it.
you're
Yeah,
not wrapping yourself up in me. Get out of here. Pick something
The
else.
more of
Well,
of
I'm
you
trying
people that
I'm
commit
trying to look after
suicide, the
I'm
more
trying to
we've
look after the
got.
cleanup, mate. Like, I'm
Wait,
just taking
my-
some pills so I don't shit
Porta
myself.
potty. Go to a
Well, no,
porta
no. From
potty.
my moral perspective, no, that's not okay. But I can't stop
but,
you.
but I'm in pain.
I don't
That's
care.
nice.
I'm in serious fucking
My
pain
I
morals.
don't care. I have no
of sound mind, and I choose
have
to
no
take my own life.
justification.
Is there mercy for
I
me?
don't
Wrap
grant you
myself in a garbage bag,
justification for deletion.
shit myself.
Hey,
My morals. Me.
Real quick chat. So, because I've been under the weather these past couple days, we're gonna go for another hour. Okay, but if you want to end on a hot seat, okay, if you want to end the live on a hot seat, for you guys that don't know what a hot seat is, it's it's 4 rounds of questions, 4 questions on the first 3 rounds, 1 question on the end. It's basically first round's trap card. It's where we basically trap each other into roasting each other. Second round is more deep thoughts, provoking your brain to think a little bit more unique questions. These are all to be answered with like 1 to 2 lines, and then the third one is the lightning round. It's questions that are designed to be answered with 1 word or 1 sentence. And then the last round is what we call Save the World. It's where it's a message that everyone gives to the whole world if they're listening. Sometimes I'll base it off something, or it'll just be a general message. But yes, if you want to end on the hot seat, okay, we got to hit the super chat goal in the next hour. Okay, so I'm going to start the goal now. If you want to end on a hot seat, we got to hit that super chat goal. If not, we're just going to wrap it up on the hour. All right. And make sure you guys, again, both debaters from tonight are in the description. So make sure you guys go and sub up to both of them. Okay. Show them support for coming and giving y'all a show.
Look, guys, Stillborn's got 18 subs. You guys need to go give him some subs.
This is bad, but he's right. It's 19. Hey, fuck
Wait
you.
a
It's
second.
19 now. Okay, I'll have you know.
No, I didn't mean that as an insult. I'm literally just saying people need to go sub up to you.
I do agree that people need to come up and they need to sub up and they get to watch me and Jim Bob fucking absolutely demolish Corinth and Wick on Christian nationalism. Me and Speakeasy wreck fucking Soy Pill and Chuck on abortion laws. I don't know what the other one's about.
That she recently admitted that we were right.
Yeah, she fucking admitted minute talking to Andrew that we were
Yeah.
fucking right.
Yeah.
Oh, I screenshotted. I took a screenshot of that and sent it to Easy when you put that in.
Oh, by the way,
I
guess
was
what?
listening in, and when I heard her go, "Oh, I was recently in a debate about abortion laws, and we seen that, and I was like, wait a minute, hold up. So you admit you were wrong?
Yeah, you
You
admit
might
you-
as well just fucking issue our apology now."
You heard something funny, Speakeasy?
She referenced your debate twice.
Yeah, she did. But the best part is when she described us, she described neither of us. Literally described fucking
Yeah.
neither of us. But
Baseball cap,
Rip.
mustache.
yeah, baseball cap with an orange beard,
White
and then a
guy.
big nose and blue eyes. I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. It's not.
Yeah, I was like,
White
who
guy,
the
baseball
fuck?
cap,
Yeah,
and a
that's what
mustache.
I was like. What a bad description.
But we fucking cooked her in that debate. But did Speakeasy? Did you catch my debate with Jim Bob on Christian nationalism?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so I talked to Corinth the other day in the Discord, and he goes, he's like, Wick's position was so fucking stupid. I agree with you guys from the beginning. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, I just took the position to fucking help out Wick.
I think that Corinth just troll debates. He doesn't. He's into like little gotchas and stuff like that.
See, Corinth is actually like
I do that
know,
sometimes
he's a smart
too.
guy, and he has a really good grasp on.
Yeah, I'm
stuff.
not saying he's stupid. No, I'm not saying he's stupid. I mean, maybe he's a little stupid, but.
Well, I mean, he's a leftist, so that's why.
No,
I say
for real. Like, I find he just like he's more into like the gotchas, right? So, it's like it's funny and everything, but the repetitiveness of it gets over. Just like I get bored of it quick.
Yeah,
I'm going to be
stillborn.
honest.
Stillborn,
I've
you're
done
young.
the same thing debating.
You're young, my
You should have done
friend.
that tonight, Vigilante.
You've got all the tools in your belt, mate.
Well,
And I wish you all the success in the world.
Appreciate
you got
it,
this,
thank
bro. You got it.
I'll keep at it. I don't know if this is ever gonna go anywhere, but until then, I have fun.
No, just keep going. Just keep going, mate. You got all the
That's
skills,
it.
and you're young.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's consistency is a big thing. That's what I learned with my streaming. I learned it really quick too because like I was consistent as fuck always, and then there was a time that I dropped the consistency, and I seen the difference in my growth. I see we got Dan Ditso came back up, but we are full panel at the moment. So
I
if you
guess
want to
split out
just
here.
wait until someone drops, you can.
I
Or
gotta
if
split-
somebody in the chat wants to pay to drop somebody, it's 50 to drop somebody. All
But
right?
Wrath, if you want, why don't you have Speakeasy send you the list?
But you
and see if
can't
there's another
drop the
debate you
main
wanna take.
debaters. Just
I would
just
love
so
to
you
do
know,
it
you
on this
can't
topic
drop the
alone
main
here.
debaters of
If
tonight.
you want to do this topic, that's fine. But we can do. Honestly, we can do a couple topics if you want. Just
Yeah, for sure.
If he sends you one, just pick one you disagree on.
Sounds good. Yeah, I got to split out, but I do want to say kudos to Vigilante. I noticed you've come on here quite a few times, and in these back paddles, you're always getting hammered on. People are picking on you because you never have the same beliefs, but you always keep coming back.
yeah.
Man, so cheers to you, man. And cheers to you. Hell of a good debate tonight, man.
I do.
I think he did. I don't
I'll
think
go
he
on,
did
like,
horrible.
Wix. I'll go on like Wix and stuff as well, but like
Don't go on Wick, dude. I fucking wrecked him. I wrecked him.
look,
It was fucking bad.
Like Wick, whenever fucking Destiny and Progressive Victory came to Cincinnati, I met Wick in person, hung out with him a bit.
I met Andrew Wilson and Rob Knorr, and they're way fucking cooler than Wick,
but
all right.
Like,
But Destiny will do better
I'll
stuff to you than
admit-
Andrew will.
I'll admit that I do prefer coming over here. Even like most leftists won't come to like far right spaces and debate. I prefer
He's that far right. I think he's pretty mainstream right.
Yeah.
To be
Wait, what? This is a far right
Well,
space?
no, he's meaning like a lot of people that'll come up though, right? And like,
Yeah.
he's not wrong. There, it does. There is people that are on the left that like get driven away just from the overwhelming arguments coming from mostly the other side, and they feel like they don't
the
have
truth.
backup, so they're like, "Oh, fuck this."
Well, I found that most leftists won't. They don't fucking debate, man.
No, because they've
I've
got
literally,
no,
like,
they've got no
even-
comprehension.
It's all gotcha
Right.
Even
questions.
back when, like-
they think they can
Well, all they do is they
Hold
fucking
on.
watch Dean and Parker, and they're like,
let
"Oh,
Vigilante
God,
get what he's let him
Even
get what he's
back
trying
when
to
I
say
was,
up.
like,
I interrupted him.
Even back when I was like more like farther left, because there was a point where I was a communist. I mean, I'm not too far off from that now. I'm a democratic socialist, but
That's under growth.
we'll win you over one day. Don't worry,
I would,
Vigilante. We'll get you thinking right."
I would like intentionally go on like EOD's channel and like be on in a fucking like 9v1 debating communism and shit. I enjoy coming on like and being like basically like one of like one or two leftists on a panel and just debating everybody. I think it's fun, but it's like, do you know who Lethe Water Kai is? I know Easy does.
I have no idea.
No.
He's a friend of mine and Easy's who he doesn't really do panels anymore, but like, do you know who Admiral Gibbs is? Because you've done Wick. You should know who Gibbs is, right?
No, I don't.
You guys
Okay.
have seen if you see him, you'll know who he is. I
Probably.
Yeah.
Well, I debated
Yeah,
Wick
you'll know.
the ketchup channel.
When Gibbs was like starting in the debate space, the majority of the time debates he would go on were Lethe's debates, and I would meet
blacklisted, but like or a significant period.
This guy here on the right here.
Yeah, I've seen him before.
Yeah.
So like he would go on Lethe's channel a lot, and basically like there was a very long stretch of time where me and him would be like consistently on every single one of Lethe's panels, and we would just fucking we're friends. He's right, the like MAGA, like just off MAGA right, and I was a communist at the time, and we would like intentionally provoke each other's side through like making talking points towards each other and like pretending to get mad, and it was so much fun. Did
you watch my debate with Court or with Wick?
No, I didn't. When was it? I could probably watch it.
Here, I'll drop the link to my channel into the chat for you.
All right, gents.
All right.
Well, I'm out. You guys have a great night. Thanks, everybody. And like I said, kudos for taking the punches, Vigilante. Good for you, man.
Thanks for coming up, Wrath of Reason.
But yeah, no, I fucking enjoy doing this shit.
I'm the same way. I do enjoy being the one on many on panels. I do it often. Usually when I do my open panel purges, that's what it consists of, is me going on panels where everybody fucking just hates my presence, let alone my arguments.
Well, I mean, look at you.
That's fair.
You get the
Vigilante. I just sent you the debate to the link to the debate that I did with Wick. Me and Jim Bob we fucking wrecked him so badly.
You get that where everybody hates you. The one thing that I will give the right is like the right is more willing to hear other people's idea, even if they don't agree with them, than the left is. That's actually one of the problem. That's one of the reasons why I personally have been so like Easy. You know who not Eli Monty is. I don't know if everybody else here does. So you remember that debate that I set up on Lethe's stream for you? It was supposed to be Eli. It was me, Sprout. I think it was Ginger. You remember that debate, right?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
On gender equality issues.
Yep.
So I wrote the questions for that. Lethe did not write the questions for that. Lethe, I picked who was going to be on there. I wrote the questions. I basically set up all of it. Lethe was just the moderator. Eli knew that. At that time, I was Eli's head admin. That setting up that debate and then trying to get like the way that I framed the questions, because I tried to frame some of the questions more favorable to the left, and then I framed some of the questions more favorable to the right. That me setting up that debate the way that I did is the entire reason why I'm no longer his head admin.
Holy.
Well, that's not good. You shouldn't be framing softballs.
And on top of that, by the way, me and Eli are IRL friends. We went to fucking college together.
Oh, that's crazy. And he was like, "Yeah, fuck this." That's insane. You know, I do find that problem with on the left a lot too. Like especially like when I go onto these like lefty TikTok panels. Oh my! They mute you every 2 seconds. You don't even get to have a night. They listen to your first 3 words. Okay, listen. I know what you're about to say, and it's like, okay, if you know what I'm about, why you might as well sit up here and argue with yourself. Because you're just muting me every 2 seconds, right? Real quick, Eclipse, not one step back, sends in $10. Christ is God. Christ
Not one
is
step back,
God,
buddy.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Not one step back. And then also another $10 says 2A all day. Let's fucking go.
Oh, absolutely.
Shout out to you.
Well, no,
Agreed.
no,
Agreed.
Oh, well, look at this.
Sorry.
Eclipse coming in hot. Another $10. Transformers are disgusting.
Fuck.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah,
And then
Decepticon is pretty
bring
weird.
back the Crusades for another $10. Shout out to you.
Legend.
We are
Not one step back.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling. Got the chatter. You ain't talking money.
I was gonna say I thought Transformers was kind of a good movie. I don't know.
Yeah, but Decepticon's a little hard to figure
Yeah,
out sometimes, you know?
Yeah, you never know where they're coming from. They're
You
always,
never know which bathroom he's
Oh
going to go
shit!
into.
It's like your
Another
music
$10 comes in from
No
Eclipse saying abolish all welfare. What do you guys think about that?
No, I like welfare because as long as I can keep people under my thumb, I can keep them in control.
You're
I
still
think-
playing the steel. You're still playing the steel man, aren't you?
I think the poorest of us need a hand up.
Yeah,
but
this
they
is
also-
actually where the lefty in me comes out. I'm actually I'm not saying it doesn't need reform. It needs very heavy reform, but
Why does
I'm for welfare.
why
I'm
does it
not.
have to
I
be
think the
lefty?
church is far better at it.
I would say personally, I'm
Well, that's
not
a form of welfare, no?
I'm
No,
not.
it's not.
church
Welfare is
against
forced
the-
by the government taking money out of my paycheck every
Well,
week,
no,
and then they get to determine where it goes.
Government is the discerning factor. Are the churches not a government?
No, the church does it all through voluntarism.
Jibashe, how am I on the screen?
So people with priests or church fathers,
Down there.
I would
these
say
people are they just assume these roles.
I would say
No. What I'm
by
saying is,
nature,
I like in all actuality, I don't like. Nobody
It's a
has to
governmental
give to the
structure.
church. It's voluntary.
It's a governmental. The church itself is a governmental structure.
No, it's a
though.
hierarchical
Not true at all.
structure, but
It might be a
It's
structure.
what I'm
that
saying
way,
is
but it's
you
not
don't
a
like.
Hold up, CT. Hold up. You're talking over them. One second.
Real quick, you like I would say that as a Christian, anybody who's a Christian who goes to church, you should give to your church. But I think the distinction here is the whole voluntarism aspect of it, right? So like when I go to the church, when I go to liturgy, right, and I donate to the church, I actually am much more confident that what the church will do is they'll take that money and they'll actually disperse it within the community to help those that actually need it. And the church does this all the time. When helping people with financial crisis, helping people get food, helping people find jobs. They do all of these things, and it's all voluntary. And people are much more willing to give voluntarily than they are to just, say, hey, yeah, just take my money against my will. And if I don't if I don't pay you, you show up at my house and take my shit.
Tithing is voluntary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not a prescription.
Yeah, it is. Voluntarism. I would prescribe voluntarism for charity.
No. Tithing is not a prescription.
You should do it.
It's prescribed, but
You should do it if you have the means to do so.
Okay. So if you should, it's the same thing with taxes. I mean, we can.
No,
say
it's not the same thing with taxes. They take my taxes by force. What are you talking about?
Are laws not prescriptions?
No, laws are laws.
Yeah, laws are regulations, but
No,
you know,
there's a
I don't get a
difference.
choice in paying taxes. They
Yeah,
just take my fucking money.
No,
The church isn't coming to your door with a gun saying, we want
Give me your money.
10%.
You're talking about paycheck taxes.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's what taxes are.
No.
No.
All
I didn't
all
understand.
taxes.
I didn't understand.
all taxes.
Hold on.
All all
taxes are
taxes
forced.
allow
You don't
me.
get you don't get a choice in taxes.
All
What
taxes
taxes
allow
do you
me to
differentiate?
Hold
control
up, you guys are all talking at the same time. Hold up, one at a time.
Yeah, you don't
What-
get a choice
Sure.
in paying taxes. You just kind of fucking have to. Otherwise,
Yeah.
they take like shit.
What taxes do you separate from paycheck taxes? What's your line?
The taxes you do every season. There's
So,
plenty
like-
of there's
so,
plenty of
like,
people that have gone decades
like-
without paying those taxes.
You're saying like property taxes and
No, he's talking about like, okay, so like if you're like, if you own your own company, right, and you're like, let's say you're like a painter, right? You own your own painting company. If you do it right, you can get away with basically paying nothing in taxes because when you do that, everything's a write-off. Every time you get fuel for the vehicle, well, that's money for the job, so that's a tax write-off, right? Every time you buy tools, that's a tax write-off. Every time you buy clothes for work, that's a tax write-off. Every time you buy groceries, that's
just like
to feed the
tax
crew, that's a
code,
tax
yeah.
write-off.
Yeah, that's tax code. Yeah, that's
So you can. There's ways you can get
if you
around
own-
it, but I think is what he was talking about. It's basically like when you
No, I meant more the individual guy that's been a line cook for 30 years. He's never once filed his taxes, whether or not he's owed or not owed.
Well, they still take his taxes out of his fucking paycheck.
Well, no,
Yeah,
no, no,
he
no,
still
no, no,
pays
That's what I'm
taxes.
saying. I can't argue that. If you have a job, you get your taxes taken off. I can't argue that.
Yeah.
That's not. I thought you meant by paying taxes, quote unquote. It was when you paid your taxes every year.
No, I mean they take your taxes out of your fucking paycheck every
No,
week.
you're absolutely right. You're
Like
absolutely
my
right.
check, I think would increase by like $200 or $300 every week if I.
Oh,
didn't
even
have to pay
worse.
taxes.
Really interesting segue. So there's two things in life that are certain: death and taxes, right? So
That's a great concept that I got you
even on the
dumbasses
food
to
that you
believe.
pay, your
When did Benjamin
groceries,
Franklin fucking move
even
to
on the
Australia?
groceries that you pay, you
Which
pay
doesn't
taxes on your fuel, everything, regardless of whether you put your income tax in or not, right? So what Steelborn is talking about is voluntary contribution to a church, right, that can distribute that wealth as they see fit. They're
I also
two
trust the church
different.
much
They're,
more to
they're
do
two
that
different
morally.
things. Way two different things, brother.
Yeah, but that's why we asked. Is because he said it like it was like a.
Well, why did you have to
Trash
ask?
bag was
You're
confused
fucking
and thinking
smart
like
enough,
paying
mate.
your taxes in
Figure it
April.
out.
In April, he thought I was talking about paying your taxes in April versus your paycheck taxes.
I can flag. Yeah, I screwed that up. That was on me.
Got confused.
I screwed that up.
I really don't like what you said there, trash bag, because I don't want people believing that their taxes that they pay once a year, their filing for the IRS is like a voluntary thing. I want them to continue believing I will destroy their life if they don't pay it.
It's not.
But
It's
you
not
will destroy my
voluntary.
life.
Get together, you and me. Look at
Cleaner.
well, your name used to be Cleaner. When it was Cleaner, it made more sense. Cleaner and Trash Bag. We were right together on the panel, right next to each other. Cleaner and Trash Bag. We could have mopped up. Forgive the pun, but we could have mopped up, you and me.
Come on,
But
Terry,
listen-
come on, cam up. I want to see the leprechaun hat.
I
Hey,
like all
that was
the-
a Halloween special, boys. What are we
That
doing
was
here?
fucking awesome. Come on.
Right? I got the trash bag sitting right next to me. I kept it. I can put it on in a second.
I got a hammer for Steelborn if you want.
I like the way that you guys have all these little social constructs within humanity, like your little groups that you've got, because
That's much better. Keep froze.
I would say, what do you mean? Yeah. What's your?
Well, no, we were nomadic at inception. Apparently, according to the experts, we weren't in groups. So
But even that, you just assigned.
Can
dollars
Steven
towards that
backstage just throw me up a peace sign so I know that's not like a looped video there? Okay, perfect.
Even that, like
Just making sure you weren't a looped video.
Oh no, I know him. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
You can all make fun of him. He has a British accent, so automatically you can just make fun of him.
and a septum piercing. Hail to the king, baby.
that's not a British accent.
That was the wrong.
I haven't even started talking, dickhead. What the fuck?
That's why we love the trash bag.
Oh, fuck me.
I
really-
forget where we were just now. Sorry, I interrupted.
I
my
totally.
audio.
No, I think
Mute myself.
Devil's
I think, like, the
advocate was
biggest-
basically saying that we shouldn't be like in group, shouldn't have an in group preference, right?
No, I'm
And-
not. I'm saying I love that you guys are dumb enough to fall into these stupid little groups and fight each other rather than looking at me.
Well, then can you turn your camera off? I don't want to look at you anymore.
I think the
Anymore?
biggest disconnect between like the leftist ideology and the right wing ideology, specifically like the right wing ideology of this space, is like you guys talk about like voluntarism and like have faith that society could
No,
work
no, that's not
on
right. No, that's religious. No, that's not political. What they're talking about is religious volunteerism. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you guys are talking
Well,
about.
I'm not sure. Well, I just think so. I think that what the massive decline in the United States ultimately came from was the idea of the government trying to take the role of the church, and they've done it in every aspect, and they fucking suck at it. And they take my money, right? And they take all your money, and they're fucking awful with it. They literally are horrible with it.
I'm just a few steps away from us controlling your lives and whether or not we're allowed to kill you.
Yeah,
Come
we'll
on.
have nothing. You'll have nothing
me
you like,
there.
and you'll like
The
it.
whole reason why
I'll ask you real quick, Vigilante. You pay taxes, obviously. I'm assuming you have a job.
Yes.
How are the roads where you live?
They're a lot better than they used to be because of the Infrastructure Act.
Okay.
After the Infrastructure Act
How about
got
in rural
passed,
areas?
they're fine. I actually live out in the middle of nowhere right now.
Whoops.
Well, let me ask something. Like, what, if you don't mind, like, what region of the country are you in?
I'm in the Midwest.
So am I. Yeah, the roads out here fucking suck hot ass. What are you talking about?
I'm specifically. I mean, I've said what city I'm from many times on stream. I'm from Cincinnati.
Are you not even that far from me, dude? I'm in Michigan.
You're
I don't
actually
live too
boy.
You're actually closer. You're really close to me, Vigilante, and I can tell you right now. What about that bridge going across 75 across the Ohio?
The one that they're working on right now, the yellow one.
The what?
The yellow bridge, the one
Big
that they're
Bridge?
literally
No,
working.
that's 471. I'm talking about 75. The one that's all kinds of.
You're talking about the 75, 71. Okay. They're probably going to work on that one next. They're currently working on the Big Mac.
Yeah, they're
They're not gonna
fine.
work on both of them at the same time.
They're fine.
They're probably.
And how about public schooling, Vigilante? Are you aware at how much the United States spends on public schooling?
Just your literacy rate alone is
Hold
fucking
on, we'll just ask him
terrible.
first. What percentage of the GDP do you think we spend on?
Not wrong there.
I don't think it's that high considering
Take a guess.
I would say like maybe 10-15%, I would guess, because
We spend 5% of our GDP on public education. The highest GDP in the world.
You spend more
the
than
most
any other
per
nation.
pupil out of any other nation in the world. And we have the lowest literacy rates out of almost every first world nation.
That's a different
And
conversation.
before just to add on to that, before the Department of Education, we ran.
We were the
leading
number one in
everything.
education in the world.
now we're
it's
less
as bad as it
educated
is.
and we have a more money being spent.
There's a
Whereas-
reason.
Hold on, wait. Vigilante,
Hold
go
on.
ahead.
There-
Go ahead.
Vigilante,
Tell me teachers are
Vigilante.
underpaid, right?
No, I wasn't even going to go with the teachers are underpaid portion of it. The way that the funds are allocated for schools is based off of property taxes.
Yeah, that's
The
not
rat's
actually
way
true. Not when it
deeper.
comes from the federal government.
The rot is way
So-
deeper.
Vigilante,
true.
how many people in America have a reading level above the 6th grade?
Less, I think it's around 50%. I'm pretty sure it's like
Less.
50-50.
Less than 50%.
Shut up.
Damn, I didn't realize it was
That's
that
bad.
low.
Vigilante, I have another
Damn.
question for you.
Yeah, no, it's
Sixth
really
grade?
bad.
Whew.
Vigilante, I have a question for you. You think that
That's
most people
rough.
vote, right?
Sorry, one sec,
No, most people
Steelborn.
don't vote.
No,
It's
Oh,
like-
sorry, one
Well,
sec, guys, one sec. Let me just read this real quick.
yeah.
Eclipse, now one step back, sends in $10, says, close public schools. They're just daycares enabling feminist women to opt out of their duties.
I would agree with
I
that.
mean, I don't totally disagree, but
Yeah, I agree.
I also want to mention, chat, you have 30 minutes left. If you want us to end with a hot seat, okay, make sure you guys send in those super chats. We got 30 minutes left, and we're at 7 out of 30. Sorry, go
Send
ahead,
him
guys.
all of your guys' hard-earned money. I mean, he did all the work to put this debate together.
Well, the education question.
And scheduled another one tonight. Look at that.
But I have a question real
Also,
quick for
shut up,
Vigilante.
Eclipse.
I have a question for Vigilante. Do you think most people should vote?
Yes.
What percentage of American adults do you think could pass a civics test?
I'm not sure I could, by the way. I'm not sure I could.
If
I'm
we're
talking about a
talking
basic civics test. Like, what are the 3 branches of government? What do each one of them do?
Yeah, so, like,
Okay.
How many states are in the United States? How many people do you think can actually pass that test?
so literally just like the citizenship test.
Yeah, the citizenship test.
I would say probably like 25 to 50% max.
It's about 36%.
I believe it.
A huge 25
Yeah, I believe
to
it.
50.
That's American adults, right? Who
Just
can't.
about.
That's 60. What is that? 64% of American adults can't pass a civics test, and yet you want everybody to vote.
In all honesty, I think that number's high.
I think it's a high estimate as
Just
well.
about. I'll need to see data on that. I won't believe that
I
until
also
then.
think that estimate is high.
No, there was a Shah of Iran that said democracy is stupid because it's for the people by the people. But what if the people are petarded?
Yeah, no, that's a bad concept.
What if the
Stay
people
away
are
from
stupid?
that.
What if the people are stupid?
Yeah.
I like all of the people being able to vote. Stop talking like that.
Well, see, the education thing goes way deeper than tax money. It's a fact that kids don't learn the same. Some people learn with lecture. Some people learn only with hands-on.
Are you lumping boys and girls into the same boat?
What I'm lumping
Because they both
Guys, I just dropped the article in the chat.
Here, Steelborn.
System
I
fell off.
got
Hold on
you.
a second. Let me get this out. Our education system fell off a cliff when we did the no kid left behind policy here in America.
The education system is
Absolutely agree.
Absolutely
agree.
Hold on.
Absolutely
kids-
tailored to young women, mate, not boys at all.
Okay. Either way, let's grant that. However, not all kids learn the same. Not even all young women learn the same. The fact that we only have one way that you can be educated in this country is the bigger issue.
I really like how you just put
think-
women under children.
I think one of the biggest problems
He said young women. I was just using the descriptor.
Sure. I like how you just
Should I
class
say
them
girls,
under children.
All right.
Like
If you want to go semantics, I'll say girls.
Real quick, Frankie says for $5, I'm only sending this because this is the best channel and chat ever. Thank you, lovely Frankie, and we love you as well, and thank you for the support. Absolutely amazing. Okay, Frankie's an OG around here, okay? You better put some respect on her name in this chat, all right?
R-E-S-P-C-T.
Thank you very much, Frankie.
R-E-S-P-C-T.
No,
Trash
there's
bag.
a K on the end of respect.
Trash bag.
It's
you know what else?
You just raised an issue of basically needing specialized, almost close to one-to-one teachers to students to be able to avoid that problem.
No.
Right?
What I meant was more avenues to get kids started in a trade type school earlier. Some kids are hands-on learners. Some kids will never benefit when George Washington crossed the Delaware River. But there are some kids that will learn the correct angle to build a retaining wall. We need to put kids. We need to have the correct schooling and the correct.
So, at what age?
Child.
At what age are you advocating children go into trade schools and completely avoid all other
honestly think
education?
I think from pre-K up until 3rd grade, it should just everything should be assigned to kind of
Groom them into a profession.
Not a profession per se,
This
but
is
things that they're
the child
things that they're
yearns for the mines
naturally-
type shit.
Well, no, things they're naturally good at. Things that they're naturally good at.
Yeah. How about things that you are naturally bad at? You get better at, right? That is literally
I like that idea.
what education is about.
See, hold on. See, I think this is why Speakeasy will admit that I totally fucking got him during verbal combat on sex segregated schooling.
No, this is like that. This is.
This is great though.
I feel like your prescription is kind of like the what is it, the Divergent, Allegiant, that series where they segregate the people out into different
No,
I know what
no.
you're referencing. Yeah, I know. I think I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
What
it
I
did
mean,
I would
I'm
agree.
kind of sound like the
I'm
prescription
not
he was going
saying
for.
I'm not saying if a 6-year-old shows a propensity to be good at fixing cars, that you should put him in a mechanic shop at 6 years old. But what I'm saying is you should give him an education that would tailor make him for what he's good at.
Right. That's
we-
literally what they did
That's
in
literally
that movie
divergent, buddy.
franchise.
Not
They
even
sorted
not
you
even
out
the
based
kids.
on those things, and your entire upbringing
They
was
already have specialized high schools.
But the kid, like the kid themselves, does not even know what they want to do for the
Real
rest
quick,
of their
I'm
lives. So,
just
like
gonna
in
say something
terms
real
of
quick.
the main issue with the public schools is that they're not teaching the kids how to learn. They're just getting them to just repeat whatever they think.
Well, the problem. Hold on, real quick, trash bag. The problem with this is
So,
resource
what you mean? What you mean? Some kids can't learn. So then, how do they learn a trade skill?
No,
trash bag. The problem with this. Hold on, I understand what you're
Exactly. Do you know what I mean? So, like I said, the issue is they're not teaching the kids how to learn. They're just teaching the kids on how to regurgitate information.
There are some
Verbatim.
kids that
Because of
I understand
standardized
what you're
testing.
saying. I understand what you're saying. I thought this way for a long time. The problem is just resource allocation. It's not going to be feasible to have like targeted education like that for most people. It's just not going to be feasible.
What I'm saying
I
is,
really like this argument the trash bag is making about like or whoever it was that was making this argument about focusing on people's weaknesses and trying to like basically like teach the whole group based off of the weakest person. I think that's a great idea because that'll keep you focusing so much
It's a
on people's
terrible idea.
weaknesses. That'll keep you focusing so much on people's
He's
weaknesses.
playing devil's advocate,
You
so
won't
you-
be able to maximize off of the strengths that are there that could actually do something good for society. I really don't.
You ripped it! You ripped the money!
We rich.
We're not rich!
We're rich.
We're broke!
We're rich.
You gotta fake it to make it! We're broke!
Oh my god.
What the fuck did I just watch?
Yeah,
we're not rich.
Frankie says, I'm sending this because Alicia is the best wifey and mod. Thank you very much, Frankie. And you're not wrong. Definitely the best. And also Eclipse sends in another $10 to say, bring the families back together so dad makes the kids turn off the TV and do their homework so they don't need to take 6th grade over 3 times.
Trash bag. What you're advocating for is effectively teaching at the rate of the slowest common denominator, right? So somebody that's
good.
really smart just gets screwed in school because they're literally just sitting there bored out their fucking minds. Right?
Okay.
Whereas the retard in the back of the class, everybody just accommodates him because he's the slow one.
No,
Fuck that.
That's actually the opposite of what I'm advocating for. Your position advocates that we should force all kids to learn the same way. Not all.
No, it
kids,
doesn't. That's not the entailment of his position. The entailment of his position is just saying that yours makes no sense and it's incoherent. But not only that, it's not even feasible because of resource allocation, right?
There is. Okay. All right. Well, then we're not.
Hang on now. Hang on now. I've got Stephen. Can I ask you 2 questions?
Sure.
All right. Why are you gay? and secondly, have you ever got your fucking septum ring tangled up with a fucking LGBTQI fucking septum ring?
No.
Oh,
Right?
He's an ortho bro. Come on, man.
Just saying.
I'm an Orthodox Christian and I have a 2-year-old son.
So that was too hard nose.
Why are you on the panel?
Because I can be, bro. Because I can be.
Chat, I got a cold, but I need a hot seat.
Up at the end.
Teriak is telling you, chat, he needs a hot seat. All right? Get ready and send
Stevie,
those super
can I ask
chats
you a
in. We are
question?
at 11 out of 30. All right? And we have, let me see, 24 minutes left. Welcome to the panel, Farney.
Why aren't you sending me more of your money?
That's right, lurkers. Pay your tithe. It's mandatory.
Can I ask you a question?
We have a debate with Farney and Vigilante coming up very shortly.
Yeah,
Maybe.
well, I was debating on not
Hey,
coming
Barney.
up to the panel. How's it going, man?
BB, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
We'll see you next week, buddy.
Yes, yes, sir.
Do you support allocating government money, so i.e. taxpayers' money, to teach abos not to drink petrol?
No,
that's Rama.
I think we should just take the warning labels off and like not allow anybody to sue anyone for the next like 50 years. And I think we're gonna solve a lot of problems.
Motherfuckers, let's go.
You gotta remember, every warning label exists because some motherfucker tried it, okay?
Right, like we gotta like stop allowing people like somebody sued like Tim Hortons is a coffee chain in Canada. Somebody sued Tim Hortons because the coffee didn't say hot on it and they spilt their coffee on themselves. How retarded! Us allowing this kind of stupidness to even be a thing.
Speak easy. There's directions on shampoo.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We need to just take off the warning labels, not allow any civil lawsuits for the next 50 years. We're going to fix a lot of problems.
Look,
don't do that.
Joe Rogan pointed this out
Don't do that.
flawlessly, okay? We used to
Don't
have
do
rules
that.
in the street, and then we fucking idiot-proofed everything, and now you got dumb people going around like...
This actually
no.
It's like a good video game, right, Steelboard? It's like a video game you really like, and then someone's bitching because they don't play with the gun you use, but they say it's too strong. So all of a sudden, the video game nerfs your gun, and the whole game sucks now because the way you fucking played is changed because some bitch complained about it. That's what this is like. Exact same thing.
We want fairness and equality
We could
everywhere.
apply that question. We could apply that.
If you want chaos, then get rid of the rules, cleaner.
Indigenous culture around the world.
Trying.
We could apply that question.
Only the abos drinking
Do you want
petrol,
your
bro.
taxes?
Only the
You guys
abos
don't
are drinking the
mind, I'd like
petrol,
to ask,
right?
Vigilante
They also have
a question
songs
on
telling
the
them.
debate.
All right, hold on. We're all
road.
talking. Hold up. We're all talking. BB said he's got a solution for us.
No, I didn't say I've got a solution.
Oh,
What the
I
fuck
thought
are you
that's what you
talking
were
about?
A final solution, dare I say?
I'm actually
Arnie
going
said
to nick
he had a
you.
question
I'm going to nickname you fucking Septum, right? And I had no fucking solution. Don't put words in my mouth. What I'm saying to you.
All right, I thought you
is
said
that-
you had a
is that-
solution.
No, what I'm saying to
You have a
you
lot of piercings.
is that
Septum piercing
what
gay?
is it appropriate around the world for any indigenous culture to take taxes to do what they need to do to survive?
Wait, say that again?
Is it okay for any indigenous culture in any country around the world to take taxpayers' money to
No.
solve their problems?
Are you
No.
asking if taxes are immoral? No, taxes are
So-
not immoral.
No,
It
I don't give a
depends on
fuck
what
about
we're discussing
reparations.
here.
It's
Absolutely
it's
no
not
care
just
in the
Australia.
world.
It's not just
If we're
Australia,
having-
brother.
If
Like,
we're having to
you've got
spend
fucking Native
millions
Americans.
of dollars
You've
to
got
stop
Inuits.
people from
You've got fucking.
drinking
Come on,
petrol,
come on. Stop
then
it.
nah, I'm
No,
not
I get what you're
advocating for
saying,
that.
BB.
In
No,
the
I get what
slightest.
BB's saying. He's talking about like the Native Americans that taxpayers pay for
Inuits,
reparations,
any other
for
cultures.
taking their land. It's in Canada as well. There's a lot of places that do that. For me, you, all of us shouldn't have to fucking pay for what our ancestors did.
I agree.
Okay?
That's
And
what I-
we
that's why I
all
said no. That's why
reap
I
the
said no.
benefits of what they did. So fuck
Oh,
that
no.
shit.
No, you definitely should pay for what your ancestors did, and we
No,
need to
fuck,
keep
I
pushing
shouldn't.
that.
Ain't my fucking
Yeah.
ancestors, bro.
Yeah, guys, let me ask
I go back in everybody's tree line here and find some
So, like-
crazy fucking uncle or aunt that went on like a murder spree or some shit, and you're all
So,
going to
like,
jail.
I should pay tax.
Arnie wants to have the pre-quota next
I
week.
should pay tax to Ireland because that's my fucking heritage.
I guess
Is
so.
that right? Is that right? To my ancestors.
I mean, I think Teriak would appreciate it.
You should pay taxes because it's morally the right thing to do.
Come on now,
Right.
let's go. Let's
Hashtag
fucking go.
save the leprechaun fund. You know what I'm saying, boys?
Like,
But yeah,
Hey,
Franny,
so
what was your
down
question
to-
for Vigilante?
Thank you, Terry. Thank you. Yeah, so Vigilante, you believe in universal health care, correct?
Correct.
Due to the fact that the people that are less financially well off would require it in order to live, right? Yet you
Yes.
also said that you're for pro-eugenics, right?
I'm for or positive eugenics specifically.
Yeah, so wiping
eliminating
out people that are going to be like a burden on society due to your utilitarianism view, right?
specifically using positive eugenics to
get rid of certain debilitating birth defects. Yes.
Is
because they
poor
will be a burden.
birth defect?
Hold on, guys. Hold on,
No.
guys. Because they will be a burden on others, right?
Because they would be a burden on society, technically, yes.
So then why wouldn't you just let the poor people die off instead of paying for their health care? Because it'd be a form of positive eugenics in a sense, because those people are actually being more of a burden on society than the people that are actually paying towards society. Would that not be more utilitarian?
Because the way that capitalism works, if we want to remain in a free market system, there are always going to be people at the bottom. So if you just let the poor die off, there's just going to be new poor people. It's just going to end up becoming the middle class. It's kind of what we're seeing here in America, where the middle class.
No, but isn't that
dying.
wonderful according to utilitarianism? Because the cream will rise to the top, and you'll just have a better and better and better society according to utilitarianism. Because you keep killing off the useless people in society.
No, Barney, what you want to do is you want to say rather than spend that money, Barney, rather than spend that money on the poor, we could spend that money on developing research and technology, progress humanity. That's where you want to go.
No, you're looking at utilitarianism from the trickle-down economics perspective.
No.
Not. That's literally what he's looking at.
I mean, if
no, one sec.
It doesn't make sense.
There is no trickle down.
The greatest good for the greatest number of people. So rather than waste the money on the poor people that are already suffering anyway, we're going to take that money and we're going to invest it in technology to enhance the majority's perspective. That's utilitarianism.
The majority is the poor people.
No, it's not.
The majority is literally the poor people.
No, it's not.
Not
the the average American is in the top 1% of the global GDP.
He's right.
If we're talking about the global
Vigilante, you also reference free market economics. Do you think that you live in a system of free market economics?
Yes.
You have never read the Austrian School of Economics, bro. You do not live in a free market economic system.
Vigilante, I'm literally confused by this. We pay people more money based on the perceived value that we believe that they're bringing to the table, correct?
Yes, that is what high value people are. Yes.
Vigilante,
so if that's the case, then those that are the poorest
Hayek.
in society are bringing the least value to society. I don't understand how you're in favor of killing them in the womb, but once they're out of the womb and they've demonstrated that they in fact are a burden on society, why not just kill them then?
Yeah, well, I mean,
ice cold, baby.
I like this.
Vigilante, though. By the way, the poor people are not the majority. At least based on 2023 statistics, 51% was middle class, 30% is lower class.
Well, they definitely wouldn't be under the majority with what I'm suggesting based under his worldview.
That depends on what you define as the poverty line. The government, the way that the government defines the poverty line, yes, you're right, Jeremy. But if you define
so if you change the poverty line to something higher,
Eclipse wants to add in real quick. Sorry, Vigilante. Eclipse wants to add in that Marg Sanger and Funny Mustache both loved eugenics.
That is true.
Ethel Gordon too.
If you say the majority, are you talking about the majority of the population, or are you talking about the majority of the people in power? Because the majority of the people in power.
Real quick, I want to say something.
Wait, just 1 second. I think Vigilante's talking about the population, but let him answer this, and then
I want to address.
I'm talking about the majority of the population.
Yeah, he address it right after he finishes, just so that he gets to finish.
So, hold on. Okay. Well, the way that the government, it depends on if you define poverty as the way that the government defines poverty, or if you define poverty as making enough to meet the cost of living. The average cost of living right now in the United States is about $35,000 a year, $35,000 to $40,000 a year. At least 30 to 50% of the population make at or under the cost of living for the United States.
Which would not put them in the majority.
Okay, well,
and then when we take this on the global scale, Vigilante, So why shouldn't we just wipe out these like why shouldn't we just wipe out the Papua New Guinea cum warriors?
The cum warriors of Papua New Guinea.
Wicked Wally.
Literally, the last debate I said.
I mean, Vigilante
just
did
fucking
say
wiped
he
them out.
wanted to take those guys out. Just saying.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be
Y'all-
utilitarianism. They're providing value.
Y'all
to
just
society.
don't understand the logic, Wicked Wally says. If you
Pedophiles
change
fucking-
the definition to something Vigilante agrees with, then Vigilante would just be correct.
I am 100%.
Yeah, if we break the
changing
first law of logic,
definitions
then
and
yeah,
what
he'll be
words
logical.
mean.
Yes, but real quick, I want to address Eclipse and NO1SB's super chat. So while I would agree with you that it is true they both loved eugenics, that doesn't actually demonstrate that eugenics is bad. And I'll give you so what this is called the association fallacy. You know, X is bad, therefore, or X is bad, X did Y, therefore Y is bad. For example, Hitler also owned a dog. So that's just, I would just recommend, trying to come up with a better argument than that. I do agree with you, but I always want to.
All I can think of is I still love that Babylon Bee skit. If you go watch it, it's called Lefty Travels Back in Time to
Yes.
Kill Hitler. It is one of the funniest fucking things I've ever watched. They do really good, those Babylon Bee people. That team is just really good at what they do. It's basically a whole satire channel clowning the left by acting like they are the left and being like completely extreme with everything. It's so good. It's so good.
You want that? Me too.
He goes, the chick goes back in time to kill Hitler, and then she starts saying all the things of why she wants to do it in her worldview, and then it aligns completely with him, and then she's like, "Wait a minute, I thought you were a bad person." Like, I don't want to give shit away. Just go watch it. It's funny as fuck.
Just about.
And
Don't watch
chat,
that
you
shit.
have 12 minutes. We're at 13 out of 30. If you want to hear the panelists get into some roasting, some lighthearted roasting and some deep thoughts, all right, and
Come on,
a
Eclipse, do
world
it.
message, send in some super chats. It's only it's $2 and up, so anything $2 and up adds to the super chat goal, and we'll do a hot seat at the end. If not, we're gonna wrap it up in 12 minutes. So chat. You gotta decide what you want. Sorry, go ahead.
So let me tie this back in. Let me tie this back in, right? Like we all agreed that people with ADHD or other sort of DSM-5 mental illnesses have contributed hugely to society, right?
Yeah.
And some of the ideas that have forged our way forward. Yeah, we all agreed on that.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah. So
Most of them being autistic, but yes.
yeah.
No.
So are they allowed to live? Are they allowed to live?
Yes.
In my morality, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. I got you.
So
I got you.
where's your cutoff line for what you want to eugenicize and what you don't?
So we were talking about eugenics, right? So
Yeah.
like if someone
No,
if someone
that was
looks fucking
towards
Down
vigilante,
syndrome,
BB. That was towards vigilante.
if someone
not you.
looks fucking Down syndrome, like you're just gonna fucking off them? Is that what
BB,
you're
the
gonna
question,
do?
his
Yeah, that's,
question wasn't for
as
you.
far as I know, that's what he's advocating for. But that's what I'm
He
asking.
actually said
No,
if it's mental
no.
Down syndrome,
I'm
not
asking the
physical.
question. I'm asking the question.
Certain
Because
kinds-
these people
You're both
contribute
asking
to
the same
society
question.
valuably.
No.
Right.
Okay. So
Yeah.
there's a difference between things like mosaic Down syndrome and just Down syndrome. There are people that just have Downs and just have the physical disability.
All I can hear is
Uh,
contradictions.
No.
Yeah.
It's
So
understanding.
where's the cutoff line? We don't care about the intricacies of Down syndrome, bro. Where's the cutoff line?
If
We
your
killed
name,
Kenny
if
the
your-
Down syndrome tiger.
the cutoff line is if your mental deficiency has some kind of artsy fartsy word to go along with it, then you're special.
No, the cutoff
But
line
what
is
if they contribute to society positively, Cleaner? What if they've
Well,
got good
cutoff
ideas?
line
I think you
is
stupid
the
fuckers should allow
Well,
the
guys,
government to
let him
control your
answer
death.
if you're going to ask him a question. Hey, let him answer.
The cutoff line is the ability to take care of yourself, basically. That's the easiest way to explain it.
So many people fall under that category. though.
Okay, so I
So
have a rebuttal
I'm pretty
against
sure that
right?
every
So
child under the age of 5 doesn't meet that cutoff line. So we
he
just
said after
post-birth
they hit
abort them.
18. He said after
No,
18, like, is
I
when.
specifically referring to the ones that will never be able to take care of themselves by themselves. People
Yeah, he's
like
already stated
I've
that
qualified that
he doesn't
like
give
50
kids
fucking times
consent.
now.
Yeah, I think
he's
the
already
point-
said that kids don't have consent. They don't get to qualify for anything here.
Right,
I
and I
also
think
want
the
to,
point
following up on
that you guys are actually missing that typically happens on the left is they will express something that has extremely specific wording in it, but at the same time change the definitions of everything so that it meets whatever criteria they choose for it to meet without it actually approaching rational reality or past definitions. And this is what I take advantage of and why I support what Vigilante is saying. We should have the death movement.
Yeah, so to follow up on the Down syndrome thing, Vigilante, I'm not sure if you found them on YouTube, but there's a lot of Down syndrome like creators out there with loads of following, and they definitely have the cognitive disability aspects of it, and it's actually hold up, guys, it's actually quite like lift up in the day watching their content, because instead of being bogged down by all the stupid stuff we like to bog ourselves down with, they're not bothered by that, and so they actually bring a lot of light to the world with their content. And I would have never watched like the movie Panther if it wasn't for one of them suggesting it, and it's a great movie. Like I would never found it without that guy.
Well, no, I mean my
So
grandmother.
funny. I only really use Down syndrome as an extreme. Right? It can go to anything. It can go to anything that is subjective, and what you're. I mean, Down syndrome is not subjective; it is objective. But all the other
No, I'm saying the
mental
cognitive
all the other
issues that
mental illnesses, right? So you apply this across the board. I'm just trying to get a moral
Yeah.
standard for most people.
No, I'm just saying that even the one that he's suggesting, like the hardcore mental disability ones, they actually do a heck of a lot of good. Also, those that are relying on other people, they're giving those people the opportunity to express virtues like empathy and helping them out. Like they're actually giving people that are more capable more meaning to their life, because people derive meaning, like you said earlier, from purpose. And if your purpose is to look after an individual that needs you, that could be a wonderful like life.
So I think that's interesting, and I think the question Steelborn is about to ask is going to demonstrate for you what I was just saying about lefties and how they choose to change definitions of things. Go ahead, Steelborn. Ask that question about what is your definition of contributions to society.
You're reading the chat too, good sir. Yeah, I was actually curious. Vigilante, can you define what contribution to society actually means? Because you're saying, well, they don't contribute to society, right? And they're totally dependent on other people. Therefore, we should be able to kill them. That seems pretty paramount in defining that one.
So the way that I would define contribute to society would be being able to provide labor, being whether that be working like a fucking blue collar job, or a white collar job, which is less taxing, or even potentially a content creation entertainment type job. As long as you can work a job, you can contribute to society.
That's all that it takes to contribute to
do they have
society.
to Do they have to be net taxpayers?
Inquiry.
Go on.
That's all that contributing to society is.
I just gotta say, goal achieved.
You guys are all fucking
Thank you to everybody in the chat sending in those super chats, making sure that we get the hot seat at the end of the hour. Let's fucking go.
Yeah.
Let's go. Thank you to everybody. Shout out to you all. We'll get to the hot seat in about 10 minutes. I'll let this go for a little more. I'll let this open discussion go for like 10 minutes, and then we'll do the hot seat.
What about if you're homeless and you go and sweep the church every day? Are you not contributing to society?
Push it to the limit. Walk along the razor's edge. Don't look down, just keep your head or you'll finish.
Let's fucking go. Big dono alert coming in from Eclipse with the big 50. Let's fucking go. Such a good dono clip.
Thank
It
you,
is good, though, right? It is
donators, for
good.
supporting Speakeasy.
Oh,
Awesome.
Yeah, you guys are champs. All right, best chat.
I didn't see
hands
who
down.
asked it, but yeah, you're technically you're technically contributing to a community, so technically you are contributing to society. Yes.
Does bringing people joy, does that, or how about does bringing people purpose, does that contribute to society?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So the
So-
people who are dependent on others, that actually gives them a purpose. So therefore, they
You're
contribute.
welcome,
to
Steelborn.
society.
You're welcome, bro.
I knew where you were going with that.
Hang on, I had a point I want to. I have a point I want to contend with here really
Much
quickly.
love, bro.
So let's look at comedian Aaron Belial. Right, he's got cerebral palsy. He can't speak. He's got one of his hands and whatnot. Arms is like fucked up. He is like almost. No
Okay, yeah, I
control.
know who you're talking about.
Got you.
Without
He-
technology that has come recently, where he can use his phone and AI to essentially give him the capability to speak and tell jokes, what would he contribute to society? So
What about-
his caretaker could elect to end him because he can't contribute to society.
What about
While you're
what about if you've got spina bifida? All right. You're in a wheelchair, right? And you bring joy to the community. Are you contributing to the society?
I don't know how that's analogous to the hypothetical.
Not only that, but I think Vigilante literally has spina bifida.
I literally do have
this,
spina
this,
bifida.
this is why I'm asking. This is why I'm trying to back on him. Right?
Yeah, but
Well, he said like
can-
90% would.
One of my best friends has spina
That doesn't
bifida,
continue with his
and he was
prescription, though.
born in a
His
wheelchair.
prescription-
He was born
his
in a wheelchair.
prescription
Right?
was that they couldn't survive on their own. This guy, Aaron
Oh.
Belial, cannot survive on his own.
Oh, but what if Vigilante's carer deemed that he wasn't fucking worthy for society?
Wait,
And
does
he's
this mean that we should also wait?
No, hold on.
He doesn't
Let,
have
let-
one.
let me answer that.
Oh.
Look, part of the reason I have the position that I do is because I can walk and everything perfectly fine. I'm one of the 1% of
Because
people
if he
with
was
spina
useless,
bifida.
he would want to off himself. That's what he's gonna
Yes.
say.
Right. So
hold
he
on.
can, so
Does that mean that
in
people who
his
are on
mind,
oxygen tanks,
so
they're
in
useless?
his
and we
mind,
should
he
off-
contributes to society. In his mind, right? Is that
That's
right?
the whole reason why I think it should.
So
be
what if
optional
someone
for
else?
people.
What if someone else thinks that they contribute to society in their own way, in their mind? What does it make it different?
I would say actual tangible results.
What are the tangible results?
Tax revenue.
No,
Yeah,
he
I mean,
didn't.
think-
Go ahead,
to an extent, I would say things like GDP output and tax revenue.
Got it. So everybody who takes more out of the
but-
system than they put in should be
Net-
off, right?
Net taxpayers.
I said that.
Net taxpayers. You want to eugenicize net taxpayers?
So you're
Anybody
putting life.
that's part of the system,
You're putting
Get rid of that.
expenditure of life down to paying tax. Is that right?
Economic eugenics.
Oh,
Wait, but he wants-
economic
That doesn't make any
eugenics.
sense because he wants
Economic
welfare
utility.
and universal health care and all of that. Like,
This is the problem with the eugenics position is you have to defend
Real quick, everyone. So we're gonna get into the hot seat in just a second, okay? But before we do, what I want to do here is to, help out. Obviously, I want to help out a boy promote something he's got going on. And
I saw it
because
today.
I'm the unofficial forced crucible representation. Oh, cultable. Sorry, cultable. I meant to say the cultable representation. So
cultable.
Since I am that, I might as well do my part in the announcement that just happened. So if everyone could do me a favor, just mute up quick. This will take like 3 minutes. The video looks like it's like 3 minutes.
It's
So
fucking
let's
awesome,
just let
dude.
this video play. Everyone mute up. Grab a drink or something because we're going to do the hot seat right after this.
The Enlightened Network is proud to present Word War Debate, the premier debate league. I'm Ben Swan, and I'm here to introduce the new gold standard of debates. Every statement, every argument, every counterpoint is tested under the lights in real time. Let's send it over now to Andrew Wilson and Sam Tripoli inside the ACX1 studios in Atlantic City. Guys?
What we decided to do was get a great team of people together, get one hell of a venue, and put together some of the funnest and most riveting debates that you've ever seen. And I'm going to moderate these debates. And this is going to be fantastic.
And if you're lucky, maybe at the end, Andrew might debate. We don't know. Why would we have Michael Jordan sitting aside coaching? Why not throw him in the game?
We're going to have the best on, and we're going to put it in the best venue.
There's debates all over the place, but there's no brand of excellence where you go, this is where the best go to bang.
And to that effect, that's exactly what we're putting together in this venue. Now we're going to bring that standard of having all that moderation excellence, where I can moderate this debate fairly. A lot of people try their hand at debate moderation, and it's actually far more difficult than people think to do it right. Coming up with the gold standard for the format was critical, and we worked on it. My entire team worked on it, along with Tripoli's entire team, and we came up with just a banger of a venue.
A banger. We're going to take pro sports with pro debates and create a beautiful hybrid. What you're going to get are the best of the best going at it, the smartest, the fastest, the most ruthless. Put up or shut up, okay? That's the show.
People being able to eat, people being able to drink, people being able to actually have a good time. They actually want to meet the people who represent their worldviews, and they want to break bread with them. They want to actually talk to them. They want to kind of have input on these ideas, because most of these debaters are representing whole worldviews. Whole worldviews on behalf of people who can't. The mechanic can't do it. The mechanic can't go on CNN and tell these pundits to go f themselves.
Yeah.
That ends up being the job of you, the representation of the worldview.
And we're like, what's the best place to do it at? There's only one place. ACX1 Studios in Atlantic City is where the champions will be named.
If you want to cover it, you want to stream it, you want to restream it, you want to mix it up, you're more than welcome to do it until we get to the main event. When we're talking about the VIP side, right, we wanted to make sure that we had a third floor lounge right on the ocean.
Yeah.
Right on the ocean.
This venue is beautiful.
Beautiful. And what we can do, and what we are doing, is we're going to make sure that if you get a VIP ticket, one, it's affordable. Two, that when you come out and you come up to the VIP section, you're right in front of the ocean, nice fireplace roaring, huge area for us to relax and have a good time post-debate. We want you to be able to meet the representations of your worldview. That's never really been done before. And it's a whole different type of venue that we're really looking forward to sharing with all of you.
It's real simple. All you're going to have to do is go to wordwardebate.com, grab your tickets now. This will sell out.
Wordwardebate.com. Make sure you go there.
And it all goes down January 10th, Atlantic City at ACX1 Studios, right next to Caesar's Palace.
That's fucking badass.
Oh, yeah. It's like the UFC.
I was looking at the ticket prices.
Remember when the UFC first started getting big and all that kind of shit? That's what it's like.
I was looking up ticket prices earlier. They're pretty fucking affordable.
Yeah, they're not bad. $50 general admission, $200 for VIP. I think it's like $100 for the middle
Only
tier.
200 for
Yeah,
VIP.
yeah, Very reasonable.
Oh,
Yeah, it's actually reasonable as fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. Yeah, it's goes from $50 to $200.
Hey,
So are they looking at doing this annually, or like what's the time period?
So
No idea.
We'll find out. I haven't
So you
seen.
can go to their YouTube channel at Word War Debate on YouTube.
Well,
and
hey,
they
their
got
first
debate-
one-
yeah, there's more promotional videos on Rachel's X
crap,
as
my
well.
phone's
I'm
gonna
pretty
die, one
sure.
sec.
Yep, Rachel's X has got them, but they've
They
got a
literally
couple of
just
debates
they literally just launched the announcements and shit.
Yes,
today,
yes.
Hey, just like the Crucible, you better get in on the ground floor. If you
This
can afford
event
to-
goes from 2 p.m. Eastern time to 11 p.m. Eastern time on Saturday, January 10th, 2026.
9 hours and it's 200 max all day. For
Well, no, it's
9
50
hours.
Yeah, 2 max if you go VIP. Yeah.
Well, no, I'm just saying you got 9 hours of this for a max of $200 ticket price.
No, it's reasonably priced. Very reasonably priced.
Terry X gonna come out to the U.S.
The
next so for the platinum elite VIP, what it says here on the little package thing, it says you get to choose any seat that you want, and then VIP after party access. Then the gold VIP is second floor bar, bird's eye view. So I guess there's 2 floors, so
There's
you
3.
get to be on the second floor if
There's
you want.
3 floors.
There's 3 floors?
Yeah. The
Yeah,
third one
Oh,
is
shit.
the ocean view.
Yeah, the VIP is gonna be from the 3rd floor.
Yeah.
Okay. Shit.
what I'm
Well,
gonna
there's
say
2 VIPs. There's gold VIP and platinum elite
Second,
VIP.
3rd floor, yeah. The platinum
And then the
elite
standard admission's $50. Like this is fucking great. And you know what? Everyone here, let me I should be able to share this in the chat.
The next one won't be this cheap.
Can I share
That's
this
what
link
I'm
in the
saying.
chat actually, Jeremy?
What's that?
Do you think I can share this link in the chat? It shouldn't be a
I mean,
problem.
I literally Googled to the site for
Yeah,
it
it's public.
earlier and found it. So like it's out there if you look for it.
Yeah, it's all public information now.
No, it's not about that. It's about okay, yeah. Alicia knows what I'm asking.
He's asking whether or not people are going to
There's
say
certain
like
things
he's
you
a member
can't
of
put
the
links
group
to
now.
in your chat, like GoFundMe's and shit like this. There's certain things you can't. You're not supposed to link in your
Well,
chat.
I think you'd be fine because I'm pretty sure both Andrew has
I got
put in links to like DebateCon in his chat before.
Yeah, it should be
Okay,
I
yeah.
think you should be
yeah,
fine.
we put links to DebateCon, so yeah, that should be fine. Everyone, go get your tickets, man. That shit's gonna sell out quick.
And
Y'all
the
know
next
it
one
is.
will be- the
Y'all
next
know
one will
it
be
is.
twice as expensive. The next one will be way more expensive than this one because this one is going to take off. This is going to be huge.
Mm-hmm.
This
Look,
show
if the
is gonna
lineups are going to be some of the people in those videos or in the video, man, it's like
Yeah.
Guys,
they haven't
it's
actually
it's gonna
announced
be a big event. I can only imagine for
It's going to
sure.
be some shitty concert hall that they rented
Yeah.
out a month before. Like this is going to be. There's going to be cameras everywhere. There's going to be microphones everywhere. Like this is like they said. It's going to change. It's going to set the standard for
It's
how
going to
these
be
things should be.
it's going to be the UVC of verbal combat. You know, like
I
people
don't-
going to war. Like yeah, it's going to be, or I'm sorry, UFC. It's going to be the UFC of people going to war with their words, basically.
Mm-hmm. It's actually like in
Wow,
UFC, you
wow.
see two people physically attacking each other. In this, it's going to be like metaphysically worldviews boxing in the ring.
Yeah.
I like how Clinton said it's literally going to be what the name of the thing is.
Yeah.
Gold standard.
It is.
pretty fucking cool name.
It's going to be a war of the words. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
the fucking name of it. I would hope it's that.
Word War Debate's a pretty fucking cool name. I'm just gonna say.
Yeah, no, it's cool.
And
I
they
just wanna
called
point
it
out-
WW1, so they're obviously like planning for there to be more of them and everything, right? So this is obviously something that was put together
Noticing
correctly.
Yeah. It kind of sounds like it.
Yeah, I searched up images for the inside of the studio, and literally what comes up, one of the pictures that come up is the Word War Debate package photo. They're already getting that shit out there. There's funny. All right. So, the plan is 6 to 8 times a year. Oh, okay. That's based. That's
Good
based. I
God.
like it. I like it.
It's like
I
a
like
rock
it.
star
Yeah, I
sport.
can only imagine it's
Yeah,
gonna
sorry,
be.
man,
It's
my
gonna be
phone
fucking
died.
wicked. No, no worries. No worries.
Yeah,
We
hey,
were
easy.
we were
I just
talking about the video that we just watched about Andrew's World War debate or Word War debate.
Nice.
Sorry.
It looks sweet, man.
Yeah, it
easy.
looks
I just sent
fire.
you something
It
in the
looks
private
fire.
chat real quick. I just sent something in the private chat real quick, which will put a lot of context to what's happened recently in some of the online debate spheres.
Okay, okay.
Man,
But
I would like to say,
what we're gonna do is we're gonna get into the hot seat. Is everyone staying for that's on here? Is everyone staying for the hot seat?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well,
Sure.
All right, base. All right, so
you want me to take the devil's advocate side again, or can I?
take whatever side you would like, okay? Because it's not really like in the first 2 rounds I allow some back and forth, but not like where we go on forever anyway. So you can take whatever side you want. But you know these are fun. So chat. All right, listen up really quickly, okay? This right here is that time again. All right, it's time to crank up the pressure and see who can handle the hot seat. Okay, how this works? It's pretty simple. Okay, we got 4 rounds, each one turning up the heat just a little more. You know, there's no like long speeches or just like completely dodging the question or you know. If there's back and forth, I'll allow it a little bit, but I won't let it go on for too long. So when I say move on, we just move on. So round 1 is trap card round. This one's built just for fun, right? Questions are designed to like trap us into roasting each other. It keeps it, you know, playful. But you know, it's let the jabs fly, okay? That's all. Let the jabs fly. Round 2 is deep thoughts, is what we call this round. We go a little bit beneath the surface, get a little bit weird, philosophical. Questions will make you think. And again, you get a few sentences, drop your take. Someone can go back and forth a little bit if they wanted to, and then we just move on. Round 3 is lightning round, right? It's fast, no explanation, no debate back and forth, just one word or one line answers, and you know, no hesitation, just go. All right, and then round 4 is save the world. Each one will get one final question that it's basically imagining the world could hear your voice and what message you would leave behind. All right, it's easy, it's short, sharp, spicy. All right, let's keep it real. Don't break TOS, obviously, you guys know that. And let's just fire up some heat. So chat, you know, drop those fire emojis in the chat, all right, so that the panelists know the heat's getting turned up. All right. So for the first round, again, this is the trap card round. All right, so let's get into the first question. Who on the panel is probably the biggest flip-flopper on their opinions? All right.
Vigilante.
And wait, I'm gonna tell you when it is. This guy. Since you went first, we'll start with you, Steelboard.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Vigilante. Maybe though, Cleaner 409.
maybe. All right, trash bag.
Trash. I'm gonna say 100%. It's Cleaner 409. 100%. A little bit of Steelborn, just because I don't think he got enough flack for a couple things he said. I'm gonna watch you back and hit him with it. But
All right. Jeremy.
For me, it's kind of 2 parts. So I think Vigilante is probably the one who would actually flip flop his stances, but I think because Cleaner holds some of his stances kind of secret, he'll flip flop and you won't know which one his standpoint actually is.
That's a fair point. Vigilante.
Honestly, Honestly, I don't know a lot of the people on here enough outside of Teriak and Jeremy. Oh, Cleaner definitely seems like he's willing to play the other side, though. So
getting Cleaner's getting all the slack. What do you think, Barney? Oh, shout out Modern Day Debate. Thank you for coming in.
Yeah, based on how Vigilante responded to my proposition earlier without even giving a clear answer as to why you wouldn't just eliminate the lowest of the rings in society, and he wants to, for some bizarre reason, give them healthcare even though they're just taking on more and more burden. Yeah, definitely him. It doesn't make sense, any of his worldview. It's so confusing.
Steven.
Vigilante for the exact same reason.
Base, okay. Exact same reason. He just stole your answer, Farney. You gonna take
Hey,
that?
nah, man. It's called being an influencer easy. I'm already started, man.
Teriak.
I'll probably say Vigilante. But I'm saying that in a good way because I'm hoping he changes. He sees the light. You know what I mean? Because like I said, in terms of that thing that I gave you in terms of the slavery, is someone allowed to sell himself to slavery? You had the correct answer of saying no. But when it comes to this self-deletion thing, you know what I mean? That's a conflict that you have to resolve in your worldview. You know what I mean? So like I said, if you do have time to think about it, then I'd strongly urge you to think about that. But yeah, I'd kind of say that.
I don't usually give this answer often, but I'm gonna say me because I used to be a complete fucking degen that just didn't give a fuck about a lot of things, and a lot of things I just good and bad was all that's just kind of whatever I fucking said it was, So yeah, I definitely have flopped from that worldview I used to have.
Yeah, but I think that's true for most people, though. I think most people were that way as they were learning their path and coming.
That's how it works.
I hope most people weren't as much as a degen as I was, but
I just came right out of the fucking womb, base drinking a bottle of bourbon. I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Shit. All right. So next question I got here is if this panel was a movie, right? I want you. This is a 2-person answer. So who would be if this was a drama movie? Who would be the comic relief of the movie, and who would be the unintentional villain of the movie? And we'll start with Trash Bag on this one.
The comic relief would be Cleaner, obviously, and Steven would be the unintentional villain, because just look at him. I mean, come on. Just look at him. He's waiting to stab somebody in the back.
He has that big ass forehead to hold that massive brain that he's got, see?
Shit. Teriak.
Who would be the what villain? What type of villain are we going for here?
So there's who would be the comic relief? Who would be the person that's the funny guy of the movie, and then who would be the unintentional villain?
Okay, I gotta go. Okay, I'd say I'd be the comic relief. I mean, because I'm the foreign kid, so usually the foreigner dies first and all that kind of stuff. So I do it in a funny way. And then I'd say probably Farney. You know what I'm saying? Because everyone thinks that Farney's the nice guy and all that kind of shit, and then just Kaiser Soze everybody. You know what I'm saying?
Kaiser Soze, I like it. I like it, Steven.
I'm gonna go with Cleaner as the comedian and Vigilante as the unintentional bad guy.
He starts doing eugenics, and then all of a sudden, you know what? Fuck
exactly.
Nobody that
that's
doesn't
exactly
look like
my
me
reasoning for it, bro. Yeah, that's exactly the reasoning.
I'm just waiting for the German speeches to start. Save the beer.
Party.
Yeah, I have to agree with Teriak. He would be the comic relief. I'd be the unintentional villain because I would definitely put an end to a lot of this degeneracy by putting them in slave camps and prisons.
Yeah, and he'd say it's all for the greater good.
Greater good.
Yeah, that's right. There's nothing. Hey, as long as you treat them well, I don't see anything wrong with it, man.
Okay. Steelborn.
Yeah, I'd say Teriak is the comic relief, but that's just because he's a fucking leprechaun, and you can't trust those guys with fucking anything. And he'd be the unintentional villain because you can't fucking trust leprechauns with anything.
Well,
He'd be both.
I do agree that Teriak's two people in one.
I like it. I like it. You basically said that Teriak would be Loki. You know, he's the comic relief and the villain, right? But he still just wants his.
Teriak, are you going to turn into a horse?
Oh,
maybe,
gross.
maybe.
Oh God.
Candy
shit.
Mountain,
That's in the great bit of
Charlie.
proof.
Candy Mountain.
I do have to say, though, Marvel absolutely done like a terrible job in the movies of the Loki character, because this whole thing of like Thor is the one that brought Ragnarok. That's not how it goes in Norse mythology. Loki's the one that brings Ragnarok. You know what I mean? But I do have to say, in the TV series, they did kind of make up for it, so I'll give them a pass.
True. They made up for it in the TV series. Jeremy.
All right, mine's different. So I think Stillborn is actually the comic relief because he's making a lot of clever little quips and whatnot that are actually really funny. And I think Teriak would actually be the unintentional villain because he'll make jokes that he thinks are funny but are actually kind of diabolically evil.
Based, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cleaner.
I would say I think Teriak would be the comic relief because Teriak knows he's pretty decent at his memes and comedy in general, and he really leans into it. And while every now and then he might make a bad joke, he does have a lot of good ones, you know? And since he leans into that craft, I think he'd be the comic relief. Now, for who would be the unintentional villain, I think it's very important that we discern the fact that they said unintentional before villain. So, Vigilante's pushing all of this lefty insanity that will necessarily, in one way or another, hurt people. And so I would say he is the unintentional villain.
Okay, that's fair. Vigilante.
I'll say for the comic relief, definitely Cleaner for sitting there and doing and memeing for a while and sticking to the bit. And then for the unintentional villain, I'm gonna do a throwback to I'm gonna mention a throwback to one of my first few VK appearances and say Teriak, because he wants to put both the pedophiles and kids in the mines.
Oh.
Shit.
Look, I'm just saying, I feel like 2020, the most popular game with Minecraft. The children yearn for the mines.
Oh,
shit.
that's messed up.
That's what I'm saying. Put the kids back in the
crazy.
mines. Not like with the
They yearn for the
PDFs.
mines.
Yeah.
With the PDFs, if we're going full blown like dictatorship mode, it's like zero tolerance, boys. You know what I'm saying?
Shit. That's
Why
funny.
waste? Like that's what I'm saying. It's a waste of money. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, like, if you've got them PDFs in the mines all chained up and shit, like, them kids are going to work to stay away from them.
I would say.
All right,
so for
kiddos,
me-
make sure you collect enough coal, otherwise we're gonna unhook Larry.
Yeah.
For me,
No, they
I
got
would
dig
say
faster to get
that
further
I would say that the comedic relief, I think it would actually be Steven, right? Because the accent, right? Like they don't have to, with that accent comes. Like it pulls a lot of the weight for comedy itself. Like I don't know if you guys have realized this, but British comedians, they're always just fucking funnier. Okay, just
like
'cause
Jimmy Carr
the way.
speakeasy?
Listen, when he first got on here, he said, "I haven't even spoke yet, dickheads." The way he said that, like it was just they have good timing. So he would definitely be the comedic relief, and they don't have guns, so like all they have is like spewing shit at each other.
I do.
But I think the unintentional villain would actually also, I do agree, would be Farney, because I think he'd want to do good so bad that he'd end up doing bad. He'd be like, "This is just for good. I know we got you tied up and we're waterboarding you for answers right now, but this is for good, okay? This is a good thing to do. Listen, I know we just pulled your tongue out, but you were saying blasphemous things. And the way that we stop you saying blasphemous things is if you can't fucking talk." I think that's where it would go.
Better to lose a tongue than have your soul be cast into eternal fire, right?
That's it, yeah.
That's what they say.
He'd kick me down into a burning hole. They'd be like, "What the hell?" He said, "Listen, that's what it says right here. All right, eternal fire, motherfucker."
Remember, hey, speakeasy, you gotta remember that. And Farney, if your eye causes you to sin, pluck it out.
I mean,
That's right.
you can't.
I'm just
you
helping
can't,
a brother out, man.
you can't do that, Farney, because then Vigilante's whole fucking policy of killing people who can't, do this whole workable contribution to
They
society
can't
shit. He'd kill all the people that can't talk then.
That's
So
it.
you would be
tongue would be the first to
unintentionally
go.
killing people.
Yep,
tongue would
he'd
be the first to go.
he'd go. All right, next one here. Who is most likely the biggest conspiracy theorist? And on top of it, this is another 2-1. What is the conspiracy that you think they would believe? All right, I can still hear. Actually, I don't actually have to step away yet. But yeah, go ahead. We're gonna start with Trashbag. Or no, we started with Trashbag last round. Sorry, Stillborn.
Stephen Smith believes that the Earth or that the moon is made of cheese.
Base.
Okay.
I'm just
The
convinced
best refrigerator ever. Space
that, or he's
best
convinced that
refrigerator ever.
leprechauns actually sit at the end of rainbows.
True. Okay.
Hey, what's up with
Okay,
the
I see
anti-leprechaun hate?
that. Jeremy.
Oh, well, I mean, this one's an easy cop out. Cleaner. I mean, insert conspiracy here.
Cleaner, all of them. he believes all of them.
Conspiracy theory.
Cleaner.
Wait, Cleaner, do you believe the Earth is flat and a globe?
Oh, hell
Do you
no.
believe both the conspiracies?
Yeah, it's a flat globe. Duh.
Yeah, it's a flat globe, bro. You're actually all wrong. You can't actually. The Flat Earth Society and Globe Earth Society have not been able to prove that the Earth's not a tetrahedron or a dinosaur. I'm just saying.
No, I actually, while I sound conspiracy theory like, I have data to support the things that I actually say. Like when I say Google definitely shifts the votes on people, I actually have data to show this shit. This isn't just a theory.
They
So,
publicly admitted to it.
conspiracy.
Tinfoil hat guy.
Conspiracy, maybe I do buy into some conspiracies, but that's only when I can see the data that supports that. So I would say conspiracy theorist, I think it's Teriak, because I've seen some of his crazy conspiracy theory shits, and sometimes he goes way off the deep end with no evidence, right? And what was the other one?
What conspiracy do you think they believe in?
The CIA is in control of so much more shit than people know.
Alrighty. Vigilante.
I'll say Cleaner. I feel like he believes in the Illuminati.
No, the Illuminati were killed off a long time ago by the guys that are actually running
remember?
shit.
Don't you remember? Not only Family Guy, but Jim Carrey. Confirmed.
No.
It's Illuminati. It's a big peanut butter conspiracy. I'll tell you about it later. Yeah, I'll tell you about it later.
I loved it.
Farney.
That was a good one, dude. That was a good one.
Yeah.
Farney.
I'd have to.
You missed
yeah, for
Vagisil.
sure would have to go with.
Oh, wait. Did I skip
Teriak?
Vigilante?
Yeah,
Sorry.
you skipped Vagisil.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
He said
Vigilante. Sorry, Farney. 1 sec. Vigilante, you go first.
He just answered.
He just answered.
He said clean
Oh,
with the
just
Illuminati.
Just
Oh, yeah. What the fuck?
cold medicine.
That's why you
for
called him
you.
Vagisil. You were so mad at him for him saying you were a conspiracy theorist. You forgot he's the one who answered.
You caught that, did you?
You can't prove that. That didn't happen. You made it up because you're fucking crazy.
You
sounds
caught
like a
that, huh?
conspiracy.
I am the gas of lighters. Remember?
Okay, I will take my L angry amputee. It was American Dad, not Family Guy, that did the Illuminati. You were right. You were right. Sorry, Farney. Go ahead. Tell us what it is.
Yeah. For sure, 100% Teriak, man. He is a little too into Amon Hillman, and the conspiracy is definitely in that magic purple. He's all into that magic purple. 100%.
It's evil.
All right, Steven.
I'm going to go with myself because I'm not a big fan of these.
It's backwards. We can't see it right. Just like you.
Juice box.
Juice. Aha! I get it. I get it now.
Oi!
I get it too.
Oi, me.
Hey, that's very
Teriak.
noticing of you.
I'd probably say myself. Because like I said, I do like to go on the deep end, all the unknown, all that kind of shit. And like probably my latest one is and again, like I have no evidence for this, but I've heard stuff through the grapevine that they're going to do disclosure and they're going to do it the hard way, which means prepare yourselves to see ships the size of fucking cities start landing, and then them claiming we are the evangelos, we are the angels of the holy books, and then all the religions will unite, and then we'll have global tyranny.
Whew. Okay, that's a crazy one.
Can I ask Terry?
I'm gonna say Teriak because of the shit that just came out of his mouth.
I set him up for that one. I gave him the alley-oop.
Shit.
Hey, Terry,
cleaner,
who off Mr. Kirk? From your perspective.
I think I was gonna say so. I was gonna say for my answer, I was gonna say Teriak as well, but not for what he just said. It was before he said that, and I was gonna say because I've never seen someone make up a whole conspiracy theory off of a few Taylor Swift lyrics the way I've seen Teriak put a whole theory together off of just a few Taylor Swift lyrics. All right?
What can I say, boys?
He's good at it.
He could do it. Okay. If anybody, if Teriak ever gets a hold of gematria, they are all done. Okay.
Teriak, go! That's the
They
best
are all
fucking
done.
you could play.
I choose you.
Yup.
100%.
I'm telling you, I'd be just like Doctor Strange, where I just be like all that kind of like animations with like the glowing numbers, and I'd just be like throwing fucking numbers left, right, and center at them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he'd be like,
They'd be scared of the numbers, though.
"This is 42."
I like how the
Jack of
relation
Blade
to
sends in $2 to say thanks. Steelborn, thanks for keeping my nickname for you.
I am the
I like
gas
it.
of lighters.
I like the
holy crap,
reference
did you
that
realize this Teriak?
Teriak
The numbers he's
made.
throwing out, that therefore proves that Michael Jackson, he actually really liked peanut butter. And what does we know about peanut butter? Peanut butter leads to George Washington. And George Washington, that's actually, he predicted Superman. It's like, what the fuck are you people talking about?
No, I do like that how Teriak made the reference of like, you know, the conspiracy theorist, and then his God, so to speak, being like Doctor Strange, right? The illusionist just goes hand in hand with the conspiracy theorist. That was cute. That was cute.
Who? So wait, was that the third question for Trap Card?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There's one more for Trap Card. Good, because I want to ask this one. Who is the biggest gaslighter on the panel?
Oh.
And we're gonna start with Trash Bag.
Cleaner. I mean, like Vigilante said earlier, I don't know a lot of you guys, but Cleaner tonight has lit the fires and kicked the tires, as they say. This guy could make a nun get angry.
Oh yeah, I've definitely pissed off some nuns. I won't lie.
He's been there, done that. Shit, Teriak.
But that's none of your business. I'd probably say Easy, because like I literally saw Easy convince an entire panel that flat Earth was real.
No, you did not speak easy.
Yes, he did.
Like, actually convince them?
Yes, dude. Like he had every single one of those motherfuckers like, oh yeah, like we're all flat earthers now, boys. And then he's like, no, I'm only shitting witches.
Listen, the greatest prank that was never filmed, I always say, is I used to work at a factory that 50 at least of the guys on my shift all believe flat Earth because I convinced them. And I don't believe in flat Earth. I just know all the arguments. So, like, I convinced, and I left that place never telling them that I don't believe in flat Earth, that it's all a lie. I just left, and it's the greatest prank never filmed. I have to say. But yeah, it's because I've studied those arguments so much. Because like I just got super into watching them, thinking, how could these guys be this dumb? This is crazy. And like some of them are like so good because if you are dumb and you don't like think about the logic of what's being said to you, you'd be like, "Oh, that makes fucking sense, bro." It's hilarious. Steven.
I'm gonna go with Cleaner just based on his performance tonight, man.
Yeah.
Cleaner getting all the strays.
Party. Big guy. I'm used to catching strays.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Teriak.
Thank you, sir.
No explanation needed. Just like, I'm just gonna go with Teriak. Fucking gaslighter. Vigilante.
I'm actually going to go with me, and for a reason you guys will probably never see. You guys have never seen me grift to the right for a panel to meme. I've done it before, specifically back whenever Trump was like hinting at like the purge would be a good idea or whatever the fuck he was saying. And Lethe did a panel where we talked about that, and I grifted to the right and defended that point and convinced the entire chat that the purge would be a good idea.
You just tried to gaslight about how you gaslight. That takes skill.
That takes skill. Let's go. He just won. Cleaner.
I would have to say, just off the people in this panel, I would have to say Vigilante, because he definitely shows all the signs of what typical lefty gaslighting looks like: lying and denying, trivializing things, ignoring like evidence-based reality, questioning other people's actual happenings, strawmanning them into little positions where they are actually a greater portion of humanity that's affected by it, changing the subject, changing definitions. I mean, like basically, like he is the epitome of gaslighting tonight during this debate. He was.
Shit. All right, Jeremy.
Yeah, no, Teriak was spot on. It's definitely you, Speakeasy.
Yo.
I mean, I didn't see the flat earther convincing, but I've heard of it many times. But I was on panel once when you did lay the claim about the chameleon snail that nobody questioned and whatnot until you revealed that you were just fucking bullshitting.
That's the best. That's the best one. And I did it again another time too. Listen, if you say something confidently, okay, people will just believe it and not even question it. And
Dude,
like
my
I
dad's
can
a
say
fucking
that
master
and then do it again, and people like it's just weird trick, right? Like with how humans behave. Like they look to people with confidence. So if someone says something with a confidence, not many people question it. And he's talking about one day I said, like, you guys know there's a snail in Africa that can like camouflage itself, right? And they're all like, what? Oh, and I was like, you believe me, obviously, right? And they're like, yeah, I don't doubt that. Like, what? And I'm like, why wouldn't you doubt that? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Hang on, easy. You see, even that, you're wrong. It wasn't one time. I've seen you use the chameleon snail multiple times.
I did do it a multiple.
It's passed through the same people.
Can you guys hear me now? Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, you do hear me?
That is true. That is true. I did do it a couple times.
Oh man, my headset died. Oh my gosh, everything's dying on me, man.
Yeah, no, I've
It's that
seen you
Illuminati.
Later.
I've seen you run that chameleon snail on the same people before.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one. Steelboard.
Because I have none of the context for this, and it all does sound really fucking funny, and I gotta find that panel. If you can send it to me, Speakeasy, where you convince everybody the Earth was flat, I'd love to watch that shit. But
Yeah, I gotta remember which one. It was one of the verbal combats I was in, so I gotta.
But
William will be able to tell me.
I was officially named by the chat the Gas of Lighters. Okay. Except no, I didn't. No, that didn't happen.
That didn't happen.
gaslighting
She's
us.
gaslighting us now.
You don't remember that
Gaslighting
shit.
us
You don't know what
now.
I'm talking about? You're making it up.
Shit. I will say, based off of, both the flat Earth and this chameleon thing, I will also do it again and say, yeah, it's probably me. If I wanted to, I'm pretty good pretty
No,
good
you're
at convincing
because
people,
you
you know.
gaslit us. You said last time you never do this. You never do this, and then you do it 2 times in a row.
Yep.
So yeah,
It's
you deserve it. You deserve it.
Yep. Exactly. Exactly.
This
He
fucking
didn't say that.
gaslighter over here.
Flashback. He never said that. What are you talking about, dude?
That never happened. You're hearing things.
I just got to know now, Speakeasy, is the judge thing a gaslight?
It has to be.
The
It
jury, you
literally-
mean? The
Yeah,
getting rid of? No,
yeah.
I really do want to abolish jury trials. Yeah,
Hey,
I'm
fucker,
like
'cause
legit.
I'm
That's
just-
why I have it so fleshed out. I've been working on that argument for years, bro.
All right. 'Cause
Yeah.
I need to get a couple of points clarified because I've actually been working on a petition for that also.
Yeah, the only reason I didn't go to be a lawyer is because I would have wanted to be like a criminal lawyer because they get paid better and the whole point is being really good. But then I realized like that's so like you're gonna be like for people that are pieces of shit. And on top of that, I wasn't going to school for 7 more years. Fuck all that. I said no way, bro. Fuck
Yeah.
that. But yeah, a lawyer was one of the things I wanted to be because you know.
I'm almost done with the marriage one, abolishing marriage outside of religion. I'm almost done with that one.
Okay.
Just a couple of conundrums to figure out how to word correctly so people can't loophole it.
Well, let me know. Let me know when you're done it, and then I'm sure I can find you an opponent for it too.
And that N1SV visa, that's serious.
hilarious,
I'm not joking.
bro. That's the
it looks
funniest
like a
thing.
huge troll. I get it looks like a
It's
huge
funny.
troll.
I
But
like it. It's funny.
I'm dead serious
Anyone
with it.
SB visa?
He put up a thing. Put the link in the back, and we can talk about it after, just so we can
Sure.
keep this going. But yeah, it's a funny proposition petition that he wants people to sign. It's good. It's funny, but it's actually I would be for it, to be honest. Ken, we're getting into deep thoughts. This is round 2, everyone. So we're getting into deep thoughts now. All right. Is progress always a good thing? And let's start with Trash Bag.
If we're going to talk about progress, unfortunately, I'm going to have to say, with the history that we have, I'm going to have to say no. It's not a good thing, because the progressive movement seems to normalize things that we used to think were abhorrent, and that's where I'll leave it.
All right. No, that's fair. Teriak?
I'd say progress is a good thing. Just because, let's say, a bunch of capitalists were corrupt does not mean that capitalism is corrupt. It means the individuals themselves were corrupt, not capitalism itself. In terms of progress is what advances technology, what advances like human flourishing. So without progress, you're not going to get like the fancy tools that we're even to have this conversation, to have this panel. We need technology. So yeah, progress is a good thing and a necessity.
Okay, Steven.
Ted Kaczynski was right, so no.
Okay, nice, simple to the point. I like it. The Farney. Oh, and the Farney gets disconnected. He must have his
Rage
phone
quit, he
died or
lost.
something. Steelborn.
Rage quit.
No, I didn't think that. Progress towards what is the problem? It's like what are we progressing towards? So no, I don't think progress is always inherently good.
Okay, Jeremy.
Yeah, no, same thing. Progress in itself is not always good. I mean, because it depends on what the progress is going towards, right? So you can your objective could be a negative, in which case that would be bad progress.
But that wouldn't be progress then, would it?
Well, no, because the progress is towards the movement, right? If the progress is towards making abortion legal, progressing towards that would be bad.
You can't
God, I'm
judge
good at
progress
stirring the shit
until
pot.
you can't judge progress until it's years and years in the future. You can't judge progress in the moment. That's why my argument was to see how we have what we call progression. No, progress is not good.
No. Progress is the movement towards the destination, right? So any movement towards that, you could judge that. In which case, if we're moving towards, say, something that's abortion, which I consider to be not good, there would be negative progress.
I agree with you.
All right, Cleaner.
Let me hear the framing of the question one more time to make sure I've got it correctly before I answer.
This guy always debating the question: is progress always a good thing?
All right. No.
No. Vigilante.
As much as I want to say yes, being the only leftist here, I'm actually going to say no. And the reason for that is clearly displayed when we look at World War II, specifically like the experiments done by the Nazis, as well as the experiments done by Unit 731 and such, and by the Japanese.
So, no?
He said no.
Yeah. Yeah.
He said I would say no, but, and then a whole bunch of
No,
shit.
I said
No, he was
I
saying as
said
much as he
I
wants to
would.
say yes.
The other way.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was
I'd
just-
have
it
to
was just-
agree. I don't think it's always a good thing because obviously, like, I think you can progress towards an undesirable outcome, right? So, yeah, I would say, like, look at AI. This is a good example, right? Like, it's the progression of AI is good in a lot of ways, but it's bad in a lot of ways too. Where you're like, I don't know if we should have AI, taking people's faces and putting them on fucking porn movies and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of weird. But yeah, I would say it's not always a good thing. Can you have peace without freedom? And we're gonna start with Steelborn.
Can you have peace without freedom?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, Farney's back.
There was plenty of peaceful monarchies.
Okay. Okay.
Holy
Jeremy?
crap. Headset dying, phone dying. Yeah.
No worries.
Yeah, I think you can.
You think you can?
Yeah.
Okay. Cleaner?
I think the concept of peace necessitates a lack of freedoms. So yes, you have to. I mean, you can't have it without giving up freedoms.
Okay. Vigilante.
Farney, you're echoing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, let me see if I can fix it on my
Shouldn't be
side. I'll
echoing.
try double clicking your echo cancellation, see what happens.
Well, I
Hello,
mean,
hello.
we agree it shouldn't be echoing, but it is.
Oh, it's still doing it.
What the hell? Oh my
Just
gosh,
mute when
guys!
you're not
I'll
talking,
just take
Franny.
you up another time. I'm having too many.
No,
tech
just
issues.
all you have to do is just mute when you're not talking.
Yeah,
Franny.
just mute when you're not talking. That's all.
All right.
Yeah.
There we go.
Sorry, Vigilante. Is that where we were, right?
Yep. I would actually agree with Cleaner. Pretty much what he said. Like, unfortunately, peace in a lot of cases does require giving up some freedoms.
Okay, Farney.
Yeah, so obviously, like, I think I get the prompt. It's like you can't have peace without limiting freedoms, basically.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, so-
asking. Yeah, it's asking. Can you have peace without freedom?
Yeah, that's like the only way that you can really do it, unless you have like this weird utopian society where like everybody is striving towards the good and that's it. Because if you're gonna have laws, you're gonna have jail, and the jail is literally limiting your freedom. So yeah, it's required in order to have peace.
Okay, based. Steven.
Yes.
Yes. All right, Teriak.
Yeah, I'd say it's like was it like a necessity because it's like what I think someone mentioned like the experimentation they were doing in Germany, like the goal of those like whole experimentation they were in Germany and MK Ultra, the same goal was like we want to solve war. We don't want to have any more wars and all that stuff. And the solution was if we can control your mind, if we can control your behavior, then there'll be no more wars. So like this whole notion of like peace without freedom, like that's what peace is.
Alrighty. Trash bag.
Are we talking about peace at a societal level or at like a more personal level?
It could be either or.
Because at a personal level, I think somebody could be in jail, could be in solitary confinement, and be 100% at peace. I think freedom and peace are more of they're synonymous when it comes to your mind. When we look at society, I think it's more about, do you want to be free or do you want to be safe? Because the safer you are, the less free you are. The freer you are, the less safe you are as a society. So it really comes down to specifics for me.
Okay. All right.
There's a
Me,
great
I'm
Orthodox
actually.
saint. Real
So
quick, there's a
everyone
great
had
Orthodox
the.
saint on this who wrote on this specifically back in like.
Wait, sorry,
200
what,
AD.
Steelborn?
So there was actually an Orthodox saint who wrote on this in like 200 AD, and I actually really agreed with his definition of freedom, which was a free man is not he who does what he wants, but he who does what he ought. And if that's the definition of freedom and that's the one that I subscribe to. I think
Yeah.
you could definitely have freedom without peace there.
I've heard a couple of philosophers say the actual understanding of freedom, there is no such thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
It's very
So
personal.
I'd actually, first off, Intel Wild says, do that debate shit, homie. Choose them too. Oh, Intel must have thought we were on verbal combat tonight.
He said I'm so damn drunk. He said that. But,
Shit. Well, Intel, I do appreciate your support always, but we're doing a hot seat right now, so no 1v1s, but I appreciate you big time. All right. So I'm gonna actually disagree with every one of you, because all of you agreed here, but I actually disagree. So the whole thing I would say is that, like, freedom at its core, right, would be the power to act, think, and choose without undue restraint, right? So the thing is, peace without freedom isn't peace. It's submission disguised as order, right? True peace can only exist because free will is honored. And if we didn't have free will, it would be impossible to have peace.
are the chains on you physical or?
What do you mean the
Because
chains?
You have the free right now. You can go and do whatever you want.
Right.
Well,
You
that's
might have
just
to pay the consequence afterwards, but you have the freedom to make whatever choice you want.
Mm-hmm.
that he did actually explain the differential between free will and freedom. If you didn't notice it, freedom has the constraint under there that without due reciprocation or something coming against you. So like if you're saying something, you can say that as much as you want, but certain things that we say in society, we know, like, you're going to get punched in the dick for, right?
Well,
Or something like that.
let's take society out of it. I have the
So free will and freedom are separate.
Okay, well, let's take society out of it. I have the freedom to jump off a cliff if I want.
Sure.
Yeah, so the consequence is that I'm gonna break my legs and or
Not
die.
if you didn't have free will.
But see, that's the thing. That's
if you
still
didn't
freedom.
have free will, you wouldn't have that freedom. You'd be a program. You'd be like a robot just made to do exactly as I chose.
Right, but see, that would still fall into the constraint of freedom.
Without free will, you don't have freedom, and that's what I'm trying to say here. Right?
Yeah, and freedom says without undue
freedom is the
consequences.
ability to exercise your free will. That's what
Without-
freedom is.
Without
that's the
undue
that's the
consequences.
only way. That's the only thing it can be.
And that's not a
No, it's not.
peaceful. And that's not a peaceful state of being.
Okay, so what are you gonna do? Where are you defining it? Are you defining it politically?
I define freedom for you.
Say it again.
A free man is not he who does what he wants, but he who does what he ought.
A free man is not one who does what he wants, but one who does what he ought.
Yeah, like, and is an alcoholic really free?
So a free man is someone who does what he should do?
Yes. Is an alcoholic truly free?
And who decides what he should do?
Well, that's where Christian ethics comes in, speakeasy, but
Oh.
that's what I'm asking. Like, is an alcoholic?
Well, freedom isn't a moral claim.
Neither is peace.
Yeah, it's kind of you're turning freedom into a moral claim when you say that.
Yeah, but like the way that Speakeasy defined freedom, it's not a moral claim. And also, Trashbag, you're missing that last part of what he said freedom was, which is
Okay.
the ability to do things or speak or whatever without due consequence. Somebody
Yeah,
jumping off
without
a cliff.
undue restraint.
Everything has consequence. It doesn't matter
Not
if there's
everything.
Yes,
Not everything has consequence. There are some
Yes.
things that are you can do that are innocuous that don't have a greater consequence. But you jumping off a cliff definitely has the consequence of you breaking your legs or dying, and that's due.
What's a freedom that you have in this world that doesn't have a consequence?
I have the freedom to go and get a cup of water from my sink.
In which case, then you have a cup
Even
of
if
water.
wait, I think I see what's happening here. Even if you don't act on something because you know there's a consequence that comes with it, the ability to still choose that path is the freedom.
Yes.
The ability to choose the path. The free will itself is the freedom, is what I'm saying.
Like removed from any.
If you didn't have the
social-
ability to choose good, what if you were just programmed to be this bad thing? Right? Without that, you
Well,
wouldn't be
then
able to have.
I would have to jump to Steelborn's side because evil doesn't have an ontology. So to say you were programmed to be
Yes,
a
it does.
bad thing,
Well,
evil
no,
doesn't.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, so evil's a perversion of things that are good.
Well, no,
I understand what you're saying.
I can say it even more basic than that. Like your shadow doesn't exist until you block the sun.
Yes, I understand this.
Yeah.
But
So evil doesn't have an ontology. Like we have to.
Right. But your ability, you have to have the ability to choose. Right. Without the ability to choose, without the force of something, making you choose it. Here being God. Right.
Or any consequence. You can use.
If
substitute
God
anything.
didn't limit himself to give us free will, we wouldn't have this what we call peace. We wouldn't have freedom.
Well, I wouldn't say limit himself, but I get.
Well,
where
that
you're
of
going.
course that's what it is, right?
Stillborn's Wi-Fi's crashed, by the way.
Is this that?
Oh, is that what happened? Okay.
Okay.
He rage quit because of your heretical gaslighting.
Rage quitter.
But no.
All the
what I was
ortho
saying
bros are
was-
rage quitting like myself.
what I was saying was, if you remove all society, like every action you take as a consequence, that act of you taking a cup of water is removing water from something else.
That's not a consequence. You're explaining cause and effect. Consequence necessarily indicates there will be a negative impact upon you or someone else because of it. A cup of water does not negatively impact my world.
No.
So
You
it's
put
not a
the-
consequence.
You put the negative
It's a cause and
connotation on the
effect.
word. You put the negative connotation.
Where,
on the
where
word
does
consequence.
consequence? Wait, where does consequence say that it has to be negative?
Yeah, that's
No,
what.
but
That's my
the consequence is irrelevant in this situation. When you say that like peace, like with no freedom, like by necessity, like peace is that like there's no conflict. So if there's any conflict and you want to act on that conflict, if you want to ensure that there's peace and there's no more war, all this kind of shit, then you have to prevent that person from doing that action, the conflict, which means by necessity you're limiting their freedom.
Right. Like the understanding of consequences is something that has a negative connotation. Now, whether or not the definitional says that doesn't matter. We're speaking in general right now. If you'd like to go to definitions, it's simple cause and effect. So, yeah, sure. Me taking a cup of water, there is necessarily less water for other people. However, it is a cup of fucking water. I do not see how that is going to negatively impact anyone. So I don't
Again,
give a fuck.
consequence does not have a requirement to be negative.
Within
All right.
within our societal
Real quick.
construct, saying there are consequences for your actions does kind of
No,
give you the
consequence
All right,
is
let-
positive.
no, it implies that there
If
will
you're
be
Well, I
told
sparked
effect
this
of an
up.
action or condition, that does not put an inheritance.
Oh,
of
hold
being
on.
negative or positive.
Hold on, Jeremy. I did clarify. I was going towards our social understanding of consequence, not the definitional. And I even said, if you want to go to definitional, sure, I take a cup of water and other people may not have as much, but that doesn't have a negative impact. So I wouldn't say it's our societally constructed ideal of consequence.
Well, I can actually say what the name.
I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked locked in here with me.
That's
You're
right,
locked in here with me. All right, let's get to the next question, guys. I love how I sparked that up, though. It's great. What?
Gaslighter.
It's how we do it, all right? Gaslighting and everything, you know what I'm saying? Is justice possible without forgiveness? And let's start with Teriak.
I'd say yeah.
Okay, I like it. Steven?
Worldly justice, yes.
What was that, sir?
Worldly justice.
Worldly justice. Okay, I get it. Yeah. Farney?
Yeah, I would have to agree that for sure worldly justice is possible without forgiveness. For sure. You could do justice to somebody that broke the law without forgiving them for breaking the law.
Okay, yeah. Trash bag?
I see forgiveness as repentance, so I see justice as the first step towards repentance. It's the same thing. You could look at it with a court of law. You could look at it with the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. You gotta apologize. There's some sort of justice to the things you've done before you can move towards forgiveness. I think they go hand in hand, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay. Jeremy?
Yeah. I actually missed the question. I had to go into the other room for a second.
Asshat. This motherfucker. Now, can you have justice without forgiveness? Sorry.
Yes. I mean, there's plenty of people who get justice and don't forgive those who they have sought justice after. So yeah, I don't think one requires.
There he is.
There he is.
Wi-Fi fucking crashed.
Yeah, we all know how that goes. No worries.
Yeah, there's an outage apparently in my area, and it's like they're not going to be done until 6 a.m. I'm like, fuck.
Yeah,
So
that
Jeremy,
happened,
what'd you say at the end there?
I said yes. There's plenty of cases where people have gotten justice and never gotten forgiveness. So yeah, you can have justice without forgiveness.
Okay. All right. Before we go to cleaner, Steelborn, is justice possible without forgiveness?
I mean, yeah, it would just depend on whatever your system of justice is. I mean, eye for an eye is a perfectly valid system of justice.
Okay. Cleaner?
I think it depends on what we're talking about. If we're talking about religious, you'll have an air of justice to things you do in religion without there being forgiveness. But when you're talking about society, no, you don't have to have forgiveness at all for there to be justice. People can actually demonize someone and still that person get justice. There's no forgiveness involved.
This fucking guy always arguing in the nuance.
Nuance is important. Nuance is important.
The gray.
Yeah, I would say justice does not require forgiveness.
Okay.
Honestly, the other way around. Forgiveness is not required for justice.
Yeah. And I would say the same thing. It is possible to have justice without forgiveness. I would agree with what everyone said here. Let me see here. Ooh. What is the purpose? What is the real purpose of suffering? And we'll start with Stillborn.
I'm not really sure that there is actually a purpose to suffering as much as it's just an entailment of, having fallen nature.
Okay. Jeremy?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. I mean, if I was going to say that there was anything, it'd just be kind of life lessons. But I don't really know that I could put that as a purpose.
Yeah, because you don't need suffering for life lessons.
Yeah, but we do learn from suffering. So I don't know.
Yeah. No, that's why these are the deep questions. Cleaner.
I think this is an individualistic type question. It's based off the individual. It is subjective. Everyone will have a different interpretation of suffering and what it has done to their life. Some people will say suffering has uplifted them and made them into a better person. Some people will say suffering has caused them to self-delete. There's all different types. So I don't think there's any one, this box fits everyone to this.
I mean, suffering makes you ask a doctor to kill you. It's just crazy what suffering will do.
Vigilante.
When it comes to physical suffering, I'd say physical suffering, there's not really a point to. When it comes to mental suffering, like, say, the suffering of going through abuse, that is something that tends to turn people into a lot better people, and especially more empathetic and caring people.
I'll push back against that and say you're wrong. Physical suffering definitely
No
can
way.
teach people good things. Like, for instance, when my son first tried to grab the hot burner on the stove and I smacked his hand and he didn't like that, and later on he tried it again, he touched it and was like, ow, that fucking hurts. Now he knows fire will fucking kill him. So there is something you can gain
You
from
didn't
it.
slap him hard enough. That's the problem.
You should have just hit him with a brick at that point.
He was real young.
I mean,
He was real young, man.
I can concede that.
I mean, it's not as funny when they're like 14. You're like, what the fuck are you doing?
Oh yeah, if he was a teenager and he did
If
that,
they're
yeah, I'd
14,
probably
you got to
brick him.
give them the Undertaker tombstone, all right? That's it.
Hey, that's an illegal move. That's an illegal move.
Trash bag, what do you think?
So I believe that you can't recognize the beauty of the world until you've suffered. Honestly, I like, I don't know. It's suffering. It's more of a mind state, because I know people that have gone through life changing diets and workouts and things like that, where they've said they felt like they wanted to die through the whole thing. And at the end of it, they became the person they thought they should be. So I'm going to piggyback off of what Cleaner said with the subjective nature of the term suffering.
So are you saying, just so I understand your point, are you saying that the purpose of suffering is so that you can see the better in things?
I think the purpose of suffering is the work you do to get through it. I think I see suffering more as a challenge. Just like Cleaner said, some people see suffering like I like to use that movie Push. That was based on a true story about a woman who was given HIV by her parents. She was molested and was given HIV by her parents, and she turned it into changing her life and inspiring others. Somebody else in that same situation would self-delete. So I really have to piggyback off Cleaner here and say it's very much a mind state. It's very much a subjective. But overall, people enjoy where they're at when they turn around and look at what they had to do to get there. And
okay. Farney, what do you think?
Yeah, there for sure is a purpose to suffering, since suffering is an undesirable state, and therefore we have fear of it, and fear can be a great motivator to do the right thing to then avoid the suffering in the future. So for instance, like with the hand on the stove, you suffer in that moment so that you don't have greater consequences later on. So it can be a wonderful motivator for sure. And there's definitely a purpose to it. If we didn't suffer, we would just continue the destructive actions to our psyche, to our spirit, to our physical body.
All right. Steven.
I'm going to agree with Cleaner. It's entirely subjective.
Maybe I should have gone last.
What do you think, Teriak?
I think the purpose of greatness is the purpose of suffering is greatness. What I mean by that, like, suffering is hardship. So, like, name me one great person that never went through any hardships. This whole idea that pressure makes diamonds. It also makes coal, but at the end of the day, like that aspect of greatness, like to have these hardships, to have these tests, overcome them, to improve, to grow as an individual, it's a necessity. So, like I said, the purpose of greatness is the purpose
Cole,
of suffering is greatness.
Coal will keep you alive in the wintertime if you burn it. You can't light a diamond to
Yeah, but a diamond shines.
Yeah, but you can buy a whole lot of coal with one diamond the same size as a
not
coal
every-
rock.
Maybe.
True. I would just say that I don't think I don't think it has a purpose. I think it can be a tool that can then have a purpose. Right? So what I mean by this is that like suffering is usually a result of some type of like bad choice that's happening, right? Whether it be yours or someone else's. And I would say that this suffering itself doesn't have a purpose, but it can if you use it as a tool and give it a purpose. A lot of people will like you just mentioned, Chashbag. Someone had that horrific story, and she used that as a motivation to tell her story and let other people know how to avoid these things or whatever she's doing, right? So that I think it can definitely be used as a tool for a purpose, but I don't think on its own it has a purpose at all. Yeah. The next wait, that was question 2, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
For this
3.
round. Yeah. Okay. Let me see here. Oh. Oh, I like this one. This one's a good one. It's more like just like more personal to everyone, but get you thinking. If you could see the next 10 years of your future, say there was like you could have an option to have like a DVD, all on DVD, and it's like next 10 years of your future, and it's like all the main things all put into a DVD for you. Would you want to see it? And why or why not? So let's start with Steelborn.
No, I wouldn't want to see it because I think that it would. See, from my perspective, the only person who could actually who could see that would be God. It's like it for me. It's like the question just is like logically impossible for my worldview.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Jeremy.
Not really. No, I don't really have a reason.
You just wouldn't want to see it. You're like, nah.
Nah.
If it was possible, I would still say no though, just because. Yeah, I would. I enjoyed the mystery.
Okay, Cleaner.
I would say, I mean, if you're talking about a DVD, it'd probably be like maybe 15 minutes for each.
Nah,
year,
it'd be like you'd have you'd have a nice box set DVD, some Lord of the Rings type shit. All right, it's that long.
So like maybe like one DVD for each year or something like that. I definitely think you probably wouldn't get past the first DVD then. Like I'm very, very sure at some point I'm not going to be able to stop whoever's trying to kill me from killing me.
So would you want to watch it? Is the question?
No, it'd get boring because there'd be like 9 blank DVDs.
Well, and if it's a DVD, man, it's only 480p. It's going to be like crap quality, anyways. At least gotta
Vigilante.
have 4K.
It's Blu-ray, bro.
9 blank Blu-rays is still boring.
I would. I would watch it. Just see what bad things are going to happen and do my best to change them.
Oh,
Already gone through enough
okay.
fucking shit.
Okay. Teriak?
I don't agree with Steelborn with the I've got a lot of issue with the question because it's like if that is the situation like what like Vigilante is saying, it's like no, like I tried to change it, but it's like it's on DVD, it's already written. No matter what you do, you're going to end up doing whatever's on those DVDs. So it's
You
like, from
fuckers.
my
What if
aspect,
you could just see it?
Where
Then?
are
What
you?
if it was just presented to you?
Where are you? If you see it,
Uh,
could you then go
Free
opposite of
will.
what's in that? In which case, then
actually,
you
no, fuck it. Because
will.
like the way I look at it is, it's like synonymous of like, could you like actually have like an ability to like see into the future and like see future events based on what you're currently seeing, all that kind of shit? I'd say yeah, why not? I'd like having having a superpower, be able to predict stock prices, all this kind of shit.
Okay. Okay.
But then
Trash bag.
you could use that to prove free will, right? Because you could go against that and actually change the outcome.
For me, I can't imagine a scenario where my free will is removed. So I would have to say no, because any way you look at it, you could watch the DVD and decide to try to change it, or you could watch the DVD and decide to not do anything, like to lock yourself away instead. There's too many logical holes in that for me to say anything other than no. I wouldn't watch it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it.
There's too many antennas with it.
I can't.
Fair enough.
It's kind of like you said with the flat Earth thing. There are so many things we would have to forget just to accept that the Earth is flat. There's so many things we would have to just that gravity, physics, the way we understand the world, none of it exists. So I can't.
I feel you. Farney.
We have to forget like logic and reason. And
Yeah.
Farney, you there?
He's muted.
You're muted, Farney. If you didn't know.
Does he just answer?
Farney.
Thank you.
All right. Maybe you had to step away for a minute. Steven.
No, it pretty much breaks the Christian worldview, so it's not even possible.
Breaks reality.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think
okay.
the
So
only
you guys,
reason why-
how would you all feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning? Just ask.
I engage in plenty.
They don't eat
hypotheticals,
breakfast.
okay?
They don't eat breakfast.
I don't eat breakfast,
I feel
so
like,
exactly.
But I didn't have breakfast this morning. Speakeasy. I haven't eaten anything today. Actually,
Listen.
now that I realized it, I haven't eaten anything at all today.
I would not want to see it, and I'll tell you why I wouldn't want to see it. And the reason I wouldn't want to see it is because then I would think like it'd almost be like jumping ahead that much time. Like I already know what's going on, like what's gonna happen and how it's gonna go, and like I think it would like fuck me up in a like way that is just like unfathomable.
Just imagine you go to watch the DVD and you're dead, but you can't see at what point you're dead. You just know that sometimes in the next 10 years, you're
Wait a
gonna
second,
die.
motherfuckers. What's the difference between like having a dream and then like pursuing that dream and making that dream a reality?
Because
I'm
didn't see a
engaging
future
with this
event.
hypothetical Teriak as like I know because like maybe it's like a divine source. It's God Himself showing me this, and like
because
I'd have to engage with it as like this is for sure the future. So like it's not just a dream. I'm able to like engage with the dream because it's not something that's happened, but I want to make happen. Where this is something that like has happened. Right, so it's a different thing I'm engaging with. That's why. I think.
Well, technically, the tense would be it will have happened.
Yeah, I feel like
this would contradict free will at all. This would entail predeterminism. That's why I have to reject it.
If you see it, it's already happened. That means you can't change it. If you
that's what I'm trying to say.
the
Like
future
I'm
already
trying to
happened?
engage with it with
Yeah.
like it would be like God showing me the way God is outside of time. So like there's no changing this. This is how it works. But since I'm still living in human time, I'm gonna experience it in progression the way I watch it. So it'd be something so mind fucking that I would just not want to experience it whatsoever.
Yeah, it would totally fuck up everyone's worldview. You'd be like, "What the fuck's going on here?" You have no idea how to process that.
Well,
From my perspective, it's literally illogically possible.
It would only mess up people's worldview if they didn't have a definitional understanding of God versus how we in the three-dimensional plane exist. We're very different.
Even if you grant all that, just imagine you're with the girl right now and you see 10 years in the future and you're with somebody hotter. What you don't know is in between there, you got cheated, like you went through all this horrible stuff to get to that point. Like, there's no, we as humans can't.
I'm pretty
can't,
sure he
like,
said there was going to be a box set, so you're not going to skip. You're literally going to see.
Yeah,
each
you're gonna get to
DVD.
like see
Yeah.
the progression.
So
Yeah.
like,
But
so you get-
yeah, I get what you're still what you're saying though. It's just still yeah, I agree. It'd be a fucked up thing to have to.
Click
But here's
was a
another
horror
one. Here's for the last on the deep thoughts round. Okay. This is my last question for you guys on the deep thought round. What is something that society pretends to value but really doesn't? And I know a lot of you might want to say God with this one because you know there's a lot of people who self-identify as Christian and they're probably not really this. But let's besides that one because I think that's just like an easy answer. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
I think we'd all agree with that one. But yeah, what is something that the society pretends to value, but it actually really doesn't? And we'll start with Steven.
Human life.
That's a fair one right there. I like it. Trash bag.
I'm gonna say the family, because over the past 100 years, I'm gonna say at this point, we've slowly been phasing the normal family. I hate saying the word nuclear family, but it's the normal family unit. I don't know why we have to put this descriptor on it. But anyway,
Traditional family is
Yeah,
Yeah, it refers to when we were in like the nuclear age of the United States, you know, with all the old
That's
pictures
why,
from like
yeah,
the 50s. It's just called, that's why it's called the nuclear family. It's just that depiction of family.
so I think that is something that we pretend to care about while we incentivize not having a traditional nuclear family.
You need to hang out with more right wingers, bro.
Teriak.
No, I'm talking on a government scale. I'm not
Yeah.
talking about
Oh.
on a. I'm talking about a
I
government.
get what you're
scale.
saying. Like on
Yeah, you're
society.
saying.
Yeah, I get what you're
That makes
saying.
sense to
Care
me.
about families, but they actually don't.
Teriak.
Yeah, I'd say the
But
poor,
Kamala
the
Harris is going to give
downtrodden.
us a child tax credit.
Oh, let Teriak answer.
I'd say the poor, the downtrodden. Like
The
time
what?
and time again, the poor, the downtrodden.
The homeless.
Like
Yeah.
poor people and homeless, like society pretends that we care about this shit, but like realistically we don't. Because like anytime you hear like Bernie Sanders, he's not talking about lifting up the poor. He's talking about getting rid of billionaires. They're full of shit. Every single one of them are full of shit.
He used to say millionaires, and then once he made a few $1 million, he
Oh yeah, that's how it always works.
millionaires.
Look, the American people are tired of women.
Steelboard.
Damn it, I literally just had an answer for this too. LGBTQ people.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Jeremy.
Yep. Well, mine was already said actually in the chat, which mine was actually freedom. We all argue that we want our freedoms and y'all yada yada yada, but then we put laws and stuff that take them away.
The freedom.
Yep. I like that one. I like that one. Cleaner.
I would say material possessions, because in society we have this whole buildup of material possessions and all that, but people throw those things away so much, like they don't actually care about them. Their money, their things that they buy, stuff like that. Like
New phone, new this, new that. Yeah.
yeah, they just throw it away like they don't actually give a shit. So I would say material goods. Yeah.
I would agree with this one. Vigilante.
Human rights.
Human rights. That's a fair one too.
Can I challenge a vigilante to another debate, real quick? Like for like in the future.
Grab a partner.
Yeah, definitely
Let's do that one.
I would challenge vigilante to a debate on do rights exist.
Can he
rights
grab a
exist.
partner and we do it together?
All right, we'll talk that one out behind the scenes and see if because you guys are gonna have to agree on a definition and everything. So yeah. Wait, who was next? Sorry, where were we?
We ended with vigilante. You.
Yeah,
It's your turn.
vigilante. Yeah, it's you.
Oh, okay, yeah. For me, I was actually Steven actually said the one I would say too was gonna be human life, right? With all the abortion happening, I don't think anyone gives a fuck about human
There's
life
been
that
more
says they do.
abortions.
Not anyone, sorry, but I think a lot of people that say they do don't really give a fuck about human
Those
life.
statistics.
Well, no, I mean,
those
I just want to say something real quick.
Since that one was
just wanna say something
taken,
real quick.
I just want to say quick. Since that one was taken, I would say women. That's something that, like, especially like with feminism and all this shit. This is I think this is like a sick joke, right? To like pretend that like we care about women, but like society absolutely doesn't care about women, and like that's the thing. I'm writing a poem that's like, I don't know if you guys have ever watched the If I Were the Devil broadcast, but like if I were the devil, I would do this and do that, right? Like, and he's basically saying all the shit that's happened in society. So basically it's called If I Hated Women, and it's gonna lay out all the shit that's feminism has done for women, and how like I would do this if I hated women. Like that's what I think it is.
I want to get
Bro,
your
how
opinion on
can a
something, Speakeasy.
feminist?
I was working on one of those too, asshole.
I want to get Speakeasy's opinion on something. I feel like most men, the overwhelming majority, reacts to women and their careers the same way you do when a toddler walks up and hands you like a mud pie, and you're like, oh my god, wow, that's so great, here's a pat on the head. Like, that's how men feel when women talk about their careers.
Well, no, that's how women expect us to react with everything.
That's
it feels
yeah,
like.
that's not how I react. Like when women start telling me about their career, I'm like, shut the fuck up.
It's not even women though. It's feminists. Like how can a feminist be against the Second Amendment? It makes no fucking sense. The great equalizer, they're against.
Not the great
It makes no
equalizer
sense.
you
And then
think
the
it is.
pro
It's not the
prostitution, all
great
this
equalizer
shit.
you think it is.
Not an equalizer, bro.
But they'll say it is. That's, I think, his point, right? They'll say it's the equalizer.
They'll say it is, but it's not. Watch women try to operate firearms. You'll just laugh.
No, I agree with you guys. It's not. It's definitely not. But I think to Teriak's point, I think he's saying like most feminists would say, "Oh, we don't need men anymore because we have the equalizer. We have guns now." And it's like, well, most of you are against guns. So like, how's that work?
Well, like when I was in Iraq, one of the females that was with us wanted to be a 50 cal gunner. And our gunny was like, okay, you want to be a 50 cal gunner? Let's see you shoot it. She shot it. Let's see you take it apart. She took it apart. He said, okay, pack it up on your back. And for the next 2 days, everywhere you go, you're going to carry that thing on your back. I don't know if you know, but a 50 cal, the actual fully automatic, the bolt on that thing alone is like a cinder block. She couldn't do it.
Yeah, it's a fucking 50 caliber. We're talking about 9mm.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying overall, like they can't keep up.
They can't carry anywhere near as much as men.
They can't. They can't keep up.
Okay, but what I'm saying is a woman versus a man. The woman has a gun. The man doesn't have a gun. It's a 9mm. It's not like this 50 fucking bar, 50 cal. You're telling me that you're putting your money on the man?
Yes.
Can I tell you why?
Holy
actually,
shit.
real quick, can I tell you why, Terry?
On the distance.
Go ahead.
Terry, you should look up the statistics on female officers getting disarmed by unarmed male assailants.
Yep.
You should look up the stats on that. It's fucking insane.
1 second, boys. I'll paste a link in the back.
It's pretty great.
Like I said, like it's easy. It wants to move on to the next top stuff. So just look at the link in the back.
No worries. Yeah, while he's posting
And those
that, we'll
are
get
trained.
into that was the last question for the deep thoughts round. So we're gonna get into the lightning round. All right. So guys, this one is all one word or one line answers. No debating it back and forth. Nothing like that. So let's start off. Who is your dream debate opponent? All right, and we're going to start with Steelborn.
Somebody that I would really want to debate. I feel like I'd have to say Andrew Wilson, but can't really think of anything we disagree on.
Simp.
That's fair. Jeremy, someone's got like a sound going on in the back. What is that? Someone like playing with something? Is that you, Steelborn? Are you clicking something?
I was fucking playing with a lock in my head.
I was like, what's that clicking sound? Jeremy.
Yeah, I'd probably also say, I mean, the dream debate would be Andrew, but like I'm nowhere near the level to actually debate Andrew. So
I just don't know what we debate about.
I'm not capable of debating at his level. So
That's fair. That's fair. Cleaner.
The devil.
The devil.
My man.
You're his advocate, though.
Dun, dun, dun.
No.
Cleaner, you've been Cleaner. He's sitting next to you to the left, and you've been kind of talking. Every leftist, bro. Every
Boys got
leftist is
demons.
just totally captured.
They're not the devil. They may be influenced. by
Every
him, but they're not
leftist,
the
he
devil.
says.
I
what
think they're
about-
mouthpieces.
What about okay, vigilante?
I really enjoy arguing with Christian nationalists, so Andrew.
You can probably do that like really fucking easily. By the way, he
Vigilante,
takes out
I can
everybody.
make that. I think I can make that one happen. Andrew's busy up until the end of the month, but I think I can definitely make that
I
happen.
mean, like, technically,
Jim
I've already
might also
debated
go into
Andrew on VK once, but that was like what 5 fucking minutes, and it was on abortion, and I like don't like.
Yeah,
arguing
yeah.
Hey, you should also try talking to
I
Jim
think
Bob,
I
though.
can get you. I think I can set you up a proper one. Teriak.
I'd say Jim Bob, purely because last time me and him debated, it was like a 2v1, all that kind of shit, but like it was probably the best debate I ever had, even though I conceded to it like on the broadcast, because like Jim Bob, like I said, he asked me that question, like, what is truth? And I literally fucking like mind blanked, all this kind of shit. And like from that point, it like that loss is what's made me even better and better. And like I said, like I want that rematch, but less so in terms of like quote unquote getting the win. It's more so because like I know Jim Bob is like that, like a high quality opponent that's going to force me to then like have that kind of like inward look in myself and kind of like develop on it, because like I know Jim Bob's able to throw those fucking like absolute bullets at you. Do you know what I mean? So it's like Jim Bob's probably the main one, but I understand that like Andrew, because it's like, you know, we even seen the clip earlier, like the guys that you like Dana White setting up like the UFC version of debate here. You know what I'm saying?
For sure. Trash bag.
Jim Bob's awesome.
I'm gonna give you an
110%.
alive and dead. Alive Ben Shapiro, dead Christopher Hitchens.
Okay. Steven. I like those ones. Steven.
Martin Luther King.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Before he died, like before the whole.
No, after he died. He wants to debate him after he died.
Yeah.
He just wants to
I
yell
wanna
at his
debate a
corpse.
corpse. Yeah, I just want to debate a corpse. I'm going to exhume his fucking corpse and then just shout at it for like half an hour.
I'm assuming that, you know, the person, we would somehow re-alive them, but I'm saying like before the "I Have a Dream" speech, or like after he died. The reason I ask that is because Martin Luther King changed a lot in his prescriptions once he figured out what his speech did for his people.
So me, I would since for me, my dream debate opponent is someone that's like stupid smart, and like, obviously it'd be great to debate against Andrew just for the, iron sharpening the iron, but for me, I want to. Usually, when I want to debate, I want to crush someone else's worldview, right? And make the truth come out of it. I think Alex O'Connor would be my dream debate.
Damn it! I was only going to change my fucking answer to Alex O'Connor.
Dude is fucking smart. Dude is smart, and he's good at getting people on shit. But I think if I was to go with him, I'd give him a go. I'm not saying that I beat him or anything like this, but I think I would. But I don't know for sure. But he's definitely someone that's like, especially like of the atheists, he's that guy that like gives the atheists like some like, oh yeah, actually like we have a place morals come from as atheists, and what Alex is making sense, what says makes sense, and it's true. He can he does make a lot of sense and brings up a lot of valid points. But let me tell you something. I spent hours and hours watching him debate and putting his arguments to my tests, and I think I would be able to give him a go. All right.
Can I change my answer?
Hopefully, in the
Speakeasy?
future, you see it Alex O'Connor versus Speakeasy. Maybe you'll see it on Word War Debates one of the days in the future. Huh?
Oh yeah.
I want to change my answer though, real quick. Speakeasy. I actually would change it. A moderated in-person debate with Dean or Parker. Either one of them.
Oh, okay. Okay. Hey, I might be able to. They're kind of
You can't.
shitty.
They
They're
won't do
kind of
it. They
shitty.
won't
They
do
want
it.
you to pay for them and blah blah blah.
Dude, no, they won't, because Andrew's
one
offered
more
them
because you guys were
$20,000 for
mentioning.
the debate.
1 second. One more because you guys were mentioning people who were dead, or like people who debated in the past. I would like to debate. I would have liked to debate Muhammad Ali on him fucking ditching the draft.
Yeah.
Because he used to debate people on TV about this shit all the time, and I'd like to tell him how stupid he was.
I mean, if we're allowed to include dead people, I would like to debate Adolf Hitler.
Well, no, I want to change mine.
I would have loved to debate Charlie Kirk.
This is lightning round. We already took too long on the one. Aliens, real or cap? All right, Steelborn.
You're talking about like the concept of the Nazis, like that Aryan race concept.
Aliens, yeah, like.
Oh, aliens! My bad. Okay. I said Aryans.
You thought I said Aryans.
Yeah, I love the aliens. Yeah.
Yes. Aliens. I think they're bullshit. Aliens, I think are bullshit.
All right, Trash Bag.
I think aliens. If we see aliens, they're demons. I think they're demons.
Okay. Teriak?
Like I said, I was saying earlier with my quote unquote conspiracy theory, CIA, please don't come after me. Like I said, like it's like an illusion. You know what I mean? But like I don't think like the green alien dudes or any of that shit exists. But like I would say to any of the Christians, like technically you guys do believe in aliens because you believe in angels.
Okay.
Angel
Jeremy?
is a job.
Jeremy?
Yeah, probably aliens.
Yeah, there's probably aliens. Cleaner?
I don't have any evidence to show that aliens exist.
So no. Vigilante?
Yes, aliens exist.
Oh shit. Okay. I would say yeah, and I think they're probably demons too. That's what I think they probably are. Aliens. What we think are aliens, you know.
Yeah, an alien actually is logically impossible from a Christian worldview.
Ooh, here's a good one. Since it kind of matches the first question, which philosopher would you like to smack in a debate? Sorry. We're gonna start with Jeremy.
I don't know.
That's fair.
No, I mean I don't
don't-
study into a lot of philosophers.
Yeah, that's what I was figuring you meant. Yeah. So, Cleaner. Cleaner?
He's thinking about how to best gaslight us, taking
Philosopher.
the devil's advocate.
Philosopher. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Nietzsche probably.
Nietzsche?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Vigilante.
Are we including political philosophers?
Sure.
Ayn Rand.
Wow.
Okay. Teriak?
Karl Marx, fuck that cunt.
Stole mine. Damn it. Trash bag.
Dostoevsky.
Who say?
Dostoevsky.
Okay. I don't know if I know who you're talking about. Why am I?
Dostoevsky.
Dostoevsky was a famous.
Okay.
I think he was.
You were saying it with the accent on
where was he
purpose.
from?
I got
He
you.
was putting on the accent, comrade.
Hey, was he Russian? I thought he was Russian.
It's called code switching. Learn it.
Sorry, my bad. Steelborn.
Are we counting theologians?
Sure.
Martin Luther. I'd like to
Okay.
recommend Protestantism.
Okay. I'm gonna go a little more modern since everybody took, well, not everybody. Someone took the guy I wanted. No. I'll go more modern. I think people would say that Sam Harris is a philosopher, and I would like to debate him. I'd smack him in a debate.
Oh,
I'd also like to
You
tangle
could
up
have
with
just
Jordan
said
Peterson.
Engels. You could
If
have
you
just
want
said Frederick
modern-
Engels.
I would have said
It's like-
Jordan Peterson. If you want
True.
to
That's what I just said. Yeah, I'd like to tangle up with Jordan. He doesn't. What does what
You
mean?
make
I
a
don't
good
know what
point.
it means.
You make a good point, Vigilante. He's kind of a copy and paste, huh?
Well, no, Engels is literally the one that co-wrote the majority of Marx's shit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. He's a copy and paste. Just one man taking all the glory for someone else's copied shit.
I mean, that's real fucking communist.
Honestly,
Evan.
like when you look into
Real
it,
Marxist,
like,
Evan.
a lot of their
can't argue.
a lot of their co-wrote shit, Engels actually wrote the majority of it.
I thought Marx didn't even really get acclaim until after he died.
Probably not. Them fucking
don't-
lying bastards.
no,
he got it through
he
communism.
did.
No, just
Those
kidding.
Marxists always want to take other people's shit.
Wait, that was question 3, right? Yeah. Okay, yeah. So if your life had a theme song, all right, what song is it? All right, and let's start with Steelborn.
I'm gonna go with "Coming Home" by Avenged Sevenfold.
Okay, I like it. Trash bag.
You Can Call Me Al by Paul Simon.
Okay. Teriak.
Fuck. We Didn't Start the Fire with Billy Joel, I guess.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Good song.
Jeremy.
White and Nerdy by Weird Al.
I like it. Cleaner.
I don't know. Probably like Fight the Power, the one with Korn and Exhibit in it.
I like that one. That's like a protest
rap rock.
anthem. That one.
No.
Vigilante.
You Need Jesus by Baby No Money.
Oh.
I like it.
I'll have to look that one up.
Mine
It's
would
not
be
gonna what
My
you
Way.
think it is, buddy.
Mine would be My Way by Frank Sinatra.
You're at the end?
Classic.
Yeah, that would be the one. No, not that I'm at the end. It's just I do it my way. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. I got you.
"Feeling Good" by Michael Bublé.
There you go. I like it. All right. So
Behind Blue Eyes by Limp Bizkit.
that's a good one too. We're getting into round 4. All right. This is the Save the World round. All right. So this is what it is. All of us. All right. Whoever's the youngest here, all of us our age and up are gonna disappear tomorrow. But the next generation is listening to us all right now, okay? They're all listening, okay? Every single one of them. And what is your message or warning to the next generation because you won't be here tomorrow to give it to them? All right? And we're going to start. Let's start with Jeremy.
Value life.
Value life. I like it. Nice and simple. Cleaner.
Why is it that you all have this underlying subconscious understanding that you're being controlled, but when people show you the data, you don't want to accept it?
I like it. Vigilante.
People with narcissism, sociopathy, and psychopathy are not people to look up to. We, in our current modern society, we often look up to psychopaths, narcissists, and sociopaths way too fucking much.
Okay, I like it. Teriak?
The old classic, there is no meaning to life. Life is meaning.
Okay, I like it. Trash bag.
You have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. You should listen twice as much as you speak.
Okay, I like it. I like it. Steelborn.
Come and join the One True Church.
I like it. I like it. For me, it's gonna be time is the only thing that you can't get back.
Your virginity.
Based.
That depends on your
That's
social
actually
construct.
including time, because you can't go back in time and get your virginity, right? Time is the only thing you can't get back.
I mean,
Hand-eye
that really
coordination.
depends on your social construct, because some of these social constructs that they have believe you can have a second virginity so you can get it back somehow.
You
And
can't
that's
ever go home
fucking
again.
insane.
Yeah,
It could still
virginity
be
is
a
just a
place-
social construct. Good point, Cleaner. Thanks for that. Virginity is just a social construct.
You can't
I
go
like
back
it.
home.
That's
I
not
like
what
it.
I said. That is not what I said, you straw manning fucking asshole.
That's what I said, though, and it's what I thought you said, so I'm agreeing with what I thought you said, all right? But
I'm not sure
listen,
it's a straw man if you agree.
First off, does anybody have a, well, first, let's do this. Vigilante, first, tell everybody in the chat where they can find you.
Yeah, you can find me at the Vigilante TV on Twitch, also on Twitter, and just on YouTube as well.
All right, thank you for that. Everyone in the chat, make sure you all go sub up to Vigilante, all right? Show him some support for coming out here and giving y'all a show tonight, all right? And Steelborn as well. Tell everybody in the chat where we can find you.
Yeah, you can find me at Steelborn on YouTube, all caps, Steelborn with an E, pretty easy. And then same with Steelborn on X, and yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, that's it.
That's what's up. I appreciate that. And first off, thank you both for coming tonight, giving a wicked debate, and staying for the after panel. You guys absolutely killed it. And for the hot seat, too. The hot seat's always fun. But does anyone, including you two, does anyone have any like final thing they want to mention to the chat before I kick y'all out of here?
Yeah,
sure.
Just real quick, to Vigilante, my hat's off to you. Thanks for coming out to the debate, man.
No problem, man. Like I said, I enjoy doing this shit.
Yeah, I had blast.
I also like whenever I take positions I don't actually support. That's just so much fun. I don't get to do it very much anymore because I don't really go on a lot of like mostly left winger pedals anymore. So
that's what's up. That's what's up.
Wait, did you not believe this position?
I mean, like, no, I do. I like it's this is something that I mostly just see as like an opinion, like not really like an immorality thing. Like I could easily be swayed on this, and I might be a little bit. This
You
isn't like
swayed
one of
him,
my
Steelborn. That's what's up.
This isn't like one of my solid opinions, really.
Hey, this goes to my claim. He could be a flip flopper. See?
Yeah, I was just thinking that myself, Jeremy.
Called it.
When you're right, you're
I made
right.
this.
And you.
Hey, listen. If a debate's so good, it might even sway the debater. That's what's up. Okay.
Yeah, that's
That means I did my job.
But look, one thing
Well,
I'll say about
no.
the debate was like when you guys were going at it, and maybe this is a critique you can take away from this, Steelborn. When Vigilante said he's a high functioning autistic, but then you kind of let him get away with making the comment that there's no normal or regular
I didn't even hear him make
people.
that part.
Well,
So that's why I let him get away with it. I didn't hear it.
I get that, but I mean that's like when somebody has a measure of themselves and yet they say there's no normal. Like what do you use to measure what you are if there is no normality? Is kind of the thing that deconstructs that because it's like
No, I agree with you almost
you know
100%. I actually just didn't hear her say that. I totally would have dove in on
fair
that.
enough. Fair enough. There's a lot of things that go on in debates. You can't catch everything.
Yeah, I mean,
All
to be fair, like I generally think that most people are. I actually, we don't, because of the fact that mental health and like mental health testing is so
bullshit.
No, not that.
Subjective.
Yeah, psychology's
not,
bullshit.
Not subjective.
You know you want to say subjective though.
No, fuck.
That's gonna have to be subjective.
It feels so good. It feels so good. Just say it.
It's
It's such a soft science, you know. It's total bullshit.
Look down upon.
It has nuance.
Oh, I was gonna say more so look down upon, like frowned upon in society.
What are you talking about?
No, like
It's one
there
of the
are a lot of
society right now.
All right, fuckers, you
It
guys
really
are
isn't.
starting up another debate here. What are y'all doing? Come on. I
Turn this
think,
shit
but
I'm doing my job, speakeasy. What the fuck, man?
I think, Teriak, are you already streaming?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I think you're doing an open panel right now, right?
Yep.
All right. Why don't you just throw the link in the back so that anyone who wants to just like hop over to your panel, they can just hop right over.
Cool beans.
I'm gonna send the chat over there as well. But again, I want to thank everybody for coming up tonight. Shout out to Vigilante and Steelborn for coming and giving us all a great debate tonight. And we look forward to having more debates from both of you in the future. Okay? But for now, I'm kicking y'all out of here. All right, love you guys. But gotta get you out of here, all right? Because like I said, I've been feeling like dog shit these past couple of days, so I gotta go and just rest. All right, I'm gonna go maybe eat, play some video games till I fall asleep or something. You know, do something that'll make me fall asleep. But yeah, listen. I can't thank you guys enough. If you look at this, too, look at this. 289 out of the 300 dono goal. You guys are fucking amazing. You guys are fucking amazing. We almost hit it there, okay? Hit the W's, hit the crowns in the chat for chat. All right? Hit the crowns and the W's in chat for chat. You guys are absolutely amazing. All right? Absolutely amazing. I'm going to be sending you guys over to Teriak's. Teriak's doing a Wheel of Madness. All right, he does a cool thing over there where he has an open panel, different topic every now and then pops up, and then oh shit! Look at you guys. You guys are absolutely amazing. Wrath of Reason and Eclipse, not one step back, coming in to smash the dono goal. Let's fucking go. Absolutely amazing. I really can't thank you guys enough for the support, honestly. Thank you so much. Like I said, Teriak does a cool little thing over there. It's a Wheel of Madness. You send in $10, they spin the wheel, different topic comes up. If you want to stop the topic at any time, you just send in 10, spin the wheel again. All right? It's a cool little thing. But you guys, I can't thank you guys enough, honestly. Like I always say, it can be 30 over here in the chat. It can be 2,000 over here in the chat. Best fucking chat on YouTube, hands fucking down. All right? I love you guys. God bless to you all. Okay? I hope you guys have a great time over there at Teriak's. I'll probably listen in for a little bit. I'm going to go up and partake in one of these Wheel of Madnesses one of these days. Like, I'll, like, maybe tell Teriak to start a little earlier. And I'll, like, you know, partake. Because I think if, you know, if I partake on it on stream, too, more people will learn about it. It'll get the word out. I think it's a fun, interactive game that he's created over there. All right. So definitely go and check it out. And even if you're not gonna stay over there, give them a like, give them a sub, and dip. All right? No, there's no harm in that. What is it gonna do? All right? It's gonna put somebody based in your algorithm. That's all. That's all. All right? You don't even gotta watch. All right? But listen, God bless you all. Okay, love you guys. I will see you all later. Listen, tonight. Later tonight, we have another debate for you guys. All right, Swords of Reason is coming in hot. All right, coming in hot. We got women can be the breadwinner in a trad relationship. Geoverse versus angry amputee. So that's tonight. So don't miss out. And then we have Jim Bob and Counterpoints later this week as well. So it's gonna be a crazy week. Crazy week, guys. Full of content. All right. But listen, love you guys. God bless. And, for now.
This is Sparta! Spartans! What is your profession?